Good morning. Hey guys, what's up? 5 more days till Rick Springfield, y'all. 5. 5 days. I'm so excited. Hi guys. My name's Debbie. Welcome to my channel. I'm going to see Rick Springfield in 5 days. I'm so excited. Why is my viewer count 1? Hey Jennifer. Hey Judy. Hey Teresia. Hey Nancy. That's more than one person. That's more than one person. What is wrong with YouTube? Disappointed in the trivia. I tried to find anything on the nanny without much luck. In the HBO documentary, Agnes Schaefer is based on a real person. The character is primarily based on Barbara Malagnino. Malagnino, is that right? She was the nanny for Elizabeth Ratliff. I have not watched the HBO one yet. It is a dramatization done with actors. I've seen the whole documentary. I've not watched this. The documentary, The Staircase, is on Netflix. This is on HBO. Because, I know it's gonna be a dramatization of the trial and everything, but it's also gonna go back to her, I think. I don't know for sure. But someone is playing Kathleen. So if someone's playing Kathleen, there's going to be interactions between Michael and Kathleen. So that's going to be fiction because nobody knows what really happened. And so that's why I kind of don't want to watch it. And it's also going to lean heavily on Michael Peterson did it. And I don't know if he did it or not. There was lots of speculation that Barbara fought to get custody of the girls after Elizabeth's death. Michael and Kathleen ultimately adopted the girls. See, I want to know why Patty didn't adopt the girls. Because they were married at the time that he got the girls. The testimony of Barbara has been contested by many reporters, attorneys, and acquaintances. Her stories contain many inconsistencies and contradictions. I love him too so much. I've never seen him in concert. When Travis and I were dating, he was going to be at Epcot. He goes to Epcot every year. I did not know this because had I known this, I would have already seen him in concert many, many times. But when Travis and I were dating, I was at his house in Mulberry, which is south of Lakeland in Polk County, which is an hour from Disney. And we had annual passes. So we would just drive over to Disney whenever. And we got up and were ready to go to see Rick Springfield. I was all excited. And then his ex-wife calls. She lived up here where I live now. This is how we met. He was up here for Thanksgiving visiting his daughters, and his ex-sister-in-law fixed us up. So his ex-wife had gone down there to visit her sister. We are getting dressed and going out the door, and she calls and says, "Come get the girls. They're being little bitches." So, of course, we had to go to her sister's house and get the girls, and we didn't get to go see Rick Springfield. I was livid. I was so mad. But now I get to go see him. So, and the way it's set up, which I didn't know this back then, Travis wouldn't have been happy about it because they do 3 sets and you have to get back in line because they want to make sure that everybody that wants to see the concert gets to see the concert. So, you get in line for the first set and then you have to leave the theater and get back in line for the second set. And then you have to leave the theater and get back in line for the third set. So, that would have driven Travis crazy. So, I'm going by myself Sunday. Yes, Nancy. Yes, he is. When I was a kid, I had posters of him all over my room. I had all of his albums. I got off the school bus every day and ran into the house so I could watch General Hospital because I had to see Dr. Noah Drake. Sure, Nancy, come on down. Actually, I am debating whether or not I'm gonna live stream it. Well, it's because it's at Epcot. Um, and it's in this it's you don't pay to see the concert. It's just included in your ticket price. So they wanna give everybody a chance to see the concert. Hey, Paul. I missed you yesterday. So the reason they do that is because they wanna make sure that everybody that wants to see the concert gets a chance to see the concert. Um, Now you can buy a dinner package, which gets you a guaranteed seat, but it's only for one of the sets. Um, I did that for Gary Sinise, for the candlelight procession that they have at Christmas, and I didn't get any better seat than I would have if I hadn't bought the dinner package. So I probably won't ever do that again. I was gonna try to buy a dinner package for this, but all they had left was the Japanese restaurant, and I don't like Japanese food. And the other one was the Garden Grill, which is a character dinner, and they serve home style at the table. So you kind of need to have people with you. It's like that would have been such a waste of money because I wouldn't have been able to eat everything. So I was just like, nah, I'll just wait in line like everybody else. And if I want to see all 3 sets, that doesn't help me anyway because if you get a dinner package, you're only guaranteed for 1 set. But I'll stand in line for Rick Springfield. I've waited 40 years for this, people. Think I can wait in line. And I'm debating about whether or not I want oh yeah, absolutely. So, I'm debating whether or not I'm gonna live stream it because I'm gonna be with friends. And also, I don't know if I wanna have my face in a camera all night long. I mean, I could probably see him better because I could zoom in, but still. Um, I'm hoping he'll come down in the audience. A lot of times they do. So, and it's not like it's a big arena, like a big giant concert venue. It's a really small theater. It's an outdoor theater and it's really small. So, I won't be that far away from him. And then if he does come down into the audience, I'd be like touching distance. In fact, um when I was there to see Herman's Hermits a couple weeks ago, he came down and he shook my friend's hand. Oh, you want me to live stream it for you? Will you watch it if I live stream it? I might live stream the first set. The first set will be at 5:30. What, Herman's Hermits are still around? Yes, they are. Peter Noon is 78 years old, and let me tell you, he has not slowed down a bit. 78. He is just as active as he was when he was on the what's the guy's name? Ed Sullivan? The Ed Sullivan show back in the 60s when they first came out. Peter Noon is still just as active and dancing and everything just like he did back then. He was incredible. I saw Herman's Hermits in concert in the 80s and they were good. They are just as good now. 78 years old. Oh, and last weekend I didn't go because I was blacked out for Easter. But last weekend Chubby Checker was there. I didn't even know Chubby Checker was still alive. He's 84. Looks and sounds exactly the same as he did. It was unbelievable how much he has not aged. I was like, "Oh my god." So, some of these they have concerts during the festivals that they have at Epcot. So, the concert series now is called Garden Rocks. It's during the Food and Wine Festival, it's Eat to the Beat. But they always have these older, not always, but a vast majority of the bands are older bands that like you don't hear new stuff coming from, and they're amazing. They're still sound like they did. It's just it's mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. Trying to think who else. Starship is usually there for Eat to the Beat. I'm just Air Supply is going to be there. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. You're a year younger than me, Nancy. You're not too old. You're a year younger than me. Okay, so I found a clip. It's a Karen.
You might want to repark your car, though.
There's absolutely no reason for you to get out your car and approach this man. He's just standing there minding his business.
I'm very whoa, man! Get off my stuff! Get off! Hey! Don't touch my stuff! Do not touch my stuff!
And there's definitely no reason for you to put your hands on him. That's assault. So now,
no, that's
he has
battery.
to defend himself.
What are you doing? Don't touch my stuff again.
He pepper sprayed her.
And it probably wasn't even pepper spray. It was probably just holy water. You demonic looking bitch.
That's what you get for putting your hands on people. That's where I'll find out.
Now get back in your car and head to your destination.
She can't move.
We're going to learn to mind our business. One day, we're going to learn to mind our business, whether it's one knockout at a time or one pepper spray at a time. But we will learn to mind our business.
You might want to
Now,
repark your car, though.
Look right here he
There's
is.
absolutely no reason for you to get out your car and approach this man. He's just standing there minding his business.
I'm very whoa, man, get off my stuff. Get off. Hey, don't touch my stuff. Do not touch my stuff.
And there's definitely no reason for you to.
Do not touch my stuff. Don't touch my stuff. Do not get off my stuff. Get off. Hey, don't touch.
Dang it, I can't get it. Well. Dang it. Anyway. Oh, really? Okay. Well, she's out in front of a dispensary. So you think it's one, like, she's not a Karen, he did something to her first, Judy? I just thought it was funny that she messed with him and got pepper sprayed. And she was in front of the dispensary. Of course, if she's driving, she's not on anything. And if she was on anything, she wouldn't care. She'd just be like, okay, I'm going home to use the stuff I just bought. Okay. So we just listened to Cheryl Apple Schumacher outside the presence of the jury. So we just listened to her. Now we've got Deaver on a ladder? Deaver. Then we have outside the presence of the jury again, Cheryl Apple Schumacher. Then we have Deaver. Now, outside the presence of I'm sure all this outside the presence of the jury mess is because of Rudolph. So Margaret Blair, I have no idea who she is outside the presence of the jury. Outside the presence of the jury, Dr. Deborah Radish. Why couldn't I remember her first name? Oh my God. It's Deborah, spelled wrong, but it's Deborah. Deborah Radish, outside the presence of the jury. That is outside the presence of the jury with no witness, so that just might be argument. Now we have Cheryl Apple Schumacher in front of the jury. Thomas Apple Schumacher, which is Cheryl's husband, no voir dire of him at all. Billy Allen, whoever the heck that is. Larry Barnes, another who the heck. Margaret Blair in front of the jury. There's Barbara. So we're getting Barbara and Amy Beth Bernard. So Barbara's the nanny. Amy Beth Bernard was the friend that called to tell Daryl. So then we're getting Steve Lyons, and then Barbara goes back on the stand. And then we got more Deaver? Good Lord. And then we got more Amy Beth. And then we've got Kathleen's crazy sister. Why is this so like And then we have, why is this? Oh my God. Why? See, there she is holding the blowpoke. Why is this like skipping around so much? Good gravy, Marie. Okay, back to Deaver.
All right, you have further questions, Mr. Hunt?
Yes, sir. Now, Agent Deaver, with respect to your activities, once those were completed, did you prepare a report reflecting those actions?
Yes, I did. I actually prepared a series of reports.
Gentlemen, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
You got arrested for pepper spraying her? Oh. We gotta talk about that later. I need information. I have questions.
Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 112 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, I can.
And what is it?
It is a report that I produced about the scene and my activities on December the 9th, 2001.
And generally, what is reflected in this report as described and marked as State's Exhibit 112?
What is reflected are the initial findings and points of origin as found at the scene on that night.
Now, at this point, we move into evidence what is marked as State's Exhibit 112.
So,
let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 113 and ask whether you can identify that first.
yes, I can.
What is it?
It is a report that I produced after the examination of the clothing.
And generally, what is contained in what is marked as State's Exhibit 113?
Contained in that is a review of the items of clothing evidence and the initial findings on that evidence.
You know, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 113.
So,
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 114 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
yes, I can.
What is that?
This is a report of the test that I did on the what was described to me as a blowpoke and the conclusion for that.
Now, we move it at this point what's marked as State's Exhibit 114.
So,
April 17th. I'll show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 115 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
yes, I can.
What is it?
It is a report that I produced for the conclusions of the test and the examinations that I performed in the scene and of the clothing.
Now, we move at this point what's marked as State's Exhibit 115.
So,
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 175 and ask whether you can identify that.
yes, I can.
What is it?
It is a report outlining the test and their results from the test that I performed.
And you described that in court earlier before the jury.
Yes, I did.
And at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 175. John, I'm not going to ask that the jury at this time have these published to them for their review, but at the appropriate time would ask that that be done at the end of the state's evidence.
All right.
Your Honor, I have no other questions of the witness.
All right. Cross-examine.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Deaver.
Good morning.
You've testified in front of juries a number of times, have you not?
That's correct.
How many all told would you say?
I'd say probably it's over 100.
And one of the things that you've come to do is talk to the jurors directly instead of talking to the questioner, right?
I testify to the jury. That's my job.
And yesterday, towards the end, you were shown a photo of, well, let me ask you this. On June 27th of 2002, you entered the Peterson home, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was to take measurements.
That's correct. I was there with some professional carpenters, and I was watching them work as they took measurements of the stairwell for the purpose of producing the mock-up for testing.
So the answer was yes, you went there to take measurements.
That's correct.
And you were allowed, the scene hadn't been changed at all that you could tell, right? There was still blood inside the hallway, stairwell.
There were,
remnants.
yes.
It was boarded up when you got there, right?
No, when I got there, it was when I got inside, it was not boarded up. I actually looked in. I actually could look in the doorway.
It had been boarded up when the police first arrived.
Someone told me that. I didn't see that.
And you were free to look at whatever stains you wanted to look at.
That's correct.
Do whatever measurements you wanted to do.
That's correct.
And I think that towards the end yesterday, you said that you saw something on that occasion that you believed to be fireplace tools, right?
Yes, that's correct.
We have that. Not that one. I need Exhibit 251.
These were from a separate hearing. That would have your section.
You were shown State's Exhibit 251 yesterday, were you not?
I don't remember the number.
You know, I need that exhibit, and I don't think the court has been able to find
All right, Mr. Deputy, while we're looking for the exhibit, if you'll take the jury and look. This is about.
Let me show you State's Exhibit P251 and ask you whether that's the photograph that you were shown yesterday about the fireplace tools you observed on June 27th of 2002.
Yes, that's correct.
And just so the jury is aware of what we're talking about, we put this up on the Can you back it up a little bit just before we zoom in on that? Right, that's good. That's good. Right there are the tools we're talking about.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you zoom in on that now, please, sir? See that shape of that thing there?
Yes.
Can we go to the other photo that we have? What do we have that marked? Now, this is another photo taken on June 27th, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And there are those tools right there?
Yes.
Or at least what you thought were tools, right?
Yes.
All right. And did you view the presence of those as significant in some way?
No, I just made a note of them.
Well, I noticed that yesterday you then went back and said you hadn't seen those there or anything there on December 9th, right?
Well, yes, when I went to the fireplace on December 9th, that was during the time that I was taking the break. I just went over to the fireplace and looked around just to take a look. I had seen the transfer stain on step number 15 and really just looking around. And I made a note to myself that there was nothing there. Really just a note to myself. And then on June the 27th, I went back to the fireplace and saw 2 implements that I thought were consistent with fireplace implements. Just made a note to myself again that they were there.
So you didn't attach any particular significance to those findings?
Just that there was a difference, but as far specifically to the stains themselves, no.
Why did you make a note and make a note that there was something there afterwards?
It's just that there was a difference. There was a change there. That's all.
Was the change significant to you?
It was just a change.
Well, Mr. Seberg, can we go to the photo of Thanksgiving 2000? Yes. See that right there? That's Kathleen Peterson, right?
It appears to be.
You see that thing right there?
Yes.
That's the same fireplace implements that you saw June 27th, right?
I couldn't say that. Actually, the handles look lighter on this picture.
Well, that's because of the lighting, isn't it, sir?
I don't know that that's so.
Same shape, right?
It appears to be the same shape.
Well, let's remark these, please. Let me show you what I've now marked as 182 and 183. Showing you what.
See, now this ticks me off because I know what I know. It ticks me off. It's a waste of time. But Rudolph doesn't know yet that the cops knew exactly where the blowpoke was. So I don't fault him for this. He's defending his client.
182 and 183, that's what you saw in June of 2002 by the fireplace, correct?
Appears to be.
Same thing that was there in Thanksgiving of 2000.
It appears to be.
What you are testifying to is that you didn't see these in December.
No, I did not.
Can we go to that photograph of the fireplace on December 9th? Can you zoom into that area right there? A little closer. See that right there?
I see something there. I can't see what it is.
You can't see what it is?
No, sir.
Why don't you come down here and see if you can see it any better on this photo right here on the screen. And may the witness step down, Your Honor? Yes. What we're talking about is that area right there, right? See that?
Yes, sir.
This came that way, isn't it?
I cannot tell from the photograph.
You can't tell?
No, sir.
Do you think maybe looking at the video would help you?
Perhaps. I could just say that I did not see that night.
Well, that's the police tape there, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's a police officer with a radio on his back, right?
That appears to be so.
That's not Mike Peterson taking any evidence away from the scene, is it?
In reference to what?
In reference to whatever is circled there.
No, he's not taking that away.
Do you know what's circled there, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you have any recollection of what that was?
No, I do not.
Did you make any notes of it?
No, I do remember that. I looked in that corner there, and there was a piece of that standing there was like a piece of some kind of artwork or whatever. I remember that.
Did you ask them, since you noticed that there were no implements there, did you ask them to take a close-up photo to show that there were no implements?
No, sir.
Did you write any notes in your handwritten sketches that there was no fireplace implements there?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that the jurors, well, I tell you what, before we do that, can we go to the video? Okay, have a moment, Your Honor. Is it possible you made a mistake about this not being there on the night?
It's possible.
Is it possible he's lying?
As you sit there now, do you think that maybe is what happened?
No.
No?
No.
You're aware, are you not, that the police did a videotape on December 10th before they left the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
And taped everything that was there.
You remember all the training that this cameraman had? Or did he? No, he didn't take the pictures. He delegated it to somebody else who also had training in taking pictures. I hope that whoever trained them is not training people anymore, because these pictures suck.
There at the house, right?
That's correct.
Now, do you see that right there?
I do.
Does that appear to be this cane? Or are you still not sure?
I'm still not sure.
Do you need to look closer?
No, I can see perfectly fine from here.
Okay. Tell me. It just word up. That's good right there. Does you see two implements there, don't you? See the little round one? See that?
Sir, I can't tell you what I see from that picture. That's pretty much the problem that you have when dealing with videotape and photographs of that kind. I can't tell you for sure exactly what that is. My remembrance of that situation was that there were no fireplace implements there. I took a look at that side there where that stuff was. I didn't remember seeing anything like that.
Well, now I'm asking you to look at that, and I'm asking you whether you were wrong.
Well, I'd have to say that I was not.
You do make mistakes from time to time, correct?
I do.
Would it help you to look with a magnifying glass, do you think?
I'll look with a magnifying glass. Sir, I can't tell for sure by looking at this. There's a flower bulb thing that looks much like the one round thing that's leaning over next to the fireplace.
A flower bulb thing?
Well, it's a flower head of some kind coming out of that pot. It looks very much the same size and shape.
I'm talking about the thing that's right next to the flat piece.
Yeah, if you can move the video up a little bit. Well, you asked me about both implements, sir, and if the thing that's round is actually a flower that is over on the side of the pot or something or whatever, I mean, looking at the photographs, there's no way to tell that. You could say they look similar, and they do, but so does this flower head right here. Looks very much the same.
Flower head looks the same?
Yes.
Okay, well, Your Honor, may we pass the photo and the magnifying glass to the jury so they can take a look and make their own determination?
Yes, sir. You don't have a magnifying glass for each juror?
I don't.
Okay.
Thanks. By the way, do you notice whether these things have ashes on the end, as though they were the things that were being used to cook things in the fireplace?
I did not.
These weren't seeds from the house, were they?
No, they were not.
Any of these here, so the jurors have something to compare to?
Yes.
By the way, sir, while the jury's finishing up, if they had a blow poke there at any point, can you think of any reason they used canes as fireplace tools?
I couldn't say anything about that. Nor could I say why canes would be at the fireplace.
Well, you certainly saw them there, thank you, in that picture with Kathleen, did you?
Yes.
Now, that's fine, thank you. Let's go to the blood spatter stuff. I want to talk first about the 5 blood spatters in the hallway outside the stairwell. You with me?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
2 up on the header over the stairs going down to the kitchen, right?
They were actually coming at an angle toward the west wall, which was outside the door, outside the door to the stairwell.
Talking about the ones on the header.
Yes, that's correct.
2 on the header.
Yes,
And
they were not coming down toward the kitchen. They were coming down toward that west wall.
I wasn't asking which way they were coming down. I was asking you whether there were 2 on the header above the steps going down to the kitchen. That header.
Yes.
And 3 on the west wall going sort of opposite the entrance to the stairwell, right?
Across from the entrance to the stairwell.
Yes,
That's
sir.
correct.
Thank you very much. Now, I think you identified some photographs of those the other day. See if I can find those. That's area A, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's these photos, 134, 135, 230, and 231.
That's correct.
And were these the only photos that were taken of the drops out in the hallway?
As far as I know, yes.
Did you direct that these photos be taken?
No, they had been taken previous to me coming.
When you saw the drops in the hallway on that evening, did you direct that additional close-ups be taken?
No, I did not.
Did you have a camera yourself?
No, I did not.
You did direct that some photos be taken of the blood spatter, right?
Yes, I did direct some additional photos be taken.
But just not those.
That's correct.
Now, can we put up on? I don't know if this is going to. No, it's not going to work. I don't think you're going to be able to see. You can put it up, but I don't think it's going to. Okay, you can see it there. That's the spatter. That's one of the spatters you see. on 134. Is that right? That's better up there.
I'd have to see this photo because you can't see.
Here.
Here they are here on this photo.
Let's put up 135. We'll see if we can see it on there. I need to turn that.
Okay.
All right, and that's where's the spatter now?
These two here.
These two here. You saying those are two?
Yes.
What's that over there? I see. Okay, so these two right here.
Yes, that's correct.
No, you can't see it on here. Do we have a hard copy this time? You can take that down. 135, yes. Let me show you. Oh, let's mark this as ours so you can see. Thank you. Let me show you what I've now marked as Defense Exhibit 184 and ask you if it is simply a copy of State's Exhibit P135.
It appears to be.
All right. Could you, first of all, do a big circle around the two spatters that you see and then show me the directionality of the spatters? A big circle so you can have room for the, and then show me the directionality of each. All right. And then is there one, can you see one on the west wall in this photo, or do we need another photo?
I don't see one on that.
All right. Do you see it on here?
No.
All right, well, is there any photo that you see the spatter that's up high on the west wall?
This one's up high
How do we know that?
because of my diagram and me studying these photographs. This is the one that's high. This is the one that's lower, close to the door.
Where's the middle one?
And I don't think we have a photograph of that one.
How do you know that that one's not the middle one? The one that you have in your hand.
Because I studied all these photographs and took a look at it.
And how did you go about determining that that one is not the middle one versus the highest one?
It's because of the way the photograph was taken, and up next to the corner is where I associated that photograph to the drop.
And where do you see the corner in that photo?
It's up close in here. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, over here in this corner.
You saying that that red thing there is a corner?
No, it's getting close to the corner.
And how do you associate? Well, is it going this way or this way?
It's coming down. In other words,
Going this way.
No, turn around the other way.
This way.
Yeah,
So that's going this way. What, over here somewhere?
that's right.
All right. And then how about the ones on the wall, the lower down? That one there is one of them.
Yes,
That's P231. Right there.
that's correct.
And where's the fifth one?
We didn't have a photograph of the fifth one.
So how do you know what the directionality was of the fifth one?
It was from my notes.
You noted the directionality in your notes?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and what do you say about the directionality in your notes?
They were all from above. In other words, the drop was coming down on the wall.
Okay. Now, just so I'm clear, your theory is that, do we have the old code? Thank you very much. Your theory is, can you help me put this up? And this is exhibit, what's the name of it? Oh, I see it, thank you. M1. Your theory is that what's up on this header here, you don't have the wall here, but there should be a wall there, right?
Right.
And your theory is that what's up on this header here, those two drops going down, is cast off from this first blow over here. Is that right?
Yes.
And of course, that one was on step 15, which is, maybe we'll just come down.
Yes.
You can come down. That's step 15 right there, right?
15, yes.
That's 15. And the blow was just a couple of inches off the 14th step, right?
That's correct.
And it was only 5 inches off the wall, right?
That's correct. And 27 inches up, which would put it up in this area.
Right. And so your theory is that somehow Mr. Peterson used this blow poke standing outside the doorway? Is that right?
That would be consistent with that, yes.
Right.
In other words, well, actually, it would be my opinion that the weapon was swung in such a way to of an arch to produce the drops that went up, hitting this, and then hitting that wall coming down.
Oh, I see. So in other words, they hit this one first and then hit that one?
That would be my opinion, yes.
And he would have been standing in this area right here?
Well, I can't say exactly where he was standing. All I can say is that there is a cast-off stain on this wall consistent with blood having come up and come back down. And so some weapon was swung in an arch that produced that.
Well, I thought you said that it was your opinion that Mr. Peterson, when this blow was struck, was standing outside.
That could be consistent, but I also said that he may have a foot inside. What I do
in the doorway somewhere.
What I do know is that a weapon was swung in such a way to produce that cast off.
And you know that from the directionality, I take it.
Yes, well, you know that because of the way these things are produced, and the directionality causes it to, to show that it was coming down in that. Yes.
Okay, now, do you know how long this is?
I do not.
If I were to tell you this is approximately 40 inches, does that seem about right to you?
That seems about right.
Do you know how high this doorway is here?
6 foot, well, it's 81 inches, about 6'9".
Okay. And if a man, Mr. Peterson's height, say 5'9", were to swing this down, do you know how high that end would be? I mean, assuming he just swung it from his shoulder. Do you have any idea how high that would be?
No, I don't.
Do you think it might catch on this header here?
It could.
Well, did you do any measurements to see if that...
Well, I took that into account, but there's many variables, if I might, please.
Sure.
There's many different ways that this can be held. It could be held much shorter, like this, and shortens it up. The fact that we have is that we have a cast-off that's done here. Something has been swung to cause that. How it's been swung exactly, I don't know. All the various ways that it could be swung, there's a million ways that it could be swung. You can shorten it up a lot. You could swing the full arc. The fact that there's not some kind of strike on this does not preclude the fact that there's evidence that it has been swung here. And there's evidence that something has impacted a head my opinion, the back of the head in space. How that was done, I would have to have a videotape of it being done to be able to say that.
Well, actually, what you could have done, if you had wanted to, would have been to finish off the construction of this mock that you did, and then test it, right? You could have tested all these variations to see if it was possible to get cast off up here from a blow struck in this way. Right. By the way, do you know what the angle would be to try to get someone's head at 5 inches off the wall? Did you figure that out at all?
No, I did not.
Is it even physically possible, given how wide this is?
Yes.
How do you know?
It's possible. Because we had the mock-up and I took a look at it.
Well, is that where you swung during the mock-up? Did you swing from outside here in the mock-up?
No, I did not.
No, you didn't. You swung from back here, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Why is that?
Well, I wanted to see what the impact would look like if it had been done from the other side.
Oh,
And so I did it from the outside to make an impact opposite for testing purposes from what I thought had happened.
and did you also do one then from the side where you thought it happened to see how that would go?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because basically I wanted to look at that. I had created a pattern. If I created another pattern on top of it, it'd be difficult to show my test results and things.
Well, how about doing the one from here first then? I mean, that was your theory. So you could have done this one, and excuse me, and then taken a photograph of it to preserve whatever the spatter was, right? That's something you could have done.
Yes.
But you didn't.
No, I didn't. May I explain?
Yes, sir.
My theory did not have anything to do with this until my testing was completed. And a theory on which side this had occurred didn't come to completion until after this work had occurred. Taking into account this cast off, the impact, the other cast off, and the tests that were done. That theory didn't happen before that. The theory happened after. I really hadn't put all that together at that time.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, sir. Maybe we put this up on the Elmo there. I know you can't see the blood too well there, but that's the direction you said it was going, correct?
That's correct.
Those are your marks on there.
That's correct.
All right. Now, that's a little better close-up of those two stains, isn't it, sir?
Yes, it appears to be.
Yes, sir.
I don't know what perspective that is, but it appears to be.
All right. And just so we're all clear, we got one here. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. We got one there.
Yes,
And one there.
that's correct.
All right. Can we blow those up, please, Mr. Maher? Yeah, sir. That one is going down, isn't it?
That's correct.
And that one is going up, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Your testimony is that little tail there doesn't indicate that that's going up?
No, it does not. That is not a tail indicative, as you see from above, of directionality. And actually, that drop appears to be a very low force drop that has basically just hit and kind of run just a bit.
All right. Can we go to the next photo? See that one in the corner there?
I cannot.
You can't see that? Can we blow that one up? See it now?
Yes.
That one's heading that way, correct?
I can't tell that that's blood. That doesn't appear to me to be the blood drop that I was looking at previously. That's not what's drawn on my diagrams for that. So I couldn't say.
Well, let's go back to your diagrams then, sir. Of course, the problem with that one is it's sort of going in conjunction. I mean, those are sort of converging, right? That one there.
Well, if that were the blood drop.
Right.
But
then you'd be wrong about your conclusion.
Well, what I would say is that's not the blood drop.
Right.
How's that?
That's fine. Can we back that up? So it's your testimony that right there is not a blood drop?
I can't say. It's not one that I depicted on my diagram, and I can't. That's not a photograph I have viewed. I don't know what the perspective was, or I don't know what the perspective is, or the time when it was taken.
Now, let me ask you this, sir. In your diagram that you just alluded to, you don't say anything about cast off, do you?
No, I do not.
As a matter of fact, what you say is no origin, because origin is from above, right?
That's correct. May I explain?
Well, I just asked you what you said here.
I answered that. May I explain?
Yes, sir.
That was put on my diagram. What that means is that there's no point where that can come back to. All of it is coming down from above. So what's happened is it's arced up and coming down. If you were to go back and try to find the origin, you'd find some place up in space where it has arced over. These were general observations of these drops at the time, and I didn't have an idea of what that was yet.
I see, and you didn't form that idea until after you did your experiments?
No, that was formed after studying my diagrams and taking a look at the scene as a whole. And what I saw is when I came to a conclusion as to what had produced that stain.
Now, do we have those reports? Just so we're clear, no cast off is mentioned in your initial diagrams at the scene, right, that you did right there on December 9th?
That's correct.
And then you did a report. Let me just finish my question. That was dictated on January 25th and typed on February 1st about your observations, correct?
That's correct.
And in paragraph A of that report, you talk about the hallway, right?
I do.
And nowhere in that report does it say anything about cast off.
That's correct.
So at least as of a month and a half after you had been inside the scene, at the time you were finalizing your report of what you saw, you still hadn't come to the opinion that it was cast off, right?
That's correct.
And you did a final report on October 7th, did you not?
What would that be? The conclusions?
Yes, sir.
That is correct.
Now, that's Exhibit 115, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what that is, it's entitled Bloodstain Pattern Examination Conclusions.
That's correct.
And it says examination of the stairwell at 1810 Cedar Street, Durham, right?
Correct.
Clothing provided by the Durham Police Department, right?
Correct.
And tests conducted on clothing and carpeted props produced the following conclusions, right?
That's correct.
And nowhere in this report of your conclusions does it say anything about cast off in the hallway. does it?
That's correct. Can I explain?
Yes, sir.
SBA, State Bureau of Investigation policy does not allow opinions in their reports. These conclusions are based on facts that I see. Being conservative and being cautious, it was my opinion that stain on those walls is a cast-off stain. I have a very strong opinion about that, but I was being very cautious about that.
Well, you have opinions in here, don't you, sir? Let me back up. Your testimony is that there's a policy at the SBI not to allow an expert to give opinions in reports. Is that your testimony?
That's my testimony.
So if we have reports from other agents at the SBI lab where they give opinions, that would be against SBI policy?
They would be conclusions based on work. An opinion is something that you have which is beyond that, and the court will rule whether you are able to give that opinion or not at the time of trial.
So you're distinguishing between a conclusion and an opinion?
Yes.
Okay, could you explain that to me?
Yes, the conclusion would be based on the facts that are seen at the case and they would be based on facts. An opinion in this example would be something where you put those facts together to how do you put all those facts together?
Well, in these conclusions here, you were putting all the facts together, weren't you?
For instance?
Well, bloodstains in the air in the stairwell. You say examination of the stairwell, the clothing, and the tests. All three produce the following conclusions, right?
Okay.
And then you say, for example, bloodstains in the stairwell were consistent with impacts to a source of blood in various positions and heights inside the stairwell, right? That's an opinion you have and that you've expressed here today or yesterday, right?
No, that's not an opinion. That would be a conclusion. An opinion would be how those impacts occurred. Those impacts did occur. Those stains are there. They were tested for. That would be factual. That would be a conclusion of the evidence.
All right, well, would it be a conclusion then to say bloodstains in the hallway were consistent with cast-off from a weapon? Would that be a conclusion?
It could be, but I left that for an opinion. So being conservative and cautious.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean being conservative and cautious. You said you held it strongly, right?
I do, but that's based on experience and things that I've seen in these types of scenes many times.
Well, isn't all your testimony based, at least in part, on your experience?
My opinions are.
And your conclusions aren't?
The conclusions are based on the facts of the evidence that I saw in this scene.
Well, what you do, correct me if I'm wrong, is you take the facts and you filter them through your experience to reach a conclusion, don't you?
Ask that again, please.
Don't you take whatever facts you see and filter them through your experience to reach a conclusion?
No, my conclusions here are the facts at looking at the scene and studying it, and were simply stated as this scene has the following conclusions about it. It has transfer stains, it has impact stains, it has these things that are there and are factual. Those things which I feel a bit cautious about, I save those for my opinion, which I am able to give.
So the things you're less certain about, you put in opinions?
Yes. And that's based on experience and all the facts that I see in the scene.
And of course, we've already established that when you did your experiments, even though you weren't apparently as sure about this cast off as you were about other things, you didn't bother to test for that, did you?
No, may I explain?
I guess.
Well, I did not. Looking at the drops themselves, inline pattern, the medium, and all produced what was, in my opinion, a cast-off stain. I produced cast-off stains many times in testing, and so my experience for that testing went to that already. It was not necessary to do that again, nor to build the whole house to try to do that.
Well, you're aware that we've hired experts to look at the scene, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware that they have different opinions than you have, right?
I don't know about that.
You've not read Dr. Lee's report?
I have read his report, but it's hard to tell from that report what his opinion is.
Well, he was pretty clear that his opinion was that the scene was not consistent with a beating. That was stated pretty clearly, wasn't it?
Objection to whatever somebody else's opinion is. Overruled.
I don't remember.
We'll get to that in a second. Wouldn't it have been helpful in defending your opinion against other experts to have done some experiments so you could show that your opinion was correct? I mean, that was the whole purpose of the experiments, right? To confirm your theory?
The experiments were produced to confirm some of the patterns in the scene. And those are the things that I set up. Again, the purpose of those was basically to answer the question, are these impacts on surfaces or are they impacts in other places? The other stains that I find in the scene, I looked at carefully to provide additional information and to help me in conclusions and opinions. But the experiments in and of themselves were primarily based on determining and taking a look at that question, which was what was posed to me by the Durham Police Department.
Now, of course, you know that head wounds bleed profusely, correct?
I know from common experience in having children who have had injuries and my own injuries that can be the case, but specifically, I couldn't comment on specific wounds.
Well, you have commented on how head wounds bleed in other cases, haven't you?
I don't remember that I have. I may have commented specifically about a specific case.
Good Lord, he's creepy. He is so creepy. You see the way? You guys, this is how I am in the morning. I'm just goofy in the morning. Do you see the way he turns his head? So he's looking at Rudolph. And then when he goes to look at the jury, he's creepy.
Where in consultation with someone I was told about that.
Well, can we go to the Wright transcript? You did testify in a case involving a defendant named Wright, didn't you?
I don't remember.
Sherrod Tijon Wright, 1999 case. Remember that?
No, I do not.
You testified March 14th of 2001. Didn't you?
Sir, if I could read that, maybe that would help me. I testify in lots of cases.
Okay, would you see your name right there?
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
No. May I read it? Thank you.
All right, Mr. Deputy, why don't we take a 10-minute break? Yes, sir.
Mr. Deaver, over the break, you had a chance to read or review the transcript of State of North Carolina versus Sherrod Tijon Wright, correct?
Yes.
That was a case that was heard in March 2001 in Lake County, was it not?
Yes.
And it's a case in which you testified.
Yes, it is.
And can we go to page 2823? Can you blow up that lines 6 through 18? In that, you were asked, may we have can I have mine on, please? Thank you. You were asked, with regard to the head and that being a blow force, is that an area that bleeds more or less than other parts of the body, correct?
That's correct.
That's a DA asking you that, right?
Yes.
And you didn't have any hesitation in answering that question at the time, did you?
No, I gave my opinion on that.
And what you said was the head generally bleeds rather profusely, correct?
From my experience.
Well, you actually went on to describe the only thing between the surface and the skull is a real thin skin, and there's blood vessels in between the skull and that. So when you get any kind of blow, it bleeds rather profusely.
Yes, I was outlining the reason that I believe the way I did for that.
And you've also testified, have you not, that head wounds can cause a severe loss of blood?
It can.
And of course, you do know from the amount of blood and spatter in the stairway there that Kathleen Peterson was alive for some time after she began to bleed, right?
It would be my opinion that she was alive for some time based on the different positions that her body was in when impacts occurred and other stains were produced. I don't have an opinion on how long that would be, but there would be some time assigned to that.
And indeed, the heart, I mean, part of the reason blood keeps flowing is because the heart is beating, correct? Once the heart stops beating, the only blood that's going to flow is draining blood, correct?
That sounds reasonable.
Now, of course, and I think you've testified to this yesterday, there's no way to tell exactly what Kathleen Peterson did during the time that she was bleeding and was alive, correct?
Well, I can tell some things about it, and that would be based on the transfer stains, especially on the south door frame, that her head was down near the bottom or on the step. And that probably occurred at a time different than when her body came to rest, where it was seen in the photograph. Her body was in other places in there when it was being impacted, and so there are some things that are going on while bloodshed is occurring. But that's all I'd be able to say.
Okay. So my question was, there's no way for you to tell exactly what she did during that time, and the answer would be correct, right?
That's correct.
For example, you know who Bart Epstein is, right?
Yes, I do.
He saw spatter on the north wall. Well, let me ask you this. Did anyone?
Every time they say Bart Epstein, I think of the Epstein-Barr virus that causes, what's it called? Mono. I'm thinking kissing sickness. Like, because they call it kissing sickness because you get it through bodily fluids. I remember in high school, her whole basketball team got it one year because they share those same water bottle. The whole basketball team. And the cheerleaders too, I think. And I thought I got it because I was friends with one of the cheerleaders. So I thought that she had passed it to me just by like drinking from each other's drink. And it was probably the onset of fibromyalgia in my teens, and I didn't realize it. But I thought I had mono too. The whole basketball team got it. but it's the Epstein-Barr virus. So every time they say Bard Epstein, that's where my head goes. Mono.
That you're familiar with, that you consulted with, see stains on that north wall that was consistent with blood being cast off from hair.
Does anyone that I know say anything about that?
Anyone that you consulted with, anyone who you talked with in any way about this case, give you an opinion that they believe there was spatter on the north wall that was consistent with blood being cast off of Kathleen Peterson's hair.
Objection to someone else's opinion.
Overruled.
I have read a report that has that stated in it. What I'd like to say is that there was no consultation between myself and those individuals. I simply provided materials for them to be able to use in this case. And they did ask me questions about the case factually, but consultation, there was none. And in the report on the review of these materials, there was a statement that was provided for that.
Okay, and I didn't mean to get into a report. I wasn't trying to ask you about a report. When I talk about consult, well, let me ask you this. When you say there was no consultation, you did speak with some other expert, right?
That's correct. May I explain?
Yes, sir.
Consultation would be a communication. What do you see? To me, what do you see? What did you do? What do you see? And it would be a collaborative effort. That's what consultation would be. I would simply ask questions. What materials are provided? What things could I get from you to be able to make a review of this case? We didn't consult. We didn't make a collaborative effort on that. So,
all right, sir. But you did speak.
Yes.
Now,
Yeah, that whole way he turns his head is Michael Myers.
you spent a lot of time yesterday
If you don't know who Michael Myers is, he's the serial killer in Halloween.
talking about these experiments that you did, right?
Yes.
And I think one of the things you did in terms of conducting experiments was to have a model built to scale, to size, that was a replica of the bottom of the Peterson stairway, right?
Yes.
You spent $7,700 to have that built, did you not?
I didn't. That was provided for me. I don't know how much money was spent.
And that's still available, right?
Yes, it is.
If you wanted to bring that in and show it to the jury, you could have.
Yes.
But for whatever reason, you chose not to, right?
Yes.
Now, what you did was you got this stairway, and then you set up, with regard to the stairway, blood sources where you believed the spatter showed that Kathleen Peterson had been hit with this blow poker, right? Is that what you did?
The blow poke had no bearing on how I set the experiments up. The blow poke was an instrument provided to me by Detective Holland to look at in comparison to those marks on the steps. My experiments were based on spatters that I found in the scene, and my experiments were done to look at those patterns and make confirmations on those. A specific weapon was not taken into account. I don't know what that is. I know that blow poke is not the weapon. It was provided to them by somebody else.
Okay, my question was, I didn't mean to distract you with the blow poker. You set up blood sources where you believed the spatter at the scene showed that Kathleen Peterson had been hit with something, right?
Yes, we did set up where we found our points, where I found my points of origin. I did set up to impact again to take a look at those.
And you conducted a number of experiments in that regard, right?
Yes.
And I think you said the purpose was to see if you could recreate some of the spatter patterns based on your theory of what had happened, right?
That's correct.
Yes, but it wasn't until years later. Michael Peterson was in prison for 8 years before it came out. I forgot the guy's name. He was out smoking drugs with a friend. They were in his truck and they were parked in a cul-de-sac where I guess there were abandoned houses. I don't know if there were abandoned houses or they were building houses. But anyway, someone had dumped, probably more abandoned, because if they were building houses, a body would have been found faster. So it must have been like in old abandoned houses on the cul-de-sac. And someone had dumped a woman's body out there. And he and his friend were out there smoking crack, and his truck got stuck. And they saw the body, and they didn't want to call it in because they were afraid they would be blamed. So they just took off and left the truck. And then the guy that owned the truck, for some reason, came back. And the police were there. Someone, I guess, called it in that there was a body there. And so he went back and the police were there and he told them, "That's my truck." And Deaver said that there was blood from that victim on this man's truck. And there wasn't. So because of that, he ended up going to prison. And his lawyer, I don't know how she figured it out, but she figured it out that this guy lied and he got exonerated and released because he was totally innocent. And that was the foundation for this case getting overturned. I don't know for sure if he did anything wrong in this case. But there were also other cases that they found where he had withheld evidence. So basically, it's take everything with a grain of salt that this guy says, because he does what he can to help the prosecution. So I don't know if specifically on this case he lied, but because you can't trust him and his lawyer asked for a new trial, he got a new trial. And the jury even said that a lot of their decision was because of this guy. And since you can't trust him, they decided to give him a new trial. And then Michael Peterson decided, well, they did a hearing to dismiss. And in the hearing to dismiss, they talked about all the mishandled evidence. And the judge, because it couldn't be retested, and the judge did not dismiss the case. And so that's when Michael Peterson decided to take the offered plea. So he didn't have to go through another trial. And he'd already served 8 years in prison. And so basically, he got time served for voluntary manslaughter.
Also to test some alternative theories or explanations, right?
That's correct.
And you considered those experiments to be scientifically valid, correct?
Again, in the realm of a blood spatter. In other words,
oh, and he got fired.
A bloodstain pattern analyst would rely on his education and experience to set up those experiments so that they would be relative to that field.
Well, were they scientifically valid or not scientifically valid?
Yes, may I explain?
Yes.
Again, they are scientifically valid in the realm of bloodstain pattern analysis, and also for this specific set of events. It is not research in bloodstain pattern analysis. It's actually testing to confirm stains. That's what that's about. It's not a research project into bloodstain pattern analysis. So it's relative to the facts that we have here and the things that we're looking at and the answering that question that was posed in this situation.
And you relied on these experiments in reaching your opinions, did you not?
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, there were several opinions that you've testified to in front of this jury that you wouldn't have testified to without those experiments, correct?
Yes.
For example, your opinion that either the shoes or the source of blood or both were in motion during impacts, that was an opinion that you gave only because of the experiment, right?
Yes. May I explain?
Yes.
The blood stains on the shoes did show that the source of bleeding was above the shoes and in front of the shoes. However, I had directionality, for instance, on one side of the shoe in different directionalities. And so a source was over here and a source was over here. And to be able to confirm that, I did the experiments and to see what those blood stains would look like.
And for example, your opinion about the cause of the spatter inside Mr. Peterson's shorts, that was an opinion you wouldn't have given without the experiments.
Yes. I also did the experiments to show if blood could actually go up in there and how that would come to be. Yes.
And just so we're clear, you would not have given the opinion about how the blood got in the shorts without having done the experiment. You relied on the experiment to give that opinion, correct?
Yes, on the inside of the shorts. Now, the outside of the shorts is a different matter.
Yes, sir. I'm talking about the inside.
That's correct.
Indeed, in another case you've testified in, you were not able to say how some spatters got inside the sleeve of a coat, right? Do you remember that case?
No, I don't.
State versus Good. Do you remember that?
Yes.
One of the issues in that case was how some spatters got inside somebody's sleeve. Remember that?
That's correct.
And what you testified to in that case was that there were just too few spatters to make a determination that those spatters inside the sleeve were caused by an impact, right?
I don't remember specifically, if I might explain.
Yes, sir.
I do remember that this was an outside scene and there were no spatters on some target somewhere to relate to this clothing. In other words, all I had were a set of clothing in this case, and so the circumstances were different.
Well, what you testified to in Good, we're talking about spatters inside a sleeve, right? Right?
I don't remember specifically, but I would assume you're right.
Well, do you remember that the issue was that the person on trial had no spatters on him at all, and co-defendants had spatters up their sleeve?
Objection to the relevance.
So, I think I'm going to get there. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the specifics of the case. I just don't.
And in that case, you said that there were too few to make a determination about whether they were caused by impact, didn't you?
I would assume so if you have the transcripts.
Well, sir, did you also testify that those spatters inside a sleeve could be, quote, consistent with a lot of things? Do you remember that?
No, not specifically.
You always have something up your sleeve. Don't even.
For example, didn't you say you were asked whether the stains on this person, Chris Good, could be consistent with loading a body? whether the spatter inside the sleeve could be consistent with loading a body into a pickup truck. And your answer was, well, in asking in general terms, it could be consistent with a lot of things. Do you remember that?
No.
Now, in designing your experiments, you didn't consult with anyone outside the SBI?
No, I did not.
You didn't review any scientific literature on experiment design?
No, I did not, except for the literature in one of the books that relates to experimentation, and it stated that that you must have a purpose or a statement, which we have answering one specific question, that you review your experiment design with others, which we did, that you be conservative in your work, and that you take into account as many of the facts relevant to the case as you can, which we did.
Now, of course, in order to conduct any kind of experiment, including a blood spatter experiment, the first thing that you have to do, or at least one of the first things that you have to do, is identify the variables that can affect exactly how a spatter pattern may look, right?
That's not something that I have seen in the literature in dealing with it.
Well, you know that how blood spatter appears, the patterns that are created, the size of the drops that are created, are affected by various variables. You know that, don't you?
Say that again.
Oh my God.
Well, would you agree? You're familiar with this book here, Blood Spatter Interpretation?
No.
Yeah. You have this more? Actually, hold on a second. You familiar with the North Carolina Justice Academy?
Yes, I am.
I mean, I use this and then substitute when I find the copy. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 185 and ask you whether you've ever seen this book called Blood Spatter Interpretation, published by the North Carolina Justice Academy.
No, I have not.
You don't have a copy of this in your
No, I don't.
library. Well, let me ask you whether you would agree with the following statement. In general, if all other, can we put this up on the board? Thank you. Smart. Can you blow up that middle paragraph there? See that highlighted in red? In general, if all other factors affecting the amount of impact spatter are constant, increasing the force of impact increases the quantity of small diameter spatters. You agree with that, right?
Yes, I do.
And then the next sentence is, attempts to relate the size of the stain to the amount of force may be invalid because several other factors significantly affect the stain size. You agree with that, don't you?
No, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
No, I don't.
You know that this is the book that's used to train people all over the state in blood spatter interpretation.
No, I don't know that.
Okay, can we go up to the paragraph above that? Do you agree with the statement, the amount of blood available for spatter, the force of the impact, and the shape of the object striking the impact site will determine the number, size, and shape of the resulting blood stains? Do you agree with that?
I believe that it can have, that those factors can have an effect on that in general terms, but they are not, well, like I said, I believe that they can have an effect.
Those are variables, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And those are the things you have to control for when you're doing any kind of test or experiment, right?
Well, again, this is not a research project. This is taking into account the facts that you have in the case. Controlling for all these types of variables would be much akin to looking for a needle in a haystack, I would say. And so, again, it's not a research project or a strict endeavor like that. It's a very different type of thing.
Well, you keep saying it's not a research project. You understand that Michael Peterson's life is on the line here.
Objection. Sustained.
Did you treat this less seriously than you would a research project?
Objection to relevant. Overruled.
I treated this extremely seriously and did everything within my knowledge and my power to come to conclusions that were based in fact and also based in my experience, and to do the work to the best of my ability. I spent a great deal of time on this work, and yes, I took it very seriously. I take my job very seriously. I take the work that I do very seriously, and my responsibility very seriously to do this.
And did you take this as seriously as you would take a research project?
I took this every bit as seriously as any research project I've ever worked on.
All right, sir. Now, the variables that existed in that stairway there were variables in that stairway on December 9th, weren't there?
Well, give me some examples.
Well, for example, the location of the source of blood was a variable. It could have been anywhere in that stairway, right?
In reference to what?
In reference to the stairway. Before you started looking, the location of the source of blood was a variable. You didn't know where it was. You had to try to find it. It was variable, right?
I just really don't understand what you're discussing as a variable. There were places where impacts had occurred in this crime scene. That's not a variable. They're either impacts in one place or they're impacts in another. And when you find those, they're not variables. They're just places. They're
right.
Points of origin for blood spatter.
Let's talk then about the amount of force used in an impact. The amount of force used in an impact can affect the size of the spatter, correct?
Yes, and in general terms, the greater the force, the smaller the drops of blood, as we have discussed previously.
I wasn't asking you what the effect was. I was simply trying to establish that the amount of force is a variable, right?
Yes.
The amount of blood available to be spattered is a variable.
That's correct.
The surface of the source of blood, for example, whether it has hair or no hair, is a variable.
That would be correct.
The number of impacts is a variable.
Well, I would say no to that. There are a certain number of impacts that occurred in that scene. That's not variable. I determined some of those impacts. I wasn't able to determine all of those impacts. That would not be a variable. That's just a fact on how many those are. I gave a minimum number of those impacts on the conclusions that I gave.
And you've read the autopsy report, right?
That's correct.
You know there was no fractured skull.
That's correct.
You know there were no brain contusions.
I don't remember that.
But wouldn't that be important to you in determining how much impact to use on a blow?
No. My purpose for reading the autopsy report was to look specifically for the evidence of expirated blood coming out of the nose or the mouth as a result of making making certain spatters. I also was interested on where the injuries that created blood were for determining where my points of where my source of blood was for the point of impact. For the purpose of producing staining, I don't relate the injury itself to the amount of force. That's something that I can't, that I don't deal with. What I look at are the blood stains themselves for their general characteristics. Are they very small? Are they medium size? Are they large? And can assign a general force to those, how they specifically occurred in relationship to an injury like the brain or whatever. That's not something that I could accomplish.
So you didn't know that there were no brain contusions?
Don't remember that.
Or no intracranial hemorrhages?
I don't remember that.
Or no swelling of the brain?
I don't remember that fact either.
Well, let's go to the, I'm going to divide these experiments up into what we will call the impact experiments inside the stairway, and then the other experiments, all right, outside. You with me?
Yes.
And just so we're clear about this, you did videotape these, right?
Yes, I did.
But you turned the sound off, right?
That's correct.
And why did you turn the sound off?
That's a general procedure for doing forensic type videotaping. The sound is left off. It is simply a video record of what was accomplished.
Well, wouldn't it have been helpful in evaluating how you were going about doing this to be able to hear what you were saying to the other people and what they were saying to you in order for the jury now to be able to evaluate how valid these tests were?
The videotape was not made to determine how valid the tests were. The videotape was my idea to provide an opportunity for other experts to take a look at that work. There is no requirement to do that. That was done on my idea in the effort to be fair, and so that's what that production was about. It's simply a record of what was accomplished there so that others could take a look at that work.
Right. Now, you've talked several times about your efforts to be fair.
If you wanted other people to look at it to see how you did it, wouldn't it have been better for you to be talking through the process so other people could see exactly what you did and how you did it? Because a lot of times video is not enough. Like, you know, those YouTube videos where they're trying to explain to you how to do things and they do something and then they just tap at it or point to it? Those videos drive me crazy. Why are you not talking? Talk and tell me what you're tapping at and what you mean. I hate those videos. If you're trying to teach somebody something, tell us what you're doing.
I appreciate that and how the video was a part of that. But of course, you described these experiments to the jury during your direct, but you didn't show the video, right?
No.
All right. Can we go to that first clip from the video? And I'm going to ask you to look at this and tell me if it's part of your video. Let's stop it right there for a second. Now, that's a portion of the mock stairway, right?
Yes.
And that's a SBI agent putting blood on a sponge that's placed where you say that first point of origin was, right?
Yes, and if I might point out, this is a good shot here. You'll see the person putting the blood on the sponge has one step into the stairwell. By striking that sponge, they would be able to swing, and in my opinion, be able to swing an arc out of that, producing a
Oh, really?
cast off. Yes.
So your testimony is that someone standing right there inside the stairwell, bringing that back, wouldn't hit the doorway? Is that your testimony?
You would not have to hit the doorway. That is my opinion.
So you didn't do any experiment to confirm that?
No, we took a look at that, but we did not do an experiment.
Now, I think you said that your opinion is that there wouldn't have been very much blood available at the time this particular blow was struck because it would have been one of the first blows, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, let me rephrase it. Because there was very little spatter, very little blood, it would be your opinion that it was early on in this beating. Is that fair?
Yes, it would be my opinion because of the light amount of blood involved in the cast off and the spatter on that west wall. That could have been a series of events that occurred very early on. In other words, the injuries were not severe enough to create a lot of bleeding. That's something that I have seen, looked for in the past and have seen. And when I found that here, it could have been that this was the beginning or close to the beginning of an assault because of the amount of blood there. Later on, you will find more blood and more impacts. And up in the corner of the north and the east wall,
Sure,
where you find a lot.
Let me interrupt you for just 1 second. My question went to the west wall, not the north and east wall. So if you could, I'm happy to have you explain, but if you could limit your explanation to the question I asked, I would appreciate it.
Well, my explanation included the north and the east wall corner as a reference point for why I said the west wall was the way it was.
Okay. In any event, did you only put a little bit of blood on there? On that sponge, so that we were sort of approximating the beginning of an attack?
I do not remember exactly how much blood was placed on there.
Well, let's take a look. But are you giving directions there about how much blood to put on?
I don't remember.
It'd be helpful if we had some sound to refresh our recollection, right?
If I might, you will note that the blood.
Sir, this is cross-examination, so I ask questions.
Objection.
Well, Your Honor, I didn't ask a question.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to go to lunch at this time. Remember the instructions that I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, even among yourselves. Stay clear of the parties. Don't read about the case. Don't watch TV about the case. And we'll see you at 12:45. Yes, sir, Mr. Harden, you have an objection.
If Mr. Rudolph doesn't like the way the witness is testifying or the manner in which he's doing that, he doesn't need to instruct him. All he has to do is ask the court. I object to Mr. Rudolph engaging him personally, trying to provide him with instructions about how to testify.
Well, it is cross-examination, Mr. Harden, and it's not like the state won't get an opportunity to redirect and to ask the witness to go through whatever explanations that he can. I think Mr. Rudolph is, as best he can, trying to get the witness to answer in a yes or no manner and allow him some explanation. But I mean, going to another wall, even though it was included in his analysis, might be going a little far. But you know, you all are very experienced attorneys. This is a very experienced witness. I think y'all know how this procedure is supposed to go.
And my specific point was that
he didn't cut off a lawyer fight. He just let the jury go to lunch so he could do it. So they could have the lawyer fight.
If I'm showing a video and there's no question that's been put to Mr. Deaver, he certainly has testified long enough and frequently enough to know that you don't volunteer information when there's no question that's been posed to you. And so I'd ask the court to specifically instruct Mr. Deaver, number one, not to volunteer information if no question has been put to him, and number two, to limit his explanations to the questions that have been put to him. And I'd ask the court very specifically to instruct him.
What about that, Mr. Harden? What was he getting ready to elaborate on when there was no question asked?
No, I'm not sure, but I think that he was trying to continue
It's
to
your
elaborate.
witness,
Well, I know that, and I don't know what's in his head other than what I'm observing. And what I'm observing is that I believe that.
But you do see what the problem is that
Yes,
the court has to deal with if the witness starts to point out things and on cross-examination, no question was asked. That's the problem. So I would instruct the witness certainly not to answer a question that wasn't asked, but now as to the extent of his elaboration on some things, I just have to hear what it is that he's asking. And in some cases, Mr. Rudolph may have asked a witness a question that maybe he wouldn't have asked a certain way. But I mean, I think his cross-examination is perfectly within the bounds and perfectly reasonable. I mean, the things he's trying to point out to the witness. So I certainly don't want to stop the witness from fully answering the question, but maybe we just have to do it on a case by question basis, not a case by case, but a question by question basis. Anyway, you all have done this 1,000 times, including the witness. So we're just going to do it the way we always do it.
Yes, sir.
So you talk to your witness, Mr. Rudolph is going to tailor his questions.
Are you talking about Hardin, the prosecutor? Me too, and I cannot place it. It's driving me nuts.
As best he can to get the witness to answer like he teaches in his classes. Yes or no answer. That's what he's trying to get from the witness. I think the witness knows that. And the witness knows that you will have an opportunity when Mr. Rudolph finishes to clear up any questions that you may have. That's what redirect is for. That's why you get that opportunity. There's nothing different about this case that we're going to change all the rules of lawyering.
Nope.
12:45.
Hey, Carla. Still prosecution. Lots of outside the presence of the jury because Rudolph wants to talk to everyone out to the jury before they talk in front of the jury for some reason. But whatever.
Anderson, about this cast-off stuff here. Your opinion about cast-off in the hallway is based on these 4 photographs and your notes, correct?
Yes, and my observations at the scene.
C.
Yes.
And could we put up page 4 of Exhibit 180? Now, Defendant's 180, page 4, is that a copy of the notes that you drew there at the scene with regard to the hallway?
Yes, it is.
That's the sum total of it, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates that there are 2 drops on the header there at 114 inches.
That's correct.
And are those meant to indicate directionality, those little lines?
Yes.
All right. And then we've got another three drops. That's on that west wall opposite the stairwell, right?
Yes.
And are those meant to indicate directionality?
Yes.
And is that top one then, this one right here, Is the direction of that going that way?
Yes.
And these over here, these are going that way?
That's correct.
And is it your testimony that those came from a single cast-off?
Yes.
And all you put in terms of the origin was no origin because origin is from above, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't try to do any stringing on those?
No.
All right, thank you. Now, with regard to the experiments you did, I think you testified here in court for the jury that the spatter that you found on the west wall of the stairway, that would be on the right side of the stairway as you're coming up, right?
That's correct.
The spatter that you found in this area over here was pretty small, right?
Yes, it was.
And I think you've repeatedly indicated that small indicates a really forceful impact, right?
Well, small. No.
No? Haven't you repeatedly in front of this jury said small spatter is a forceful impact?
No. May I explain?
Yes, sir.
What I've said is that small is an indication of force, that generally the more force applied, the smaller the drops.
Okay. And in doing your experiment, one of the things you were trying to do was to see if you could recreate the type of spatter on the test wall, right?
Yes.
All right, can we go to the video? Yeah, that's okay. Now that's the agent putting blood in there, right?
Yes.
And could you stop there for a second? Do you know how much blood she put on there?
No, I don't.
Well, how did you determine how much blood to use?
Well, simply the amount of blood was to produce an impact. And so basically we wanted the sponge to have enough blood on it to be a source of blood. So there was no specific determination.
Well, you're aware that the amount of blood is a variable that can affect the spatter pattern, right?
Yes, it can.
But you didn't make any kind of determination about how much blood to use on this particular experiment?
No, I did not.
And do you even know how much was used?
No, I do not.
Did you make any notations about that?
No, I did not.
If we wanted to have an expert come in and review this, would there be any way for that expert to know how much blood you use on that sponge?
No.
All right. You can play it. Now, I noticed, stop it there for a second. I noticed that there's sort of a doorway there, right?
Yes.
Does that go all the way up to a header?
I'm sorry.
Does that doorway, this area right here, does that go all the way up to a header? Or did it just...
It stopped at the top of the doorway, I believe. Yes.
You didn't bother constructing a header there?
No.
Wouldn't it have been useful to construct a header to sort of test your theory? Would that not have been useful?
No.
Okay. But surely the carpenters could have constructed a header there if you had told them to, right?
They could have, yes.
But you didn't instruct them to do that.
No, I did not.
All right, you can play the video. By the way, let's stop it there. Do you know how much room there is from there to the back wall in that stairway?
It would be roughly 40 inches.
All right, so it would be pretty much impossible. I guess a person could choke up like this and hit somebody, but it'd be pretty much impossible to stand in anywhere in that stairway, inside the stairway, and hit somebody with this, right?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, okay. Well, hit somebody with this where you have that source of blood.
No, I would not say that.
All right, you can play it. Now, I noticed that you told her to stop putting blood on it, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Any particular reason you told her to stop at that point?
I was watching as she did that, and when, I
You felt like you had enough?
Yes.
All right. Now, that's you in the lower left-hand corner there, right?
That's correct.
And what you have in your hand there, can we stop that? Is that a metal thing?
That's a metal rod.
A metal rod?
Yes.
What was it made out of, do you know?
Metal.
I mean, what kind of metal?
No, I don't know.
Was it solid metal?
Yes.
Do you know how much it weighed?
It was heavy. It was probably steel.
But you didn't weigh it?
No.
All right. Stop it right there. Now, first of all, how did you determine that you were going to strike that source of blood from behind the stairway instead of where you think it actually occurred?
Why did I make that determination?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to see what it would do from that side.
And why is that?
Just simply as an observation.
So you'd rather see it from that side than from the side you thought it happened from?
Yes.
And I noticed that. Can we go back for a second?
This is the birthday.
A little bit more. Okay, let's just replay that again. Let's watch how high you go. I notice you go about that high, right? That amount of force?
About that much.
Can we play through? Like that. Right? Stop it.
That's correct.
And is that the amount of force that you say created that spatter on that west wall?
No.
Well, why did you choose that amount of force?
I was simply creating an impact spatter on the wall to go back and look at and see what it looked like, and also for the purpose of finding a point of origin.
Well, were the spatters that you created on that west wall the same size as the spatters that were in the original scene?
No.
They weren't?
They were a bit bigger.
These were bigger?
Yes, a little bit.
How much bigger?
I'm sorry, they were roughly about the same size. Oh,
Well, actually, they were a little smaller, weren't they?
no, they'd be roughly the same size.
Well, just so we know what we're looking at here, the drops that you saw on the west wall, which you labeled small drops in your... Can we have diagram eyes up there? Now, keep going. I and D. I'm sorry. Keep going. That, you're right there. See where it says west wall small drops?
Yes.
And we see like length and width, length 3, 2.6, 2.3, 1.4, right?
Yes.
And that's what you consider to be small drops under 3 milliliters, under 3 millimeters, right?
Yes, may I explain?
Yes, sir.
Actually, when you're looking at the size of the drops, it would be the width, not the length. The width is the size of the drop when it hits the wall, and the length is as it goes along the wall. So actually, you're looking at what the width is for elongated drops. You wouldn't use the length of that to do that.
Okay. So with regard to width, it's 1.8, 0.7, and 1, right?
That's correct.
And then the ones in the experiment were, a couple of them were 0.5, right? Width.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the north wall. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm sorry. So we had at least one that was 0.6, right? Or
Yes, 1.9, 0.8. Roughly the same size in the width, a little bit shorter in the length, which would indicate that less force was applied.
and basically what you got was the same size drops as what was in the west wall of the house, right? Essentially. From that amount of force, right?
Well, it was from that height, but it was some force to it, yes.
Is that? Well, we can judge from the video,
Sure.
I guess. Okay. Now, how did you determine the amount of force to use? Well, what did you base that on?
I was just simply recreating a stain on the wall, creating an impact.
So in other words, you used enough force that you thought, from your experience, would be necessary to, in essence, recreate the size of the drops on the west wall.
No.
Well, how did you determine the amount of force to use on your backswing?
I made no determination about that. The purpose of that was to what I was looking for was a point of origin. I had found a point of origin in the scene, and I was recreating that point of origin. The specific size of those drops I was not particularly interested in. I was interested in what they looked like because of doing it from one side or the other to see what it was. But for that, I wanted to recreate a stain and then go back and pull strings to check that place where that happened. That's what that was for.
Now, of course, the bloody source that you were hypothesizing was in that particular point of origin was a head, right?
That's correct.
With hair.
Yes.
And later on in some of these experiments, you actually used a styrofoam head, correct?
Yes.
With a wig on it, right?
I believe I did, yes.
Why didn't you do that here?
I was simply recreating an impact spatter.
And my question is, why didn't you do it with the wig? You're aware that hair can affect the spatter pattern. You know that, right?
Yes, it can.
And so why didn't you do it with the wig on?
It wasn't necessary for what I was trying to show there.
Now, you were wearing a white protective suit.
That's correct.
Did you get any spatter on your suit after that particular blow?
I do not believe so.
Well, when you say you don't believe so, did you document that in any way?
Well, the reason I say that is if there had been, I would have taken photographs of it as I did of the experiments yesterday.
All right. Can we go back to the next chapter? I want you to watch this and tell me what this was about, if you could. Stop it. What was that experiment?
That was an experiment.
What was that?
I don't know.
You didn't direct the agent to do that?
No.
Did you ask her what she was doing?
No.
You've seen this video, right?
Yes.
Did you wonder what that was about?
Looked like someone coughing to me.
You think she just came in there, sort of naturally coughed, and then walked out?
I can't say what she did. It looked like she walked in there for some reason, coughed, and walked back out.
Okay. In any event, that wasn't part of your experiments.
No.
Okay, can we go to the next? Oh, let's go back for a second. Actually, you did have a header in there, didn't you?
It appears so.
So you could have, if you'd wanted to, stood outside in this corner right here, right?
Yes.
And seen, for example, tested whether it was possible to get a angle such that you could actually hit that point of origin, right? You could have tested that.
Yes.
And then you could have seen it, assuming that that was true, you could have seen if the spatter would have been up on the wall or whether it would have come out more. Because, I mean, then you would have been hitting at an angle, right? An angle going right to left.
Yes.
And what you could have seen is whether, if you were hitting it from an angle right to left, whether the spatter would have gone out into the stairway as opposed to on the wall. You could have seen that at least, right?
Yes.
And of course, you also could have then seen whether, standing outside here, you could bring that weapon back and not get any spatter, any cast off on that header there, right? Assuming that it even fit through, we could have at least found out whether you would have gotten any cast off up there, right?
We could have if I had been presented with a weapon.
Well, you were using a steel rod.
Yes, as a general tool to make impact spatters. I had no weapon to use. I don't know what the weapon was in this situation.
Okay, sir. In any event, you chose not to do any of that.
Well, that's, I mean, taking my rod and doing that would have been of little use because that rod is something I picked up in my equipment for experiments, and it didn't relate to this scene.
Well, you still have that particular contraption.
He just said steel. Earlier, he just said metal. He didn't know. Remember? A metal rod. What's it made out of? Metal. He didn't know what kind of metal. Now all of a sudden it's a steel rod. This guy. Oh my God. What is his problem?
This replica, don't you?
Yes, I do.
So have you gone back before you testified in front of this jury about that cast off and tried another experiment?
No, I did not.
That could have told us something, right?
Perhaps.
Okay, can we go to the next one? Now let's stop it right there. Now you've now set this point of origin up in the northeast corner where you think one of the other points of origin was, right?
That's correct.
At the, what is that? Is that the 18-inch height?
The 19-inch height, I believe so.
All right, and now, again, we have a sponge there, right?
That's correct.
We don't have a wig there.
No, we don't.
And now she's putting blood on.
That's correct.
And how did you determine how much blood to use on this occasion?
There would have been a soaked sponge again.
A soaked sponge? And how much blood does a soaked sponge hold?
I don't know that.
All right. Can we play the video? Did you have any information about how much blood a hair could hold when you were doing this?
No, nor did I have information about how much blood was at the source when it was impacted in the scene itself.
Okay. She's still putting blood on there, right?
Yes.
Fair to say that there's a fair amount of blood being put on there?
Just to the point to soak the sponge.
All right. Can we go to the next? This should be impacts 1 through 5. Hold on. Let's stop it right there. Now, I noticed that you're sort of leaning in, and you're sort of choked up, right?
Yes.
And you're not going higher than this, right? Higher than about your parallel to your head.
That's correct.
And first of all, how did you determine that particular position?
To stay off the steps.
All right. And how did you decide to choke up at that particular point?
That would not be what that choke up looks like to me.
Okay. Well, at whatever point you choked up, how did you decide where to choke up?
I just took hold of the rod that I had.
So there wasn't any science to that, or
no.
All right. And did you see if you had brought it all the way back? You realize that when somebody's trying to beat somebody to death, they're generally speaking, they're not going like this, right, sir? Generally speaking, somebody's trying to beat somebody to death, they're not going like that, right?
Objection. Overruled. He can answer if he has an opinion.
I do have an opinion about that. These experiments were to produce impact spatters, and they were done in a controlled manner so that I didn't produce other stains with sponge flying off or doing those other things. And so they were controlled swings. I also have an opinion that people are beaten in a variety of ways. Not always in a roundhouse swing. A controlled blow allows one to hit a target and produce enough force to injure and produce impact spatter. And not all of my cases do I see roundhouse swings with a weapon.
Okay, well, my question was, is it your theory then that the way this particular beating was inflicted was by Michael Peterson standing, like sort of leaning into the doorway and going like that?
That has nothing to do with these experiments. I was simply producing an impact spatter, something hitting a source of blood, producing a pattern on the wall so that I could go back and pull my strings.
Sir, my question is, was your theory here that Michael Peterson was standing somewhere outside the stairway, leaning in and doing swings like that? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Now, if what he was doing was going back like that, if that's what he was doing, if he was trying to kill somebody and going back like that, tell the jury what that particular thing would have hit. What would it have hit?
I can't say because, again, speaking of variables, the way the weapon is held, the height of the individual, I can't say that.
Okay, sir.
So I couldn't say what it would hit if it would hit anything.
Okay.
I didn't find any evidence that it hit anything. I did find evidence that it made impacts.
Let me ask you this. If somebody was hitting a source of blood right there and they brought it back, where would the cast off go?
Again, there's many variables on that also. If the weapon were swung in not a full roundhouse swing, there probably wouldn't be a cast off. If the weapon had been cleaned in between swings, there wouldn't be a cast off.
Well, let me stop you there. In other words, if somebody was beating somebody to death and they hit him once, and then they took a towel and wiped down the weapon, and then brought it back, then there wouldn't be cast off.
That's correct.
Gotcha. But you claim you saw cast off from the weapon in the west wall.
That's correct.
But you certainly didn't see any cast off up on the ceiling inside the stairwell, did you?
No, I did not.
And you also didn't see any cast off on the header above the doorway, did you?
No, I did not.
Now, let's go ahead and play that. That's 2. Keep going. No, go back, please. No, go back a little faster, please. Okay, let's start it right there. Just play it through. Thank you. So you did 5 impacts there.
That's correct.
Now, I think you said that all you could tell from your reconstruction was that there was at least 1 there, right?
That's correct.
Why did you choose to do 5 then?
Simply to look at it.
So no particular magic assigned to that number?
No, just looking at it in comparison to what I had found.
Okay. Let's go to, by the way, did you take any photos after the first 5? Did you take any photos of that west wall so that we could now show the jury what it looked like after 5 hits?
Just a second. Yes, still photos were taken at that time.
Okay. And do we know which ones they are? Well, let me ask you, could you determine at a break which photos were taken at that point versus later on?
I might be able to.
All right, sir. Rather than taking time now, we'll see if we can do that at the break. All right, let's go to the next one. Right, let's stop it there. Let's stop. Now we've got a wig on a styrofoam head, right?
That's correct.
On some sort of a steel pole?
Yes, a metal rod.
All right, now, of course, that head is not the same mass as a human head.
No, it's not.
It's a lot lighter, right?
Yes.
And, of course, the amount of spatter is created by force, right?
That's correct.
And the amount of force is a function of mass times velocity, correct?
Yes.
That's basic physics, right?
That's correct.
There was no way for you to control, I guess, for the velocity. You had no idea how hard you thought somebody struck Kathleen Peterson's head against the floor, right?
No.
But you could have controlled for mass by using something that more closely approximated the weight of a human head, correct?
I could have.
But
May I
you didn't.
explain?
Yes, sir.
Again, this was to produce a specific type of stain. The mass had no particular bearing on that. When you produce an impact on a step, it produces a specific type of stain. And so that was not necessary for what I was particularly looking for in this case.
Well, the more mass there is, the more velocity there is, the farther the drops are going to go, right?
No.
No?
No.
All right. Now, did you give any thought to how much force you were going to use to hit this styrofoam head into the stair?
I varied the force and took a look as I was making the impacts to see what it looked like.
Actually, what you did was you sort of got a photo of the actual scene and compared it to what you had created, and then if you needed some more spatter, you did a few more hits, right?
Well, actually, what I was looking at was what was being created on the riser between 17 and 16 and the molding in there, because the information that I should have had from the scene had been removed by removing the stains on that. So I was trying to make a comparison as to what I thought should be there on that step to produce the impacts on those items.
My question was, were you not being shown the photographs at various points of the actual scene in between your doing these experiments, almost sort of like a paint by color thing? And then you would go and try to recreate what was there. And if you needed more blows, then that's what you did.
No, that's not what I did.
All right, sir.
I answered the question the first time.
Okay. You can play that. Now, was there any evidence? No. Could you go back, please? I just stop it right there. Did you have any evidence at that point that anyone's head had struck the middle of that step there?
That's actually step number 16.
Yes, sir, step 16.
And yes, there is evidence that there was an impact on that step. And what I was doing was looking at other impacts on that step for what what that riser would look like also.
Well, actually, the impact that by the way, you weren't the one who determined there was an impact on that step. Another expert determined there was an impact on that step, right?
I think I determined that also.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Is that in any of your reports?
Well, actually, what that was an opinion of mine.
Oh, I see. So that didn't make it into your report.
I can't remember specifically. If you'll allow me a second.
Sure.
It is stated in the part of my report and was part of my conclusion that
Which report are we on now, sir?
on the conclusions.
The one that's dated October 7th?
Yes.
All right, sir.
I'm sorry, I misread it here. A paragraph. It was not specifically in there.
Well, it wasn't even generally in there, was it?
Yes, it was generally in there.
Okay. In any event, wasn't it another witness, another expert, who determined that, in his opinion, there was an impact near the corner of that step?
Yes, that's correct.
And you determined that was wrong, that the impact was more in the middle of the step?
No, I was taking a look at that. I was taking a look at that as a possibility.
Well, why didn't you do the impacts in the corner where the hypothesis was that the head had hit?
That was not something that needed to be tested. It was very obvious to me.
Oh, okay. Now, that wig there, I think you testified the other day that a human hair has oils, right?
Yes.
And that those oils affect how the blood drops form on the hair?
That's correct.
And did you buy a wig with human hair?
No.
You used artificial hair.
Yes.
That doesn't have any oils, does it?
No, it does not.
So the blood's not going to beat up on that the same way, is it?
No, it doesn't.
And is there some particular reason you didn't buy a wig with human hair?
No.
All right. And by the way, do you know if a wig with artificial hair holds as much blood?
No, I don't know that.
Natural hair?
No.
What the absorption is of human hair versus artificial hair?
I wouldn't know if hair would absorb blood anyway.
Right.
I don't think a wig made out of human hair would have the oils that hair on your head would, because that's not living hair. Well, your hair's dead anyway. But the oil comes from your scalp. So, because some people have dry hair, some people have oil hair. That's from your scalp. It's not from the hair itself. Your hair is not living. Like, this is dead. This is dead. This, where the root and the nutrients and all that, that's what's causing the oil production. So if it's on a wig, there's no root, you know what I mean? So I don't know if human hair on a wig, I don't think it's going to produce the oil. I don't know that there would be a difference in this case to using human hair.
By the way, you mentioned that you weren't testing a particular weapon. When did someone first mention to you that they thought this blowpoke or a blowpoke similar to this was the weapon?
I don't remember.
Well, the experiments were done in September 2002, right?
That's correct.
And no one mentioned it to you at that point?
I don't remember specifically when that was. It was mentioned to me sometime, and then it was presented to me around April of this year, but I don't remember exactly when that was.
So let me just stop you for a second. It wasn't until April of 2003 that someone gave you this blowpoke. I mean, we're talking like 2 or 3 weeks before trial, and asked you to try to match it to those marks?
No, they didn't ask me to try to match it to those marks.
They asked you to compare it to those marks.
That's correct.
All right. And that didn't happen until April of 2003?
That's correct.
Is that the first time you heard that there was some theory that a blowpoke like this had been used?
No.
How much before that had you heard it?
I don't remember.
You didn't put that in your notes anywhere?
No, I didn't.
Did you hear it before the experiments?
I don't remember.
Now, you had soaked this wig with blood. You put blood into the wig before.
Are you serious? I can never tell when you're serious and when you're not. I was thinking that the absorbency, though, might be different. I actually don't know that much about hair. Just that if it has a root on it, you can get DNA from the root. I do know that human hair, the shaft, it's like scaly. Like if you look at it under a microscope, it looks like it's scales. And I don't know what wigs, like synthetic hair, what it looks like. So I was wondering if maybe it was more absorbent, like if you were to put blood on synthetic hair and blood on real hair, if the absorption rate would be different, but it's not going to produce oil like hair on a head is going to produce oil. As far as absorbing oil, I mean absorbing any liquid, I don't know. But he should have used a wig with human hair. It's not going to matter about the oil on the hair, but it's probably going to matter as far as absorption and then blood spatter. Like if she moved her head and her hair caused blood spatter on the wall, that could be different. So I do agree with Rudolph. He should have used human hair, but I don't think that has anything to do with the oil on the scalp because you're not going to have that in a wig.
You ever walked into that stairway there, right?
That's correct.
How much blood did you put on the wig?
I don't remember.
How did you determine how much blood to put on the wig?
Just simply to soak it.
All right. Can we go ahead and... Can you play at normal speed? Now, we had 7 impacts there, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And how did you determine that particular number of impacts?
I didn't.
Just did it until you felt like stopping?
Pretty much.
By the way, did you get any spatter on your suit from that? Anywhere on your suit at all?
I don't remember.
All right, sir. And is there a photo of the spatter that was created after those 7 impacts?
I don't understand how they can be doing experiments where he's hitting something with an object and slamming a head into the stairs when they have no idea if that's what happened. Is this the way all crimes are solved? I don't understand what's happening. How do they do this in every crime? Like pick a theory and then do it to see if it matches? I'm so confused is not even the word. Flabbergasted is the word. This whole thing was confirmation bias. The whole trial. The exhumation of Liz and the autopsy findings. Confirmation bias. They exhumed her expecting to find this, and the ME that did the autopsy just put what they wanted to find on the autopsy report. The more I watch, the less I think he's guilty.
No, there's not.
So we don't know what that would have looked like.
No.
All right, let's go to the next one, please. More blood's being put on the head now, right?
That's correct.
Why did you decide to put more blood on?
Just because you would have an increasing blood flow if impacts were occurring.
And had you decided how much to put on?
Just simply re-soak it.
Okay. Stop it there. So we have another 2 on step 16, which would be a total of 9 impacts on step 16, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any evidence that there had been 9 impacts on step 16?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now we're on step 17, right?
That's correct.
All right. All right, now, we had 5 impacts there on step 17, right?
That's correct.
And why did you determine that number of impacts on step 17?
I'm just simply comparing what I saw in the risers for step 16 and for step 17 with what I saw in the scene to see how many impacts may have created that.
I see. Well, in order to determine that, wouldn't we have to be controlling for things like the amount of blood and the amount of force and that sort of stuff?
Well, there's no way to control for that because we don't know what those things were at the scene itself. So that would not be something. We would just simply have to make comparisons with the scene and with what I saw there to see what my opinion would be, or if I could even have an opinion on that.
Okay.
And because of that, I was really limited in what I could say.
All right, let's go on. Some more blood now, right?
Yes.
By the way, do you know how much blood you used total in this experiment?
No, it wasn't a tremendous amount. It was a little blood goes a long way. And it was not very much.
Well, how much? I mean, give me an idea. How many milliliters?
I couldn't tell you. It wasn't a lot. It was a plastic carton, and there was about that much blood in the bottom of it, and we didn't even use all of that.
Okay. All right. Now, that was another 7 impacts on step 17, right?
I believe so.
So we're now up to 12 on step 17.
I think that's correct. I believe I actually did one more than that, but in my count.
Well, I think we have another video that does that, but
Okay.
in any event, right now we're up to 12.
Yes.
And of course, you didn't have any evidence there had been 12 impacts.
No,
on
I did not.
17.
No.
All right. And by the way, do we have pictures of the scene after each of these?
No, we don't.
Okay. Now, are you looking at a photo there?
I don't remember.
Okay, you can keep going. All right, now we had 5 more on step 17, right?
Yes,
Which would bring us up to a total of 17 on step 17, right?
that's correct.
And then you had 1 on step 18. Right?
That's correct.
And on what did you base that?
On step number 18,
No, the 17 impacts on step 17.
just simply making impacts to look at.
And on what did you base the 1 impact on step 18?
To take a look, there were some blood spatters on the riser of 17, 18, and on the piece of trim, and I just simply wanted to look at that and see if there was something I could tell about that, which I could not.
All right. All right, now, it's at this point that we get into the shorts experiment, right?
That's correct.
And what the jury's gonna see now is you attempting to see if you can get blood inside the shorts, right?
That's correct.
And I think you said that, well, let's see what happens. Did you testify yesterday that you got it inside the first time you hit it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're about to see this Shorts experiment, right?
That's correct.
Now, you've set up the blood, hold on a second. You've set up the blood down low about, what, 4 inches?
Yes, I believe so.
And that wasn't where your point of origin was, right?
No, I didn't find a point of origin there, but I did give an opinion that there was a point of origin on step 17.
But it would have been a lot higher.
Higher. My opinion on the point of origin for step 17 was that it was on the surface or close to the surface of 17.
Oh.
I'm not talking about the 2 up in space.
Oh, I see. So, but that would mean that someone was banging your head into the stairway, right?
Could have been.
But that's not what you're doing.
No.
You're taking a stick or a rod and hitting down, right?
Right.
Okay. And so my question is, why did you not select one of the points of origin that you had determined?
No particular reason.
Well, truth be known, what you were trying to do is set it up low enough so that you could try to get it over, your leg over, so when you hit it, it would spurt back up. Isn't that what you were trying to do?
Well, I had an opinion that, in looking at the pants, that the source of blood was in front and low, and so I was testing that opinion.
But you didn't have any evidence that the back of Kathleen Peterson's head was at that height, right?
No, I did not.
Indeed, it couldn't have been at that height.
Excuse me?
Could it have been at that height?
Yes, it could have been at that height.
If her face was pressed right against the floor.
Absolutely.
But you've previously given an opinion under oath that you have no evidence that her face was ever against the floor, right?
That's correct, but there's enough information missing from step 17 that I can't preclude that. Plus the fact that I have evidence that she was face down, and which includes the shoe print on the back of her right leg and other impacts. And so I can't preclude that as a possibility, especially considering what's been cleaned off of step number 17, which is a goodly amount of information.
Well, and just so we're all clear, it's your opinion now that there was cleanup on step 17, correct?
Yes, that's my opinion.
It's your opinion now.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't your opinion originally, right?
Originally when?
December 9th when you were looking at it.
I didn't have an opinion at that time about it, no.
Well, didn't you call it shadow?
On step 17?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know. Did I?
Well, why don't you take a look at your notes? By the way, let me interrupt you for a second. If you did call it shadow, what that refers to, sir, let me interrupt you for a second.
Yes.
Could I ask you a question?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, do I need to see it for that?
If you wrote shadow, what that refers to is, that's the same thing as ghosting or void, right?
Yes.
And what that refers to is an area that was covered by something that prevented blood from getting on it, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, why don't you go to your notes and tell me what you wrote there about what was on step 17?
I wrote shadow area, no blood.
Okay, so at least when you actually looked at it that night, there at the scene, not based on photos that you can't really tell what's there or what's not there, you called it a shadow, right?
Yes, that would have been a general impression. At that time, there was no blood there, and so I write that in my notes before I make a determination as to what I think happened there.
Well, you could have just written no blood question mark, right?
Yes.
But you gave an opinion in those notes that it was shadow, right?
What I put was a caution to myself to take a look at several different things when I did studies of those things in the scene as a whole.
I see. Now, in any event, let's by the way, now go back to the start of that, if you could. The pants that you're wearing, are those the same pants that you had from Mr. Peterson?
No, they're not.
Well, at least is the leg circumference the same?
No, it is not.
Well, is it smaller or is it bigger?
It's bigger.
Allowing, in theory at least, depending on the size of your leg versus his leg, more room, right?
Yes.
Now, of course, you had no information about the size of his leg.
No, I did not.
And so when you were modeling, I think you said you modeled the shorts?
Yes, I did.
And what you determined was that and you're a lot taller than he is, right?
I don't know that.
Okay. Well, in any event, what you determined was that when you were modeling, you actually put on his shorts.
That's correct.
And what you determined is that given the size of your leg and your height and where you wore the shorts, whether you wore them up high or whatever, that the only position you could determine that opened up the back of the right leg was this sort of leaning forward position like that. Is that right?
Yes, there were several positions, but that's the basic one where the knee is bent, the leg is slightly forward. Also, putting a leg up on something or raising the leg a bit accomplish the same thing.
In other words, you put your leg up here. That right?
That's correct.
Any other positions that you figured out might open up the back of the leg?
There were some other positions that opened up the back of the leg, but they did not put the surface of the back of the leg in a line with the point of origin.
Well, that assumed that blood got there the way you said, right?
That would be my opinion.
Of course, one way to test that would be to do an experiment with the pants in another position and see if it could get in another way, right?
Well, I was confirming my theory, so I did it that way.
Yes, sir, but you understand that good science involves not just confirming your own theory, but disproving an alternative theory. You understand that, don't you?
I do.
And you didn't do that with the shorts.
No, I did not. Except for the fact that I used stomping and also sitting on the steps, which opened up the bottom of the pants as an alternative also.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Rudolph, let's take a 10-minute break. Stay for 10 minutes.
The gentleman before 10 minutes, please allow the
All right, Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you. Can we go back to that video now? This is where you're attempting to get the blood into the shorts, right?
Yes.
Okay, can you play that, please? I noticed you sort of opened up the shorts there at the bottom. Is that right?
I pushed the suit that I had, the protective suit on. I pushed it a little closer around my leg
to make more room, right?
Yes.
Now, you didn't get any blood in your shorts that time, did you?
I don't remember.
All right. Can we play the rest of that? Now, let's stop right. What you decided there was, it wasn't going to work from that height. You needed to get it up higher, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Let's just keep playing that. Let it play through. Okay. Go to the next one. Play it a little bit more. Don't you now have it up on a block? Concrete block?
Maybe so. I can't tell for sure.
Well, in any event, I mean, that doesn't correspond to any kind of point of origin you had, does it? Out in space.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, now we're out in space somewhere that has no relation to either of your other 2 points of origin, right?
No.
Why'd you pick that?
Just simply did it.
No rhyme or reason to it?
No, just simply to trying to find a place that would create the stains that I found in the original shorts.
All right, sir. You can go ahead. Now, of course, what we're going to create here, let's stop it. What we're going to create here is spatter from some place that you didn't say was a point of, or you didn't find was a point of origin, right?
That's true.
All right. Let's stop right there. Now, you see where that spatter went?
Yes, I do.
And you see what it looked like?
Yes, I do.
Now, yesterday, you testified that when you got the spatter inside your shorts, the rest of the spatter went into the lower northeast corner. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
Well, if this jury were to find that that was your testimony, that would have been incorrect, right?
No, there was spatter that went into the northeast corner also.
Most of the spatter went into the north wall, right?
You can't tell that from that video, no, sir. You can tell that some larger drops went to the left, but you wouldn't be able to tell where that spatter pattern, because there would have been small drops that would have gone over the wall, perhaps.
Well, and part of the problem is we don't have any before or after photos, right?
That's correct.
So none of us can tell, right?
That'd be correct.
And that's sort of a problem at this point, isn't it?
How so?
Well, if you want the jury to accept that a bunch of the spatter went into the northeast corner, would it not be better if you had a before and after photo so that you could show them, as opposed to simply telling them that and asking them to accept it?
I don't remember what that was in reference to. This particular experiment was simply to show if spatter could get into those pants in the manner that I thought it was, that I thought it had happened. That's simply what this is about.
Now,
and
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just going to say the same thing, I think.
Okay. Now, you're choking up on that weapon some, right?
A little bit, it appears.
And you sort of got it, and you did it like another one of those little half swings, right?
No, sir, that doesn't look like what it appears to me. There's a considerable amount more of rod in front of my hands than what you have there.
Okay, let's go back and. Okay, play it from there. Okay, let's start. So you did another one of those half swings, right?
Yes.
And was it your theory that that was the kind of swing?
No,
Okay.
It was simply to create spatter.
Any particular reason you chose that amount of force?
No, simply to create spatter.
All right, can we go to the next one? Oh, I'm sorry. No, let's finish out playing that if we could. I'm sorry. This is the one where you actually got it in your shorts, right?
I don't remember if some was obtained the first time or not. What my recollection is that the first time a lot of it came into the front crotch area, And so I adjusted the place to see if I could get it to come up into the rear of the pants like I did before, or to the inside.
All right, now let's play the rest of this video, and I want you to watch very carefully in the left-hand corner of the screen there. See that agent right there?
Yes,
Let's watch her for a second. What was that about?
She seemed to be excited that it had produced a result, I believe.
What you were trying to do was to get a particular result, right?
What I was trying to do was to see if that action was consistent with what I thought had produced that stain.
You were trying to get a particular result.
Well,
correct?
I was looking for a stain on the inside of the pants and testing a certain action to produce that.
And that agent was very happy that you had been able finally to achieve that, right?
Yes, may I explain?
Sure.
She happens to be a bloodstain pattern analyst trainee, and she was just very interested in what was going on there.
She's a trainee?
Yes.
Was that not Susie Barker?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're saying Susie Barker is a trainee?
She's a bloodstain pattern analyst trainee.
Oh, I see. Okay. Now, by the way, did you get any spatter on your shoes there?
I don't remember.
Did you document whether you did or not?
I believe I would have, but I don't remember.
Well, why wouldn't you have documented whether you did or didn't?
What? I'm sorry.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, one of the things you were looking for was to see if, in fact, you got any spatter on your shoes in various situations, right?
That's correct.
So wouldn't that have been a good situation to see if you got any spatter on your shoes?
Yes.
But you didn't document that.
I did not.
How about on your shirt?
Yes, the shirt was worn for the purpose of determining if I could see if spatter were on the shirt. Is the shirt similar to what had been submitted by Mr. Peterson? And yes, I took a look at that also.
And you had some spatters on that shirt, did you not?
I don't remember.
Yeah, let me interrupt you for a second. We have one more video I want to show before we get to that. Is that all right, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's show the last video there. Let me stop right there. Now you would agree with me, would you not? You're pretty well choked up on that rod, right?
I can't say that that's so.
Okay. But still doing the half swings, right?
Yes.
Now, those were the last impacts you did inside the stairway, right?
That's correct.
And you would agree, would you not, that there's a total of 38 impacts?
That's correct.
And after those 38 blows, by the way, did you have any opinion that there were 38 impacts to Kathleen Peterson's head in that stairway?
No, I did not.
Indeed, sir, you know what her head would have looked like if there had been 38 impacts, right?
It wouldn't have been, yeah.
I mean, you've seen people who've been severely beaten.
That's correct.
Their heads are crushed in, right?
Not always.
Skull fractures,
Sometimes.
brain injuries.
I wouldn't be able to say about that.
Ugly, ugly, ugly faces and heads, right? Misshapen.
Yes.
In any event, after 38 blows, what the north wall looked like. Tom?
I'm sorry.
Let's look at the east wall first. Let me, while we're getting that up, let me mark this.
If he had been slamming her face into the floor, wouldn't she at least have a broken nose? Why did they even test that?
Yes.
Let me show you what we marked exhibit 186. We're going to put it up on the board in a second and ask you to identify each photo.
Can we put up the east wall, please? Is that, sir, a photograph of what the east wall molding looked like when you finished your 38 impacts?
I believe that's correct.
All right. Is that a photo of what the east wall molding looked like at the scene?
Yes.
I don't think hitting the back of her head repeatedly on a flat surface would have made those lacerations on the back of her head. Maybe if he did it on the edge of the step, but still, that would have fractured her skull. The blow poke theory makes more sense because it's a lighter object, so it wouldn't cause a skull fracture. So why he's beating a mannequin's head on a stair, I don't know.
You see some differences.
What they didn't test, the owl theory is getting more and more plausible, actually. What they didn't test is one of the cops said, I think it was one of the cops, said that he came in the house and ran towards her and then laid on top of her. And I said I thought he did that to get more blood on him to confuse the crime scene and himself because he had blood spatter on him. But what if there was enough pooled blood on the floor and he was running in it, stepped in it, and that made the blood pattern on the inside leg of his shorts? They need a practice owl. Oh my God. I just don't know. I have never done a deep dive into this case before, y'all. And for years and years, I was just like, he did it. And now, 100% reasonable doubt. I just have no idea.
There, don't you, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. Next. Let's take a look at the north wall.
That is what the north wall looked like when you finished with, and we're going to get to the other experiments you did in a little while, but not just with spatter, but with putting a wig on the wall, right, to create that smear.
Yes, that's correct.
That's what the north wall looked like?
Yes, it is.
All right. And that's what the north wall at the scene looked like, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you see some pretty significant differences there, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Let's take a look at the northwest corner. That's the corner right over there, right?
I'm sorry. I'm up with you now. Yes.
And is that a close-up of the northwest corner? I'm sorry, could you go back one, please? That's the northwest corner? Right there?
Yes, it is.
And you see what that looks like there?
Yes, I do.
All right. And that's a picture of the northwest corner at the scene, right?
That's correct.
And you see some differences there, don't you?
Yes, I do.
All right. Let's take a look at stair 16. That would be that stair right there.
That's correct.
And the riser in between 17 and 16.
That's correct.
Let's go back for a second. And there's that molding again, that east wall molding.
That's correct.
All right. That one was the test scene, right?
I'm sorry?
This is the test.
Yes.
All right, let's go to the actual scene.
Okay.
Along the riser there and there, both places there's a difference, correct?
That's correct.
Put that up. All right. Next. Let's take a look at the other risers. This is the riser right above step 16 going to 15. No, I'm sorry, step 17 going to 16. Is that right?
That would be.
That's step,
Yes,
that's step 15 right
that's
there,
correct.
right?
That's correct.
16, 17. So that's the riser between 17 and 16, right?
Yep, that's correct.
And right there, that's the riser between, I'm sorry, right there is the riser between 17 and 16, right?
That's correct.
And you see some differences there?
I do.
All right. You had some spatter on your blue shirt just from those 5 impacts, did you not?
Just a moment, please. I don't have a notation of that.
Well, actually, what you claimed in your report, and I'm sorry, in your notes, was that you couldn't tell if you had any spatter because of the color of the shirt. Isn't that right?
I know that I said that about the original shirt. I was not able to make a complete examination of the original shirt, and I do believe that that's the same thing I said about the test shirt.
Let me see if I could find the notes just to be sure. Bear with me for a second. Yes. Can I approach you?
Yes.
Right here, you note for 9/27/02, that's the day you inspected the test clothing.
Yes, that's correct. I can't find that sheet.
And it says experiment T6, navy t-shirt, no visible blood, too dark.
That's correct.
And I think you said that that was also your opinion about Mr. Peterson's shirt, that you just couldn't tell if there were any spatters on there?
Well, there were blood stains on the shirt, and I was able to see some of those, but a visual examination could not be. I couldn't make any statements about it because I really couldn't see because of the darkness of the shirt.
Right. And of course, given the amount of blood in that stairway and spatter getting on shorts, and you had spatter even on your white protective suit. I think we saw a picture of that yesterday, right?
On one of the experiments, yes.
Right. It would have been at least useful, maybe not conclusive, but at least useful to have been able, if he was wearing a white shirt, to see if there were any spatters on his shirt, right?
If there were a white shirt, that would have been useful. Yes.
Right. In other words, it would have been useful to see if there were any spatters on his shirt.
That's correct.
Because one might have expected there might be spatters given the scene.
That's correct.
And similarly, to have been able to compare that with your test shirt, right?
That's correct.
And your expertise indicates that you just couldn't do that because it was dark blue, right?
Well, yes, that's correct. A bloodstain pattern analysis is a visual examination, and had there, I would have looked for them or whatever, and so to be cautious or whatever. If I can't really see it, then I don't consider it for bloodstain pattern analysis.
Okay. Well, of course, you're aware, are you not, that there are other things you can do, non-destructive things you can do to enhance your ability to see spatter on a blue shirt, right?
No.
Well, you've read Mr. Epstein's report, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Does he not indicate further testing of the shirt by alternate light sources, chemical or photographic techniques may be warranted to further characterize this blood staining?
That is correct.
And so let me ask you the question again. There are techniques available to people who are trained in this field, who are experts in this field, to enhance one's ability to see spatter on a blue shirt, correct?
Some people do use those. That's correct.
For example, alternate light sources, right?
I assume so.
Do you know anything about that?
I have used alternate light sources to look for blood for the purpose of testing that blood like a serologist, but I don't use that for a bloodstain pattern analysis.
Well, what alternate light sources do you have familiarity with?
It doesn't come to me at the moment. I'll think of it in a second.
Okay. How about chemical techniques? Are you familiar with the chemical techniques that can be used?
I'm sorry, that's Alumilite. I think Alumilite is what it's called.
Alumilite?
Yes.
And what kind of light does that throw off?
Well, it's a variable wavelength light that can be used for. You can look for body fluids with it, and also fibers and other things. I haven't used it very much, but I am aware of it.
Do you have one?
I do not.
Does the SBI have one?
Yes, they do.
Do you know how to use it?
I've used it before.
Is there any reason why you didn't use it in this case?
Well, actually, after the report that Mr. Epstein provided, we did take a look at Mr. Peterson's shirt under Alumilite.
And it didn't have any spatters, did it?
Well, again, I can't say that it did or didn't. I don't have a great deal of confidence about using that technique for finding blood spatters. Again, I stick strictly to visible blood stains. And for the purpose of being very conservative in the use of that's what I do. After that report came and suggested that we might do that, then that shirt was taken to the laboratory, and somebody who somebody was there, Susie Barker, who had experience with that, more experience than I had, and we took a look at that. We didn't find anything with that, but it really doesn't go any more to that. I didn't see blood spatter on it, so that's what I reported.
Well, hold on a second. Did you write a report about that Alumilite test?
Yes, I think so, yes.
You did?
Yes.
Did you give it to the district attorney?
Yes.
May we approach Your Honor?
All right, Mr. Deputy, let's take a 10-minute break, please. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just for the record, I'd like the record to reflect that we have just been handed a report that's dated May 27th, 2003, relating to an examination conducted on that date. And Mr. Harden informed me for the record that he does not recall having seen this report before, and I just wanted to put that on the record.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So they both just got a report.
Let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 187. What is Defendant's Exhibit 187?
It's a report that I produced.
And what does the report relate to?
It relates to item number 4, which was identified as a shirt from Michael Peterson, which was examined at the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation Laboratory.
Move that into evidence.
So,
Now, just before the break, when I asked you whether you were familiar with any techniques to enhance the ability to see blood stains or blood spatter on a blue shirt, you had first said no, that you weren't familiar with any such techniques, right?
What I said was I was not familiar with the use of that for bloodstain pattern analysis. I am familiar with that for looking for blood.
Did you not? Let me be very specific about my question. When I asked you whether you were familiar with various techniques that would enhance one's ability to look for spatter on a shirt, did you not at first answer, no, I'm not?
I'm sorry, I may have. I didn't mean that specifically.
Because that's not true, is it?
That is not true. May I explain?
Yes, sir.
From this report, it was suggested that we might want to look at that for that. It's not something that I've ever done before or used before, or any of the techniques that were talked about, chemical or light. They're not things that I've used for bloodstain pattern analysis before. This report that came back from another expert said we might want to take a look at that. And so we did that. But it's not something that I use or am familiar with for that purpose.
But when I asked you the question,
before the break about whether you knew whether or not there were any techniques for that, and you said no. That was simply not true, right?
No. Again, the techniques for use for that, I'm not aware of for that specific purpose. Someone suggested that we use that for that purpose.
All right, so now, Detective Holland was present when you did this?
That's correct.
So he obviously knew, and by the way, just so we're clear, you ran this Lumilite over Michael Peterson's shirt and you found no spatter, right?
Or anything we could identify as spatter with that.
Nothing of interest was noted. Is that what you concluded?
That's correct.
And this was done at the SBI lab?
That's correct.
And did you say Susie Barker did this?
Susie Barker was there helping me with the Lumilite, since it's something that I don't use every day or work with.
So who actually used the Lumilite?
I actually was the one waving it over the shirt.
And what was she doing?
Making sure I knew how to use it correctly.
Well, if she's so familiar with it, why didn't she do it?
Because I would have been the person who would have had to identify blood spatter if I'd seen such a thing with the light. So, and that's why I was doing it.
Well, if you were there, if the shirt's on this table here, and you're there and she's using the light, you wouldn't have been able to testify about what you saw?
Well, I'd rather testify about the test itself.
I see. Well, did you give a copy of this report? You know about exculpatory evidence, right?
I do.
And you know that under the Constitution, a defendant is entitled to any evidence that may tend to exculpate him. You're aware of that, are you not?
Yes, I am.
And that the district attorney is under a constitutional obligation to turn over such evidence to the defendant. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
And did you provide a copy of this report to the district attorney so that he could give it to us?
As far as I remember, I did.
So if Mr. Harden doesn't recall seeing it, but when you say as far as you remember, did you document that in some way?
No, I did not.
Did you run the Lumilite over your test shirt to see if there were any spatters?
No, I did not.
Wouldn't that have been instructive for you to compare your test shirt with this shirt?
Not for me, because I do blood stain analysis based on visual blood stains.
Well,
and we did this test because an expert had said that it might provide useful information. It didn't for me. And the other shirt, I did most of those examinations the same way. I looked at them for visible amounts of blood, and I didn't see that on either shirt. They were dealt with the same way.
Let me just see if I understand your definition of visible. Your definition of visible is only applies to things that are visible without using a Lumilite?
It would be visible to my eye.
Well, if you're in a dark room, you need to turn on a light to have things be visible, right?
That would be correct.
And if you want to see something on a blue shirt, you got to turn on a light for that to be visible, right?
That'd be right.
Once you turn on the Lumilite, the spatters are either visible or they're not visible, right?
Actually, the way the Lumilite, the blood spatters would be reflective, or they would absorb light. And so you would be looking at little spots, or you'd be looking at places or dots where there isn't light. It's not a technique that I use for this type of work.
Well, it's a technique that qualified experts in this field use, right?
If they feel comfortable with those, then that would be fine.
And are you aware that Dr. Lee has looked at your test shirt with a light source to see if there were any spatters on it?
He has looked at the evidence. I don't know exactly what he used.
So you were present in the SBI garage or storage area when he did that, weren't you?
When he was examining the items, I was present.
And you saw that he took out a light, sort of a blue type light, and was shining it over and used different frequencies?
Yes, he used a light. I don't know what it was. He didn't explain what he was doing to me. He was allowed unfettered access to that evidence.
And after he did that, did you go back and use your Lumilight to see if there was any spatter on your shirt?
No, I did not.
And of course, if you really wanted to see if there was spatter on your shirt from what you were doing in the stairway, you could have worn a white shirt, right?
I could have.
And before we leave this Lumilight thing, would you be able to go back overnight and check to see if there's any documentation of you having delivered this report to the DA?
There'd be no point to that. I didn't document it.
Well, how do you generally deliver reports to the DA?
As soon as their copies come to me, then I make a hand delivery of them.
So you would have hand delivered this?
Yes.
To Mr. Harden?
Yes.
Would you have said to him, listen, this is pretty important because this is potentially exculpatory and you need to give this to the defendant?
I would have handed him a report and told him that that was a report of activity that I took in this case. Specifically, I don't remember what I said.
Do you recall having a conversation with him about handing him this report?
No, I don't.
Or Miss Black?
No, I don't.
You're certainly not suggesting that if they got this report, they wouldn't have turned it over to me.
I'm making no suggestion.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you all talked about your testimony before you got on the stand, right?
I was asked about my testimony, yes.
Well, you spent some time working on it and going through the pictures and what you'd say. And nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying you all met and talked about it.
I understand. Yes.
And did this particular Lumilight test come up at all?
I can't recall. I can't recall.
Well, do you recall telling them? That there were no spatters that you could see on Michael Peterson's shirt?
I don't.
Did you think they just didn't need to know that?
My answer was I don't recall telling him.
Okay. Now, during your experiments there in the stairway, I'm going to still focus on that for a minute. You didn't make any attempt to see if any of the cast off could be from blood coming, any of the stains could be cast off blood from hair, did you?
No, I did not.
Even though another expert indicated that he had seen such stains or stains that were consistent with that, right?
That report came way after the experimentation that was done in that room, as I recall.
You didn't attempt to see if any of the stains were consistent with cast off from hands, right?
I didn't see such I didn't see anything that looked like that in the scene itself.
Well, can you tell the difference between cast off from a hand and cast off from a weapon as a blood spatter expert?
No, not specifically in itself, but the actions that may have created it. You would be able to look at and make some determination about that.
Sir, when you look at a line on a wall, cast off is generally in a line, right?
That's correct.
When you look at that line on the wall, can you tell whether it came from a hand moving with blood or a weapon moving with blood?
Not specifically, but you would relate what you see in the scene to that to be able to make those determinations.
And so my question is, you did not attempt to see if any of the cast off, for example, the cast off on the west wall, remember that?
Yes, I do.
Did you attempt to see if that could have been from a hand?
No, I did not.
Or the cast off out in the hallway, or what you say is cast off, did you attempt to see if that could be from a hand?
No, I did not.
Did you know Michael Peterson had been pulled off Kathleen Peterson's body?
Yes, I did.
With some force?
Yeah. With force, what would be an example of that?
Had to be forcibly removed from her body while he was holding her. Were you aware that there were people who reported that?
No, I was not aware of that.
Mr. Rudolph, we probably ought to stop here.
Yes, sir.
All right, members of the jury, we'll take our afternoon recess. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Mr. Deaver, when we broke yesterday, we were talking about the impact experiments you were doing in the stairway there. And I think we had determined that you had taken the styrofoam head with the artificial wig on it and had hit that into step 17 times, correct?
I think that's correct.
And of course, with regard to impacts on step 17, you can't say from your inspection of the blood spatter that there was any more than one impact on step 17, correct?
That is correct. May I explain?
Yes, sir.
Yes, in doing those experiments and looking at the riser and the molding on step 17, it didn't tell me enough to be, let me just say that I was conservative, and so I wasn't willing to say that there was more than one impact on that step based on the things that I saw.
And on step 16, that would be the next step up, the one right before the straight step, you had in your experiment 9 impacts with that head, right?
I think that's correct.
And with regard to that step, you had an opinion that there was one impact on step 16 at the stairway in the house, correct?
That's correct for the same reasons.
Now, during the experiments within the mock stairway itself, you made no attempt to demonstrate blood from cast off from a hair.
No, I did not.
Or from hands.
No, I did not.
You can get cast off from hair, correct?
That's correct.
You can get cast off from hands.
That's correct.
You can even get a cast off from a finger.
Yes, you can.
During your experiments, you never raised the weapon above, say, about the ear level of your head, right?
That's correct.
And was that because there was no cast off found anywhere in the stairwell itself? Up on a high part of the stairwell? The wall, the upper walls and the ceiling?
That'd be fun.
No, that was not a thing that figured into that. I was simply making an impact, and in order not to cause my sponge to fly off or knock things over, I was using a very controlled delivery of an impact.
And of course, you can get impact. We've been talking a lot about impact spatter, and you
demonstrated with your hand into your fist, but there's other things that can create impact spatter besides a hand into a fist or a force like that, right?
Yes, there are many different kinds of impacts.
Yeah, and so when we're talking about impact spatter, we sort of get this image that we're talking about something actually, hitting another thing, but you can get impact spatter, for example, from blood dripping into blood.
Yes, that will create blood hitting blood as an impact, yes.
And you can get impact spatter from stepping into blood.
Yes.
You can get impact spatter from a head falling into blood.
Yes, that's correct.
If bloody clothes impact the floor, you can get impact spatter.
Yes.
And you made no attempt in that stairway to show or demonstrate or test spatter, for example, from a head or something, at least the shape and the weight of a human head hitting a pool of blood as a result of a fall in that stairway.
No, I did not.
Or an object the weight of Kathleen Peterson falling into a blood source.
That's correct.
Or bloody clothing with the weight of Kathleen Peterson hitting a surface.
That's correct.
Now, you did do some experiments, though, I think you said, to test this alternative hypothesis of a fall, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And I think the way you described that was you dropped a styrofoam head with a sponge on it from 12 feet, right?
That's correct.
And that 12-foot height was based on the maximum height of the ceiling in that area?
Yes, it was just to an exaggerated distance for the purpose of creating an impact on a surface, and it was an exaggerated. Since I didn't know what the height was that a fall was involved in this, I used an exaggerated height to make that impact.
Now, when we talk about an exaggerated height, of course, above a certain height, the height from which you drop something doesn't have much effect on the velocity, does it?
I would assume that you're talking about terminal velocity.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
So, for example, when we're looking at terminal velocity is 25.1 feet per second, right?
I don't remember.
All right. In any event, whatever terminal velocity is, that's the velocity at which basically the fastest a mass is going to fall due to gravity, right?
That's correct.
And it really doesn't matter if it's a 5-pound weight or a 25-pound weight or a 50-pound weight. They're never going to reach more than they're never going to reach more than terminal velocity, right?
Well, there'd be a certain distance somewhere in there that an object would reach terminal velocity. Where I understand the most about that is in the use of blood drops. They reach terminal velocity in a certain distance, and basically create no more, not a different impact spatter after a certain place.
And the reality is that above 4 feet, terminal velocity increases very, very little. Isn't that true?
I don't know that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You're familiar with this James Neckert book, correct?
Yes, I am.
Is this one that you have in your personal library?
No, I do not.
How about this one, the Evelyn Gardner book?
No, I do not.
Do you have any similar textbooks in your personal library?
Yes, I do.
Which one?
I have the first edition of that book, the one you hold in your hand.
The first edition.
Yes.
Anything else in your library?
I can't remember at the moment.
All right, sir. Are you familiar with the second edition at all?
Yes, I am.
Let me show you what James and Eckert says about when most of the velocity is achieved, and ask you if you would agree that most of the velocity involved in achieving terminal velocity is achieved from a height of 4 feet on down.
Sir, this would be in reference to a blood drop. And again, that's what I was familiar with. At the beginning of this paragraph, it says the terminal velocity of a free-falling drop of blood is the maximum speed. And that's what that's in reference to.
Mm-hmm.
Are you not asking me about the object that I was dropping?
Well, I was first of all asking you about blood, and because I thought that's what you said you were familiar with, and then I was going to.
Oh, okay. Yes. Then that I would agree with that in the text of blood.
All right. And do you know at what height terminal velocity would have been reached for whatever you were dropping, whatever the weight was?
I do not.
Indeed, we can't even figure it out because you don't know what that weight was.
That's correct. May I explain?
Yes, sir.
Again, that would be, that was producing a very characteristic type of stain and impact on a surface. Those items were not necessary to produce that. Again, we took into account exaggerating what a fall might produce by putting blood already.
Well, Jill, I have to disagree. Even though this man is full of caca. They train experts to look at the jury. I don't know who trained Amber Heard to look at the jury, but somebody did. It was probably Elaine. She overdid it a little bit. This guy, though, is creepy. I don't think you were here earlier when he was doing like the Michael Myers thing. He'd look at Rudolph, and then before he would answer the jury, instead of just, he would go and then answer the jury, or then answer the question to the jury. It was creeping me out, but now he's more at a regular speed. Will someone please tell me what song this is? Because I don't know this song y'all keep singing. I don't know it. What song is that? It's driving me crazy, y'all. I don't know that song.
On the source and then dropping it from a maximum distance that I could put into this situation.
All right. Now, as we talked about, maximum distance may not really affect the velocity very much if, once you get above whatever that terminal velocity point is, right?
That's correct.
But of course, what clearly matters in terms of impact force is the weight of the object you're dropping, right?
For the purpose of this experiment, it does not.
Okay. I wasn't asking for the purpose of this experiment. My question was, in terms of creating impact force, the acceleration and velocity at which something hits the ground, what matters very much is the weight of that object, correct?
Yes, the weight does have a factor in that. May I explain?
Yes, sir.
The weight does have an effect on impacts for blood. If I might go back to this experiment that we were talking about, dropping this object from a certain height produced a certain category of spatter pattern. Additional weight would not change that specific pattern itself. It would produce more blood, but
he just stared down everybody. Just because that was what he did to intimidate people. Oh, well, that makes sense why I don't know the song, because I don't know. Oh, Alice in Chains. Yeah, I don't know any of their songs. Is that like death metal? That would explain it. I don't listen to that kind of music. It is weird, but they're trained to do that. It does look weird. I don't like it either. I'm just saying the experts are trained to do that. It's weird. Because usually when someone asks you a question, you look at them when you answer it, but that's not the way it is in court, and it is weird. But if I ever testify in court, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to answer the person that asked me the question. Jury can hear me fine. I don't need to look at them to answer a question. I'm going to talk into the microphone. They can hear me. I don't need to look at them. Hopefully, I won't ever have to testify in court, though. I don't get it.
Would not produce a pattern that is different from the pattern that we observed there. That is an experience that that I have based on doing many of these experiments. In other words, the rise that we saw on the wall from dropping that, there were a certain number of spatters in there. Increasing the weight may have increased the number of drops themselves, but the height of that would not have been changed. There's only a certain way that can be done, and that was
When did that happen? He was looking at a report or something and not paying attention to him. I don't remember that. When did I miss that? He was looking at the jury and not paying attention to Rudolph? He was looking at a report one time and not paying attention to Rudolph. Yeah, you're right. You're right. If they're just saying yes or no, yeah. He doesn't like anything. Who are you talking about? Deaver? Well, it doesn't matter who you're talking about. Neither one of them like anything.
illustration to look at the height of that. Additional weight, additional blood would have produced additional blood in that height area.
Now, just so we're clear, additional weight would have created additional force, right?
That's correct.
And additional force, I think you told us a number of times, would create smaller spatters, correct?
That's correct.
So when we're comparing not just how
And this man got away with his BS for 8 more years.
high up they go, but the size of the spatters, how many spatters there are, the weight that something is when it hits the ground is going to affect the number of spatters and the size of the spatters, correct?
That's correct, if I might explain.
Yes, sir.
Again, that is correct. But the general pattern itself would not be affected. I was not so much looking at the size of the drops from that pattern. I was looking at the rise of the drops for this pattern. Having not being able to know how high the victim fell or any of those things, I had to take into account the type of pattern that was made. Again, the question to me was, were they impacts on a step or were they something else? That is the question that I'm answering. It is a very simple question. Very simple experiments were designed to look at that. The questions that are put to me for other things were beyond my scope. I was not able to see if the victim fell, how the victim fell, from what height, and to take into account that. That would have been something that would have caused an individual to have to do experiments from now on and not really be able to answer, in my opinion, the basic question, an impact on a step or something else.
Judge, may we approach for a moment?
Clearing.
All right, Mr. Diva, you do have a right to answer a question fully if you believe that you cannot do so fairly with just a yes or no answer. So the court will allow you to do that. But you should also remember that the district attorney will have an opportunity in his next examination, which will be his redirect examination to clear up any things that you may not fully develop when you answer the defense counsel's questions. All right, further questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Now, what you used in this experiment, well, actually, let's do this. Let's play the experiment so the jury can see what we're talking about. That's you up on the ladder there, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's a styrofoam head.
That's correct.
You hold that for a second. And that's some sort of a rod, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know how much that weighs.
No.
But we can agree that it didn't weigh 120 pounds.
That's correct.
And you know that's how much Kathleen Peterson weighed.
Yes.
And of course, no one ever said that Kathleen Peterson did a header off the top step, right? That wasn't ever anything that was said to you, right?
No.
But if she had done a header off the top step at 120 pounds with blood on her head, the impact on that ground would have been significantly greater than the impact you had here, correct? The force.
No, I can't say that.
You can't?
No.
Is it your testimony that a 120-pound object hitting from 12 feet has the same force as a 10-pound object hitting from 12 feet? Now, even with that, well, let's play the other one. That was the one in the box, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Same experiment, no box, right?
That's correct.
Now, of course, you saw that bounce, right?
Yes.
Do you know how many times, say, a human head would bounce under those circumstances?
No, I don't.
And of course, each bounce would create spatter, right?
Yes.
Now, even though you use, by the way, you said you've done this experiment many, many times, right?
That's correct.
But the spatter here went up the vertical surface further than you expected it to, didn't it?
Yes, it did in this occasion.
As a matter of fact, it went up, even with this head, on a styrofoam head, it went up 2 feet, didn't it?
Yes, one drop did.
Well, since the cardboard ended at 24 inches, we don't know if any other drops went even higher than that, right?
I don't believe any did.
But we don't know.
We don't know that, but I don't believe any did.
I understand. And was there any particular reason you didn't then, instead of repeating the experiment with the same head, any particular reason why you didn't repeat it with, say, more weight on it to see if that would affect the height of the spatter?
No.
Now, what we've just seen there, are the only fall experiments that you did, right?
No, that's not correct.
What other fall experiment did you do?
Well, any of the banging of the heads on the surface were impacts that would have been on a surface, and so it would be much the same thing. You'd be looking at that much the same way as a fall, and so those were done much in the same way.
What impacts on the surface are you talking about?
Well, placing a sponge on a head and impacting it on the steps, like we saw in the room that had been built, and will be seen, I think, here in just a moment.
All right. So what you're saying is, when you were taking that head and banging it into the floor in the stairway, that was an attempt to recreate a fall?
It was an attempt to look at impacts on a step and a fall would be the same thing, an impact on a step. So I was looking at all of those situations.
But in terms of a free-falling object, an object just falling with whatever weight it might have, the ladder was the only place you did that, right?
That's correct.
And of course, if anyone ever fell that far, they would have a skull fracture, wouldn't they?
I couldn't say anything about that. I was just looking at blood stains.
Well, in your experience looking at scenes, do you have any basis for saying whether or not someone falling from that height on a hard surface would suffer a skull fracture?
No, but I can certainly say what the blood spatters would look like.
All right, sir. Now, you also did some experiments with shoes, right?
Yes, I did.
And that was to test or look at the spatter on the sneakers that was recovered next to Kathleen Peterson's body, right?
That's correct.
Now, you put those test sneakers on your feet when you did these experiments, right?
Yes, I did.
And so that would involve an assumption on your part that Michael Peterson was actually wearing those sneakers when he came up to the stairway, correct?
I made no assumption as to who was wearing the sneakers. That's not something that I could do. I did, from my looking at the sneakers, say because of the blood spatters on them that they were on someone's feet.
Well, is there any difference in the terms of what you can do with blood spatter if shoes are on someone's feet or just lying on the ground, not on someone's feet, if blood spatter is being created in some way?
Not in and of itself, if I might explain.
Yes, sir.
I took into account the things that I saw in the scene that I had, especially where the shoes were in the photographs, and I took a look at those to see if the spatter could have come in contact with them the way they were in that photograph, and also took into account the transfer stain on the back of the victim's pants.
Well, let's get to the transfer stain in a little while, but in terms of where the shoes were in the photograph, do you know what time the photograph was taken?
No, I do not.
Do you realize the photograph was taken somewhere after 6:30 in the morning?
No, I do not.
Well, assuming that the jury's heard evidence that photograph was taken at least 4 hours after Michael Peterson called 911, do you have any idea where that sneaker was, for example, at the time he called 911?
No, the only information I had was from the photograph, and so I took that into account, what the shoes and the condition that the photograph was taken.
In other words, you made an assumption that where they were in the photograph was where they were, say, at 2:40 in the morning.
No, I made no such assumption. I took into account only what I had, the fact that I had, and that was where the shoes were when the photograph was taken. Beyond that, I couldn't take anything else into account for that.
Okay.
Except for the information that the stains gave me.
So to that extent, your information was limited, right?
Yes, it was.
You had no idea where those shoes were, say, at 2:45?
No.
Or when Kathleen Peterson's body was rolled over for Dr. Snell to inspect?
No.
Or when the body was taken out by the mortuary service?
No.
You have no idea whether it was next to, for example, blood pools. You're aware that there's been testimony that there were still pools of wet blood at as late as 6:30 in the morning. You aware of that?
Yes, may I explain?
Do you need to explain whether or not you're aware of?
I need to explain what the information was about the wet pools.
Yes, sir.
It was given, the information was given to me that wet pool was under the body at the time that the body was removed. And that was information that I took into account for my examination.
All right. And do you know where the shoes were when the body was first moved?
No, I do not.
Do you know that there were 4 to 5 people moving the body at the time it was moved?
I don't remember that.
Do you know whether or not any of those people might have stepped in the pool of blood to create impact spatter?
I do know that.
You do know that?
Yes.
How do you know that?
I took a look at that at the scene itself and found no such spatters.
Well, you know that that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right?
Absolutely.
So, for example, if someone stepped in a pool of blood and the spatter went, say, on the body and on sneakers, you would have no way of knowing that, would you?
Yes, I would. There would be if I might explain.
Yes, sir.
There would be a characteristic impact on a surface producing a transfer and impacts around that transfer. In other words, there would be a shoe with impacts around that. Very characteristic stain that we look for in those scenes, and something you look for when you do such a thing. It would be there if it had produced such.
Well, of course, that assumes that that scene was still in the same condition, right?
That's correct.
And with regard to the shoes, did you know where they were when blood was dripping off the clothing of Kathleen Peterson when she was moved?
No, I do not.
And of course, blood dripping off of something onto a floor can create what's known as satellite spatter, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, in any event, you made an assumption in your experiment. The shoes were not on anyone's feet in any photograph, correct?
That's correct.
But when you did your experiment, you assumed that the shoes were on someone's feet at the time whatever spatter got on them got there, correct?
That's correct, based on my examination of those shoes.
Yes, sir. Can we take a look at the shoe experiments? Now, first of all, that amount of blood there. Remember how many droplets, squeegee things of blood you put in the sponge?
Do I remember how many?
Yeah, do you remember there were multiple?
I remember it happening, yes.
Now, there, what you put was 5 milliliters of blood, right?
That's correct.
How'd you select 5 milliliters?
5 milliliters is a common amount that we use for that type of experiment.
Well, but there wasn't 5 milliliters of blood in that stairway, was there?
I don't know how much blood was in the stairway.
Well, we know there was a lot more than 5 milliliters, don't we?
Based on step 17 and other things, I can't tell how much was in there.
Do we know that there was more than 5 milliliters? Well, let me ask you this. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
5 milliliters would be two of these little baby things, right?
That's correct.
We know that Kathleen Peterson lost more blood in that stairway than 2 of these little baby things, don't we?
Yes.
She lost a lot more blood than 2 of these little baby things, didn't she?
Yes.
And so what you did is you took 2 of these little baby things and put it on the floor to somehow recreate how spatter might get on shoes being walked around in a stairwell full of blood with different levels. Is that your testimony?
Yes, may I explain?
Yes, sir.
The purpose of this experiment, again, was exaggerated because of stomping, but also the amount of blood there the blood's only going to hold up to a certain height. You could pour 50 milliliters in there and it'll spread across that cardboard and it's still going to give you a certain height. That's not necessary. You put it on there, gravity makes you a puddle and you impact it and it will produce. And what I've done to be fair is to stomp it so that you force blood out from the shoes as far as you can to impact other things, but the amount is consistent with producing those types of stains.
Well, now, sir, you've talked a number of times about trying to be fair. What you had in that stairway was blood on different levels, right?
Yes.
May I have the charts? What are those? The stomping charts? Thank you. You can come down for a second. Help me find the stomping charts. I think I know where. Oh, here they are. This is one, right?
Yes.
And that's the vertical surface. And then here's a second one. And then that's the vertical surface, right?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get to this, let's show the experiment so the jurors will know what we're talking about exactly. Talk a bit about that. No, you need to slow it down. Please start it again. Now, let's just pause it for a second. Your first stomp is right over the whole 5 milliliters, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You didn't say, for example, stomp on just a portion of it to see what might happen, say, on the shoe next to you, right? You covered the whole thing.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So is that what he did? He did a dance on her?
That's the standing shoe experiment, right?
Yes.
Let's go to the sitting shoe experiment.
Harvey Peterson. I love it. I love it. Harvey Peterson.
That's the sitting shoe experiment.
That's correct.
Now, you did it all on one level, right?
That's correct.
And what you got, let's take the standing one first. You did get some spatters up a little ways off the ground onto the sneakers, right?
That's correct.
Just not as high as was on the sneakers from the scene, right?
Well, no, the blood drops were coming down on top of the sneakers, not from the sides.
Right. I can see.
Well, the shoes that were given to me from the scene,
Yes, sir. Okay, so let's just say, for example, let's assume that's what you're standing on, right? You're
Yes.
stomping on that. And what you got were spatters coming out that way, right?
That's correct.
And up to like that height, right?
Yes.
So now if there was a step right there and the spatters came out to that height and a shoe was on that step right next to it, it would get on top of the shoe, wouldn't it?
From that distance, no.
No?
No, it would have to arc. It would strike you in the socks, in the pants.
You're telling me that if you stepped on blood here and it went that way, and there was a step here, it wouldn't get on the top of the shoe?
It would be my opinion that it would not.
All right, sir. And of course, we have the very same thing with the sitting shoe experiment, don't we?
That's correct.
That goes that way, right? Little arrow there.
Yes.
By the way, this wasn't on here, this plastic thing, right?
When I did the experiment,
Yes.
no. It was there to preserve it.
And is cardboard porous?
Yes, but it has a shiny side that we use for
But it's a
pouring the blood
little,
on.
it's a little bit more porous even with the shiny side than wood, isn't it?
More porous than the wood.
Hardwood, yes, sir. Or do you know?
I don't know.
So it would have been better, wouldn't it, to have done this experiment on wood if what we were trying to do is to see what would have happened in the stairway, which was made of wood, right?
No.
Okay. In any event, so the blood spatter, just so we can show the jury, the blood spatter here came from here and it hit the side over here, right?
That's correct.
And so if I turn this over here, wouldn't you have blood spatter coming, if this was a step, wouldn't you have blood spatter coming down? Or is that still your opinion you would?
No. It would come across at that distance. It would come across and strike something almost at 90 degrees. It would come on out a way before it arced over.
Well, if the shoe is down here, it can't really strike it at 90 degrees, can it? Because it's below, right? I mean, it's going to fall to the ground at some point, right?
Yes.
And it's not going feet, it's going inches, isn't that right? This is going inches, isn't it?
Yes.
So when it reaches the end of however many inches it's going, where it heads is down, right?
That's correct.
And if there's a shoe underneath it on a step or 2 steps down, it's going to hit the shoe, right?
No. It's still not, the distances are still not right.
Well, unfortunately, we have no way to assess your opinion because you didn't do the experiment on any steps, did you?
No, I didn't. May I explain?
Yes, sir.
Again, I have to take into account what I see at the scene. The horizontal targets with those transfers of shoe bottoms would have indicated to me that was a possibility on the steps. That was not found on those steps.
Yes, explain why you're an idiot.
You just said you had to take into account what you saw at the scene. What you saw at the scene was blood on multiple levels, right?
But not transfer stains from shoes on multiple levels.
When you did the experiment to try to get the blood into your shorts, remember that?
Yes,
Your shoes were on different levels then, right?
that's correct.
All right, and in terms of the horizontal distance that a drop would travel, if you were slamming your foot down, the drop is going to go further distance than if you just put your foot down, right?
That's correct.
So if someone put their foot down in a puddle of blood, that blood is going to travel a lesser distance horizontally before it starts to fall than the blood traveled in your experiment, right? Or
Yes.
blood traveled.
Yes.
But again, we didn't test that, did we?
No, we didn't.
Now, you did another experiment with blood spatter on your shoes, right?
Yes, I did.
And that was with impacts, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And this was to try to confirm your theory that either the shoes or the source of blood was in movement at the time that the blood spatter got on the shoes, right?
There's actually 2 things: to look at the stains, to see if the first, yes, if I might explain, I apologize. The first was to look at my conclusion was that the source of blood was above the shoes and in front of the toes, and then also to confirm my opinion that the feet were moving or the object was moving or they were both moving at that time.
All right, so your opinion was that the source of blood was above the shoes, as they would be, for example, in a step situation, right? In a step situation, if the blood is here and the shoe is here, and you step in it and the blood goes down, well, now the shoe is below the blood, right? The blood is above the shoe. Is that right?
That would not be the same scenario because of the where the origin is. If you had blood on a step and you impacted, it's going to, along this surface, it's got to go straight or above before the drops start falling. If you have a source that will allow something to come down or whatever, then you can allow it to come down. Those would not be the same situation.
Yes, sir. And how far it would travel, I think we've already established, would depend on the amount of force that was applied to the blood on the step, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, can we show the next shoe experiment? Let's stop it there. Now, hold on. What we've got now is we've got a this is a sponge over here, right?
Yes.
And it's on a wooden stick, right?
Yes.
That's into some sort of a concrete block or something?
Yes, there's a set of concrete blocks to hold.
And that's 36 inches high, right?
That's correct.
Now, you didn't determine any kind of point of origin at 36 inches height, did you?
No, I did not.
Well, you just said that the height from which the source of blood would come would affect the spatter patterns, wouldn't it? In other words, if you're doing an experiment from 36 inches, you might have a different size or a different configuration or a different amount of spatter getting on your shoes than if you did it higher or lower, right?
Not for the purpose of this experiment, no.
Oh. Well, why did you pick 36? You had a point of origin at 19 inches, right?
That's correct.
And you're about to demonstrate this beating situation, right?
That's correct.
But why didn't you pick 19 inches then?
Because the 19 inches is up in that corner, and to me, looking at that, it would be impossible to have the victim's body in that corner and have the shoes in that corner to accomplish what I had seen on those shoes. I simply used 36 inches since I couldn't tell what the height was as a height to look at those spatters and see if they look similar to the original shoes. 19 inches or the 11 inches, it was an impossibility to me to have the shoes in that area.
So 36 inches was arbitrary.
Yes, it was.
And how did you determine how many impacts you had here?
No certain number.
Well, obviously the amount of spatter you get on your shoes is going to depend, at least in part, on the number of impacts, right?
Yes.
So you didn't take that into account? I mean, what made you decide to stop when you stopped?
Nothing particularly. The shoes showed to me that there were a number of impacts above the shoes, and so that's what I was testing. If that were so.
Well, for example, after the first impact, did you take any picture of the sneakers to see how much spatter, if any, there would have been after one impact?
No, I did not.
Or after the second?
No, I did not.
Or the third, or the fourth, or the fifth?
No.
All right, let's go ahead and play that if we could. That's one. Go ahead.
Let's stop it right there. Are you looking there to see if you've got enough now?
Just looking at it
Why?
to see what I have.
Right. To see if you have enough or whether you have to hit it some more, right?
I was just looking at it, sir.
Okay.
Not again. Oh, I hate this website. Oh, wait. He's moving. Just the sound cut out. Where'd the sound go?
Why did you do that? I mean, you already had 6 impacts to do your experiment. Why'd you need more blood and more impacts?
We were looking to see if what the blood stains look like, and if it were possible with those actions to have blood stains similar to that.
Well, did you have any evidence that there had been 6 impacts from a height of 36 inches?
No, sir. And again, this is not for the purpose of recreating the crime. It's for the purpose of recreating spatters and what actions and movements cause those.
Okay. Now, how do you decide how close to stand?
Well, the source of blood, there were blood spatters on the toe itself that are, remember, perfectly round or 90 degrees. So the source of blood was very close to right above the toes. So that's why I stood in that.
Now,
manner.
if Kathleen Peterson were being hit on the head from behind, the feet couldn't be that close to the head, could it? Or did you think about that at all?
Oh, yes, I did. And I can't say, all I'm looking at is the spatters and what that information gives me. If the source of blood were, you could strike the head from the front and the person could be bent over and you could have the feet right under them. Or the person could be leaning to the back. You could have hold of their shirt and be leaning to the back and be striking them. And that source of blood can be right over the shoes. All I know is that blood was directly above the toes when it was impacted, creating that.
But you didn't have any evidence of either of those scenarios, did you?
I had evidence that there was blood on the toes, and how the source came to be in that position. There are ways to accomplish that.
But you just didn't think it could have happened in the corner at 19 inches?
No, that didn't seem possible to me.
In terms of how close the shoes are to the source of blood, what difference does it make if we're in the corner at 19 inches or in the middle of the stairway at 36 inches?
Ask that question again, please.
I'll withdraw. That's okay. All right, let's see how many impacts we have now. And what you're doing is you're walking around to try to get directions that would match the directions that were on the shoes that were found at the scene, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I guess in terms of the amount of blood that you used, that was arbitrary as well?
Soaking a sponge, there's no way to know what the source, how much was on the source.
Let me ask you this. With regard to James and Nick.
This is pure confirmation bias. 100%. I don't understand why everybody's just sitting there listening to this guy trying to match up. He can't do it. And everybody's just listening to him try to match up all the stains, all the spatter. And he can't get it. Because it didn't happen that way. We don't know what happened. That's reasonable doubt. He cannot recreate it. I'm flabbergasted. absolutely flabbergasted. And the jury said this was the main reason why they found him guilty. This would have, no. I don't think, even if I didn't know what I know, this would not impress me much at all. Because logic wiggles. Because logic.
Would you agree with the following statement? Can we, do you have this, no, that's page 25. That's fine. Investigators often interpret small spatters of blood on suspects' trouser legs, socks, and shoes as medium or high velocity impact blood spatter associated with a beating or shooting due to their small diameters. The mechanism of satellite blood spatter causing these stains should be thoroughly explored before reaching a final interpretation and conclusion. Do you agree with that?
I disagree with some of the terms used there in the statement, but generally I do agree that it should be taken, satellite spatter should be taken into account for those types of things, yes.
Do you disagree then with the statement that it should be thoroughly explored?
No, I disagree with medium and high velocity as a term.
Okay. Well, you certainly agree that whatever small spatters whatever you might call the small spatters, that in trying to explain whether they come from a beating or not, you should thoroughly explore the mechanism of satellite blood spatter causing those stains.
I do.
And again, when we're talking about satellite blood spatter, we're talking about blood spatter dropping down from a head, say bleeding, falling to the floor, and then sort of hopping a little bit and coming to rest on another surface, right?
Yes.
And did you do, well, let me put it this way, you did no tests to rule out satellite blood spatter.
No, I did not.
You did not thoroughly explore that in terms of the testing you did you?
No, I thoroughly explored that as in terms of the study of the scene itself to determine if that were a possibility in the scene.
By the way, after that experiment, there was blood on your socks, wasn't there?
Yes, there was.
Spatter on your socks.
Yes.
But there was no spatter on the socks from the scene, was there?
No, may I explain?
Yes.
There were smears and transfers on the socks, which could have obliterated any spatters. Furthermore, as was just stated by Mr. Rudolph, the absence of evidence is not proof that that action did not occur.
But the reality is that there were no spatters. And by the way, when a spatter goes into a sock, it sort of soaks in, doesn't it? Into the fabric.
Yes, it does.
And you didn't see any evidence of that on the socks from the scene, did you?
No, I did not.
But there was evidence of that on the socks that you were wearing during that test, right?
That's correct, and that's why I wore socks to show that if that was a possibility that would exist.
And what we found was that there was a difference, at least in terms of what you found, right?
A difference.
No spatter on the socks from the scene, spatter on your socks.
That's correct.
All right, now let's go to the next experiment, if we could. The next one is we call it the head slamming experiment. That's where you took the styrofoam head with the sponge and first you slammed it, I think, into a. Let's play it and then we'll see. Can we go back to the beginning, please? That's beginning. Thank you. Now, I see you're putting blood there. It seems like there's a little bit more blood there than you did with the foot stomping experiment. Is that right?
There seems to be, yes.
Any
Any particular reason for that?
Just a good soaking area for that. No particular reason.
Well, how about doing a good soaking area for the foot stomping?
Could have.
Might have changed the results, wouldn't it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I found a 4-minute video on Sophie Brunet's YouTube channel about the owl theory. You guys want to watch it? Take a break from this dude and watch. Because she believed in the owl theory. If you want to watch it. If not, we won't. It's only 4 minutes.
Bye, Carla.
Did you get any spatter on your clothing there?
I don't remember.
Could you take any photos of it?
No.
Somebody banging someone's head like that would likely get spatter on them, wouldn't it?
I have found in many of the scenes that I have done when that has occurred that does not necessarily happen.
And we don't know if it happened here because you didn't document that.
Well, I would hate to say that no spatter got on me. I don't remember, but I took photographs, as I showed previously, of spatter that got on my suit during something. We noticed that. I would assume, since there's no photograph of it, that didn't happen, but I can't say for sure because I don't remember, and to be fair.
This is a barred owl, and it is typical of the type of owls that we have in this neighborhood. Not only do we have the barred owl, but we have the great horned owl, which is larger than this one, and we also have the barn owl. The barn owl is a smaller version and has a kind of a heart-shaped white face, and it lives in more nests in that little white barn there, other side of our garden, which is right in between our house and the old Peterson house. You're right next door. And these birds have been in and around this neighborhood for years. And we never did think anything about them harming you or anything of that nature until this case came up. And what we've been trying to find out is whether or not one of these birds actually struck Mrs. Peterson outside of her residence on that fateful night back in 2001.
Right. Okay. Well, certainly that's sharp enough to hurt anybody.
Right. The reason we have started looking into this, or the reason that I looked into it initially, is because being a lawyer here in town, I was interested in the case. And the first thing that jumped off the page to me was it said the wounds were tri-pronged lacerations. Also, it indicated that the wounds had measurements of 0.25 inches in diameter, 3 that were below this eyebrow, 3 above this eyebrow, 1 in her ear, and 1 in her neck. And all of them had the same measurements. In addition to that, there were other wounds on her body that were described as having very similar measurements, and I felt it was very unusual that you would get that many puncture wounds from an instrument with that precise kind of measurement. And it made me curious. So when I looked at that, I felt like these look very similar to turkey tracks. But I said, but a turkey couldn't do this. And I said, well, how could this have come about? And then I said, the only raptors that I know of that hunt at night when this crime supposedly took place are owls. So I contacted a ornithologist, and I told them of my suspicion that an owl may have struck someone, and I didn't know if owls could harm you or not. And they started to tell me that owls do harm you, that owls can be very dangerous.
I look at that and I feel those talons, and ouch, they can hurt.
Yes.
But I have to say, it's hard to believe straight up that an owl can injure someone so badly they die. I'm sorry, that's hard to believe.
I certainly understand with you, and I shared that same feeling at the time. I said, how could this possibly have happened? And how could a bird have done this? But nevertheless, I was fairly interested to see if this was possible. So I left here and I drove to Raleigh to the Museum of Natural Resources in our state capital. And it was there that I found a specimen of a mounted owl such as this.
Yeah.
And I also found a library full of books that told me what owls could do. Mr. Bent had written a book about how these owls make bloody gash wounds on the top of the head.
Really?
And then I went in to get the Xeroxes, and I looked there, and there was a mounted owl right next to the Xerox machine. And that's when I went, well, 1, 2, 3, 4. And that was the first time I even knew that there were 4 toes on a foot. I knew absolutely very little about owls before this started. And I kept thinking, well, how could it have occurred inside the house? Because everyone felt like that with all the blood splatter at the bottom of the steps, that the Mrs. Peterson had been attacked inside the house. It wasn't until I remembered that there were 2 drops of blood on the brick walkway outside the house that was shown in the police videotape, the very first piece of evidence that the state put on in this trial, I believe.
Court calls case People versus Corey Harris.
Oh, dang it. Oh, I won't get it.
We go to the next one of those. No, not that one. Is I'm sorry. That's the only one we have of that. All right. I think you did another one with the head, didn't you?
I don't remember.
All right. By the way, why didn't you put the wig on that particular?
So, there you go. Al could have done it. I don't know. I don't think we're ever going to know what happened.
The one when you were doing it.
The hair would block spatter and things, and so you would have less spatter. What I was looking for was an exaggerated amount of spatter to study, and so we wanted to do it the most exaggerated amount possible to look at for the purpose of that, and that's why I did it sometimes with a wig on and sometimes without. It was done both ways, as you saw in the stairwell.
All right, let's go to the next experiment if we could. Now, just to set this up, that's supposed to be similar to the clothing worn by Todd Peterson on the night in question.
What experiment is this, please?
This is the blood smear on the clothes experiment.
Do you know what the number is?
Well, let's play it. You'll get a sense of it. He's wearing jeans. You're wearing jeans there, right?
That's correct.
And that's supposed to be similar to the jeans that Todd Peterson, the jeans that were taken from Todd Peterson that night.
That's correct.
And shirt is supposed to be similar to the shirt Todd Peterson was wearing.
Yes.
Now, this is an experiment, right?
This is showing something coming in contact with this shirt in those areas, and we're going to take a look at those afterward to see, if there's anything we can determine from the heaviness of the blood there, as far as how much contact or any actions itself.
Well,
That
let's
makes
stop there.
sense.
I'm not sure I understand that. You're taking a sponge full of blood, right?
Yes,
And you're dabbing it on a shirt.
that's correct.
And in a little while, we're going to see that you dab it on a pair of pants.
That's right.
It's not the shirt that Todd Peterson was wearing.
No, it's not.
Do you know whether the material was the same?
No, I do not.
The jeans are not the jeans that Todd Peterson was wearing.
No.
Do you know whether the denim is the same?
No, I do not.
So what you're doing is you're dabbing this blood on. You don't think that Todd Peterson took a sponge that night and dabbed blood on him?
No, absolutely not. This is a test.
Okay, and I'm trying to figure out what you're testing. You're taking a sponge and you're putting it on. Are you putting it just in a particular area to see what happens, or are you trying to somehow put it where the blood was found on Todd Peterson?
What I was doing was placing it in the areas that I found the blood on the clothing. And then what I was going to do is take a look. What I was interested in was how heavily stained was the object that Mr. Todd Peterson was in contact with, to see if I can make some determinations from that. And so I'm placing a heavily stained sponge, which would be really, in my opinion, a general blood source, against those areas to take a look at it. This is for general observational purposes. I was just simply trying to see if the actions that were told me by that Todd Peterson had taken were consistent with the things that I saw, mainly Mr. Peterson's clothing, and how heavily they were stained in comparison to the stains on Todd Peterson.
Well, what you had been told Todd Peterson had done was to hold his stepmother and to hold his father, right? Not that he dabbed blood on himself, right?
That's correct. Again, using the sponge just as a blood source.
And how are you going to compare these things if you didn't know what the material differences were? For example, whether the shirt was cotton versus synthetic or wool. I mean, all of those things would absorb and treat blood differently, wouldn't they?
In general terms, yes. And we used a T-shirt very much the same, probably the same type of material in blue jeans, which is generally the same. And the colors were the same. That's mostly what I was interested in for general observational purposes again.
All right, sir. Well, let's go ahead and, but just so we're clear, you consider this to be a scientific experiment within the realm of bloodstain, right?
I did.
Okay. Okay.
What is he doing?
Is somebody telling you where to put the blood based on some other?
Yes, I think someone was reading me my notes that I had about that and saying that there was blood along a certain area, so I could do that.
All right.
He's not. He said he's a terrible.
Agent Barker's now going to assist you in the experiment. Is that right?
I don't remember. She was the one reading me my notes.
He's a terrible person. A terrible boy.
Just putting a little bit with your fingers on a particular place. Is that what you were doing there?
Yeah, there was blood above the right pocket, but no blood in the pocket. And I was interested in what kind of action may have, you assume that someone's placed their hand in their pocket or whatever. And I was thinking about that and what could have caused that. But
if they had put their hand in their pocket, then there would have been blood in their pocket, right?
If they had blood on their hands.
Right.
Yes.
Reported down. Like an idiot. I'm gonna let guns all over you. Is that what he's doing? I don't know what he's doing. What is it?
Now, let's hold it. You've now taken a little dropper, right?
Yes.
And what you're going to do is...
I missed it too. Because the only thing I've seen is lacerations on the back of her head. But that guy said he had it on the front of her face too. So I don't know.
Put one little drop on the pants leg, right?
Yes.
Because that's what was found on Todd Peterson's pants.
That's correct.
And what was that supposed to help you determine?
Simply to take a look at it on that fabric and to see if I could tell generally the quantity or anything about it.
But it's a different fabric, isn't it?
It's blue jean material.
Are you saying that all blue jean material is the same?
No. But for general purposes, it's fine.
If what you wanted to see was what one drop of blood looked like on Todd Peterson's jeans, you could have just done an experiment right on the jeans, couldn't you?
On Todd Peterson's jeans?
Yeah.
Yes. If it were very critical, I would have done that. But it was a general impression. I was trying to determine what that may have been, and I couldn't do anything with it.
Okay. Now, you actually, after you did that experiment, drew a diagram of that, did you not?
Yes, I did.
What was your purpose? You actually drew the shirt, right?
Yes.
And the pants?
Correct.
And indicated where the blood was on it?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose of that?
Just to help you study it. When you do diagrams of when you study clothing, you really must do a diagram because it helps you focus on the stains themselves. You study the original item, but as you draw it, it becomes more focused to you.
Well,
Mr. Rudolph, while you're looking for the diagram, let's take a 10-minute break.
Ladies and gentlemen, Agent Deaver, I think you said at the end there that you'd done these diagrams in order to be able to study these stains on these clothes more fully. Let me show you what now marked 188 and ask you if those are the diagrams that you did with regard to the clothing experiment that we just saw.
Yes, they are.
Move 188 into evidence.
It's allowed.
And just rather than passing these around, I show them on the only room.
All right.
Thank you.
You need. Now that's the back of the shirt, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And in this area here, oh, I'm sorry, that's right, it's the elbow. Thank you. This area right here, that's where you were patting blood and Agent Bark was.
I'm sorry, can you show me again?
Yes, sir. Right there.
Yes, I believe there was some over the right shoulder also.
All right. And then, and it says there heavy stains on shoulder and down back.
Yes.
All right. And let's go to the next one, please. That's the front. Is that right?
That's correct.
And all we're showing here is where you dabbed the blood on, right?
Yes.
All right, let's go to the next one.
Well, I'm sorry. What we're showing is when I went back and did the study where I found blood. Of course, I knew where it was because I did it, but these are drawings of that, yes.
All right. And this is the front of the pants?
Yes, correct.
All right. Can you go a little bit further? No, I want the whole pants there. If you could zoom out a little. Just zoom out. A little bit more. That's good, thank you. That's the back of the pants.
That's correct.
I noticed you didn't indicate where that drop was.
No, I did not.
Any particular reason for that?
No.
All right, and these diagrams were to help you study this in some way?
Yes.
And did you conclude anything from this particular?
No, I was unable to conclude anything from the work on this clothing.
Now, what you didn't do, of course, is an experiment with somebody with blood on them actually holding Todd Peterson or Todd Peterson holding someone with blood. You didn't do any experiments to simulate that.
No, I did not.
All right.
I didn't have specific information on any of that.
Okay. Now, in addition to what we called earlier the impact experiments inside the stairway, you did some transfer stains experiments inside the stairway, right?
Yes, I did.
I want to just show those really briefly to the jury. Can we go to chapter, I guess it's chapter 7. Okay. Now, right there, what you're doing is you're checking, hold on, let's stop right there. You're actually checking the photographs of the scene, right?
Yes, I'm looking at the photograph of the scene to see what kind of stains I see there.
All right. That's before you start your experiment, right?
That's correct.
All right, let's see what the experiment is. I see you're looking at the picture still there. Right?
Yes.
And is what you're doing just taking blood on your fingers and putting it on the doorway?
Yes, I wanted to see what kind of, in comparison to the stains, like is the hand and somehow coming in contact and making stains like that. Just, I mean, I don't really know what kind of transfers those are on there. And so I'm taking blood on my fingers and seeing if there's, I'm just looking to see what it looks like.
Well, but you're wearing gloves, right?
Yes.
All right, so it's not really fingers there. It's a glove print, right?
Well, it's a hand. I don't see fingers there in the scene anyway. So yes.
All right.
He's just taking blood and slapping it all over.
You didn't see any fingerprints there in the scene?
I did see those in that area, and I think I've noted that in the report.
You're looking at the photo again, right? We can't see it, but right?
Yes.
All right, and the purpose of that experiment, did you consider that to be a scientific experiment within the realm of blood spatter?
I considered that to be somewhat of a test just to see if there's anything I could anything that I could make of the transfer stains in the scene itself. Can I say anything about it? And no, I could not. There's nothing there. I was looking at actions to see what did that, and there was nothing I could say beyond that it's a transfer stain and something with blood on it came in contact. What did it? I could not tell.
Well, you knew that before you did the experiments, of course.
I knew that I couldn't tell, but the experiment was try to see if there was something that I could identify.
Okay. And now, let's just what you're doing here is you've taken the wig and you've got a bunch of blood on it, and now you're spreading it around the floor.
That's correct.
And what's this experiment designed to test?
Again, this is over step number 17. I have no information on step number 17 except a few transfers around the outer rim, and it was a part of my work that I thought that the head had come in contact with step 17 at some time. So I was looking at what might have been present there and anything around the edges that hair might have produced, just to see what that would be like.
Of course, this wasn't real hair. This was artificial wig, right?
That's correct.
All right. And how did you decide how much blood you were putting there?
Just soaked it so that it would leave a transfer stain.
All right. And did you consider that to be a scientific experiment within the realm of blood spatter interpretation?
For the purpose of general observations, yes.
All right. Now, hold on. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take the wig with the blood and rub it on the wall, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And this was an experiment to show what?
This is for general observations of what may have produced the large transfer smear stains on the north wall.
All right. So were you trying to see whether a head going back and forth had produced that stain?
Or if a head at any part had been or had produced that result.
All right. Now, I think we talked about yesterday that real hair has some oil that may cause the blood to beat up some, right?
That's correct.
And of course, the wig doesn't.
That's correct.
And I think we also talked about yesterday the fact that you didn't have any idea how much blood would be held by real hair versus the wig, right?
That's correct.
And did you reach a conclusion based on that experiment?
Yes, I did.
And what was your conclusion based on that experiment?
May I explain?
Yes, sir.
First, in comparison between the artificial wig and a real hair, when looking at a scene, that characteristic beading of hair that you see for a hair transfer would indicate in a scene of unknown stains that that's hair that created that. If you had just the lines itself, you might say that there is a fiber involved. Me in a testing situation using artificial hair, I know if I see those lines of blood that I was using a wig. Therefore, I can say that that was consistent with hair, even though the little beading drops are not present. I can't say that it's a fiber. Well, artificial wig is a fiber, but I know the difference because I'm producing the stain. And so when I was using the wig, if I see those lines in there, I would look in comparison with those lines to hair lines that I find in the real in the real pattern. In the real scene, excuse me. So going back to the example with the wall, in doing the rubbing on the walls, there will be individual fibers that will come out on the edges of this stain that would indicate to me that a head or wig or hair for my testing purposes. And then I would compare that to the scene. My conclusion was that those stains had not been made by such an object as a head. I did not find in the scene things that looked like that, and when I tested, I found those.
So that's your opinion based on that experiment?
That is my opinion, yes, based on that experiment.
Okay, can we go to those other photos? I want to show you some photos of the scene for a second. Let me show you what I've marked as Exhibit 189 and ask you whether you recognize this as the bottom of that north wall right by the base molding there. A close-up of that area.
This is from the scene.
Yes, sir.
Well, at this point, I'd object unless there's a foundation as to how that photograph was taken and when it was taken.
Yeah, approach the bench, please.
My question is that a close-up of the bottom of the north wall, at least as it appeared when you went back there in June of 2002?
Is this over to the left side? I can't put in perspective. If I could see a overall, then I might be able to.
Let me show you 191. See if that helps you. Well,
I'm thinking it's here.
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
It's this area right here. See the little. See that drop there?
Okay. Yes. Yes. Yes, I do see that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Move 189 into evidence.
It's allowed.
And 191.
It's allowed.
And let me show you 190 and ask you whether that appears to be a photograph of an area in 189 under a magnifying glass.
May we see 190?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yes.
Move 190 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Now, can we put those up on the board there? That's a picture. That's a copy of 189, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I see the runs in the pattern, clear looking runs there in the corner.
All right. And you commented on those a little bit later on, did you not?
Yes, I did.
All right. And can we go to the next one? Sure. Now, you see what the arrow is pointing to right there?
Yes, I do.
That's a hair, is it not?
That's my opinion. Yes.
All right. You see that right there?
Yes, I do.
That's a hair, is it not?
It does appear to be.
And you see that right there?
Yes, I do. That would be a little iffy for me, but it appears to be a hair.
All right. You see that pattern right there, the lines?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be what a hair transfer might look like?
Could I see that more closely, please?
Yes, sir. Where's that? Is that on this one? Right here, I see it. Yes, sir. No, that's fine. Would you like do you have a magnifying glass?
What's your name? Plain? Well, my father's asking. Where'd you from?
What happened to the light?
Can you put the light back on, please?
That's this guy.
What we're talking about is that area right there. You see the lines right there, sir? I'm sorry.
Yes, that does not appear to be hair to me.
It doesn't.
No, it does not.
Does that appear to be fabric to you?
Yes, it does.
And reasonable experts can disagree about those kinds of interpretations. Would you agree with that?
I would hope not, but perhaps so.
Is that it? And this. Go ahead. There's some more hair there, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's actually right in the middle of that pattern we were just talking about, isn't it?
Yes, may I explain?
Yes, sir.
The presence of hair of itself is not, again, a bloodstain pattern analysis. Going back to the question that was posed to me during direct about flesh and hair, it is routine that during beatings and other violence that flesh and hair actually, not to be crude, but fly around. Their adherence to surfaces and patterns is not unusual at all. What I would have been looking for in that pattern is the presence of transfer stains in hair as to try to show what had produced that stain.
Now,
I guess my problem with the experiments, I guess it is because of what I know. He's using a long, thin metal rod to try to recreate the blood spatter. Because somebody told him that was a murder weapon. And there's no way that that was the murder weapon. Unless Michael Peterson had 2 blow pokes and he beat her with one and then got rid of it. Because the cops found the blow poke and took it outside and photographed it with no blood, no hair, no tissue, no nothing, and then put it in the garage. And they found it a year later with no blood, no hair, no tissue. And that's why I have a problem with his experiments, because it's confirmation bias. Why didn't he use that and a bat? I don't know what else, just various different things. But all he used was a long, thin metal rod. Why didn't he try different scenarios? That's where my problem lies. By just using that one thing, it becomes confirmation bias. In my opinion.
you're aware that bloody clothing can cause a smear, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But you didn't do any tests with bloody clothing, did you?
No, I did not.
But it would be your opinion, I take it, that those smears we saw were caused by bloody clothing, or bloody fabric anyway.
Yes, it would be my opinion that fabric was a possible explanation for that.
All right, let's go to the next one. 10. Just putting some more blood on the wall?
Yes, looking at it some more. I looked at it, do some more. That was a large stain, especially around the molding area.
All right. Now, what are you doing here now?
Taking a sponge and looking at making another type of smear or transfer stain.
And why are you, the sponge is full of blood, I take it?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you just trying to somehow create enough blood on that wall to match, what was it, the scene?
No, it is not. When looking at this, may I explain?
Yes, sir.
When looking at this that was on the wall, there were transfer stains there and also smear stains. And what I was looking at was if the blood from impact spatters had come and then smears had, when that was still wet, had created that, or if a bloody object had created that, or if both of them had created that. So a sponge with blood, I'm in there, again, studying the pattern and seeing what I see.
You didn't think that a bloody sponge had come in contact with the real staircase?
I have no opinion on that. I was just using that as an object. I wasn't trying to match a certain, for instance, what my opinion on a piece of fabric. I wasn't trying to match the sponge to a piece of fabric. What I was trying to match was what kind of action, whether it's already bloody or blood on the wall or whatever, is making these this stain. In other words, is a bloody towel, paper towel, or whatever up there making that? Sponge would produce much the same kind of thing. That's what I had there, and so that's what I was using.
Let me just see if I understand this. You used a sponge because that's what you happen to have there?
Yes, it wasn't specific to a particular object. It was specific to a pattern.
You didn't use a paper towel?
No. I wasn't trying to match a specific object. I was looking at the actions of blood already being there and being smeared, or blood being applied. That's what I was looking at.
But there was already blood on the area where you were putting the, right?
Yes, and if you smear it around, what does it look like in comparison?
You had already smeared it around with the wig, hadn't you?
Yes.
So why are you now smearing it around with a bloody sponge?
To see what that looks like.
Okay. And did you consider that to be a scientific experiment within the realm of blood spatter interpretation?
For the purpose of observation.
All right, and let's go to chapter 11, please. I'm sorry, you don't need to do this one right now. We'll go to that in a minute. Now, in addition, we're going to show in a little while that you did a little experiment with water dripping through there, right?
Dripping through what?
Through that stain you created on the wall.
Yes.
All right, we're going to show that in a few minutes. But before we get to that, you also did an experiment with blood on the shorts, right?
That's correct.
That was to try to match the look of the shorts that Mr. Peterson had on?
Yes, and also to look at the generally the quantities of water that would produce that.
All right. If we can go to clip 13. Huh? Yes, 13, please. Thank you. What we're doing here is you're looking at the photos of the actual shorts before you apply blood, right?
Yes.
All right, let's go to the next one. Now, what you're about to do here is to apply blood on the pants, right?
That's correct.
And again, would this be a scientific experiment from your perspective as a bloodstain expert?
Yeah, this is for general purposes of observation.
Now you're taking a sponge. Now, of course, at least with the wig, one could have assumed that maybe if Mr. Peterson was holding Kathleen's head, that blood was getting on that way, right?
That's correct.
But of course, you weren't ever thinking that he was taking a bloody sponge and putting on his shorts, right?
No, that was for the purpose of whatever bloody clothing. It would act much as a sponge. It would produce much the same kind of soaking stain on the pants, and whatever was bloody and being held at the time would produce that blood stain.
And how are you deciding how much blood to put on the pants?
Well, I'm doing it very slowly, and I'm observing as it goes in, and it's just simple. It's just simply trying to, because I don't have the pants before water was applied, I don't know exactly how much. So what I'm doing is sitting there thinking about the actions that were told me that were taking place, and I'm, doing things like placing that head on the lap, putting some other blood. How much blood do I think from experience would have been on those pants to have produced that by the actions that were stated to me?
All right, and before we start that back up again, the pants you're wearing there, you knew what kind of pants Mr. Peterson had, right? You knew they were Brooks sport shorts?
That's correct.
And did you go and buy a pair of Brooks sport shorts to match that?
No, I did not.
And do you know whether the nature of the fabric here is similar?
Yes, I do.
And what do you know about that?
It's similar.
What was fabric?
I believe it was 100% cotton for that.
Do you have a note about that?
No, I do not.
All right. Yes, sir. Now, let's stop it right there. Now, you've put some blood on the pants.
Yes.
And now you've got sort of a pitcher of water.
That's correct.
And did you have any information that Mr. Peterson had taken a pitcher of water and poured it?
No, I did not.
All right. And how did you determine how much water to use?
I poured some water on it. I looked at the stain. I then added more stain to it and poured more water in an effort to match the stains that I saw.
So what you were doing, just so we're all clear, is these are the test shorts, is that right?
No, they are not.
These are the real, I'm sorry, these are the real shorts, right?
Yes.
And these are the test shorts.
That's correct.
And what you were trying to do was, in essence, to just create a replica. You put enough blood, you put some blood on, pour some water. When that didn't match this, you put some more blood on, some more water, until you finally got it to a place where, in your opinion, it matched.
As close as I could in general terms, but that's exactly what I did, yes.
And of course, even then, it didn't end up matching, did it?
It matched pretty closely, in my opinion.
All right, well, for example, down on this side here, there's a lot more left than on this one, right?
Well, the exact place where the water ran may produce a little bit of difference, but strikingly, they are very close in their dilution patterns and help me very much with my opinion.
So did that cause you to conclude that how much water did you actually pour on those shorts?
It was a large quantity of water.
And so was your opinion then based on that experiment that Mr. Peterson at some point had walked over to a sink or somewhere and filled up buckets of water or pitchers of water and poured it on his pants?
It would be my opinion that that something like that did happen. The water on the front of those pants is not incidental amounts that would come, in my opinion, from washing hands or washing dishes standing at a sink or something like that. It took a considerable amount of water to create that, And in my opinion, it was done purposefully.
And did you see any evidence anywhere in the house of that being done?
Yes, in the stairwell itself, there was evidence of, in my opinion, of cleaning of the scene and altering the stains. And so that led me to believe that those pants were also altered purposefully.
No, what I meant was you talked about him pouring water on his pants. Did you see any evidence anywhere in the house that he had gotten some sort of pitcher with bloody hands and poured the contents on his shorts?
No, nor did I outside.
You certainly found no pitcher with any kind of blood on it, right?
That's correct.
And did you think about whether it would have been easier for someone to simply take the shorts off and throw them in a washing machine if that's what he was trying to do?
I can't think of the mind of a person who's wearing clothes who have done those actions. I simply look at the blood stains and try to determine what created those stains.
All right, so what you decided was that whoever was wearing those shorts, well, Mr. Peterson was wearing those shorts, he took pitchers of water and poured it on the front of the shorts for some purpose.
Whether it's a pitcher of water or whatever.
I just got a notification. Ow. I bit my tongue. I just got a notification across the top of StreamYard that YouTube is having problems and that some people that are trying to go live may not be able to go live. I don't know if that affects people that are already live, but if something happens, that's why. Like if I go poof, it's YouTube, and I will try to fix it, but I might not be able to. I just checked. I'm still live, but I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if that affects people that's already live or not, but apparently YouTube is being YouTube. So if I just go poof, it's YouTube, not me.
It was. I don't know, but I do believe that a large quantity of water was poured on the front of those pants. Yes.
And now I'm looking at my confused face while I read it. What is happening?
You noted that his shirt had a strong odor of perspiration when you took it out of the bag, right?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any idea how much he sweats?
No, I do not.
And did you conduct any experiments, or could you conduct any experiments to see if that dilution could have been due to sweat, for example?
Are you suggesting to me that sweat created that stain?
I'm asking. I'm asking you whether you did any experiments to test that hypothesis.
No, I did not. May I explain?
Yes, sir.
You limit your testing to be as simple as possible. That is far outside of the realm of possibility, in my opinion, or I would believe any reasonable person, that a quantity of sweat would dilute that much blood stain on a pair of pants.
Well,
that's just not reasonable.
How much blood was on the pants to begin with?
It was, in my opinion, a fairly large amount, and also would be consistent with a large amount would be consistent with the stated actions of an individual touching a bloody person also.
Well, what you did was you put a certain amount of blood on your pants, right?
That's correct.
You didn't know how much.
No, I did not.
And you certainly had no idea how much blood was on Mr. Peterson's pants before it became diluted, right?
No, I did not.
And obviously, you'd need more water or liquid to dilute a heavier stain than a lighter stain, correct?
That's correct, if I might explain. To drive a stain through the length of pants equal to what we have there, it would be a large stain to keep it that dark, and also a large amount of water. Now, also a variable in that would be if the blood is already beginning to dry in the fabric, it would actually cause more water to have to be applied to it to drive it along there. And so it would be my opinion that it was a large quantity of water, a generally fairly large quantity of water.
They should have their dad last name.
Let's talk about this whole cleanup scenario that you mentioned, because that was part of this opinion you have about the pants, right? It's all sort of part and parcel of the same thing.
Yes, it's a part of what I saw generally in the scene itself is part of what went toward my opinion, yes.
Now, in June of 2002, you went to the house, right?
That's correct.
And you did a report based on that, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And I think that report's already been marked, but let me show you a copy of it. Do we have those?
Mr. Rudolph, may I be of assistance? I don't believe that report's been entered.
Oh, I see that. That report wasn't entered. Okay, we can make a copy of that. MP 4094. Was there some reason that this report wasn't entered along with the other reports?
I just know that I wasn't asked about it.
Okay. Approved?
Yes.
Defendant Exhibit 192, is that a copy of the report that you made after you visited the Peterson home on June 27, 2002?
Yes, it is.
Move 192 into evidence.
It's allowed.
It's MP 4094. Paragraph 3, please. Now, in paragraph 3 there, you talk about a re-examination of the area of unstained wall described in paragraph E in the report dated December 9th, 2001, right?
That's correct.
That was that void area on that north wall, right?
That's correct.
And you're talking about a re-examination there in the scene.
Yes.
And you say that it revealed run patterns below the unstained pattern.
That's correct.
And that the run patterns were clear and passed through the blood spatter patterns on the north wall of the stairwell, right?
That's correct.
That's something you hadn't noted back in December, right?
I had looked at that in December, and it's something that I wanted to go back and take a look at.
Yes, sir. My question was, you hadn't noted that in your December report, had you?
No, I had not.
You hadn't said anything about runs through the blood underneath that, had you?
Oh, no, I had not said anything about that in December at all, no.
Right. And then you went and saw it and by the way, in December, you didn't say anything about cleanup in that void area, did you?
No, I did not.
All right, so December, you look at you say nothing about, your notes say shadow, right?
Yes, they do.
Which would indicate that something had blocked blood, right?
Yes, as a general observation, that would be so, yes.
Right.
A shadow actually I apologize, a shadow actually for me in my general observations is there's no blood there where I would expect blood to be. Is I just write shadow real quick to indicate that place had no blood stains in it.
I thought yesterday we had established that when you write shadow or ghosting or void, it means that something has blocked blood from.
That is if I were to write that in a report, that's what it would be. But for me, I'm sorry if I caused you to misunderstand. What that means, and I write in my notes, is that there's no blood there in that area. A shadow's created. No blood where blood should be.
What you put in your report in December was an area of unstained wall was found, right?
That's correct.
And you said nothing about there being any evidence of cleanup, right?
That's correct.
You said nothing about anyone having wiped blood from that area, correct?
That's correct.
You said nothing about any runs in that area.
That's correct.
You said nothing about any drips in that area.
That's correct.
Okay. That was December, right?
May I explain? That was a list of facts. It was not a list of conclusions. At that time, it was simply a report stating the things that I had found. What those things meant, I did not put in that report yet because my analysis was not complete.
I thought I was asking about things like runs and drips. Those are observations, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you didn't make those observations in December, did you?
That's correct.
Now you go in June and you make those observations, right?
Yes.
Of course, in the meantime, you had photographs from which you could have made those observations.
Yes, but if I might explain.
Well, my question was whether you had photographs from which you could have made the observations. Do you need to explain that?
Yes, I do.
Do you mind? Yes.
I did have photographs of that, but when I was told that another search warrant would be executed in the case, I asked if I might go in and make a few observations, and I wanted to look at that place again very carefully as I was beginning to do my work and see what it looked like up close again.
All right. And then after you went in June and you saw what you...
She can subpoena them now. She doesn't have to wait. Plenty of kids testify. They just can't show it on court TV or wherever because they're minors.
say were run patterns. And by the way, the run patterns we're talking about, yeah. Can we put up Exhibit 155? Defense Exhibit 155. Just so before we get there, you had identified them in this photo as well, 189, correct? The clear runs?
Yes, I did.
All right. And we see them there as well, don't we?
Yes, we do. What I referred to for that report was the area just circled there. Yes, correct.
So it would be this area right there, right?
Yeah, there are some above and over to the right more too, appear to be.
All right. Now, can we go to that? After you observed this in the house in June, it was in September that you did those experiments, right?
Yes, it was.
And you actually did an experiment to try to recreate that, right?
No, actually, those runs that you just showed me were not present on December the 9th.
Right, they weren't.
No, they were not. That was an observation that I made on June the 27th. I saw that. I put that in my report because that was an observation that I had seen.
Mm-hmm.
Subsequent to my visit there on December the 9th, someone had applied what appeared to be additional liquid to that place and had created a lot of additional runs in there.
Well, sir, you hadn't seen any runs before you went to the house in June, had you?
Well, I believe that you have already shown me a picture, and I have drawn circles around some light runs and some diluted stains that I had observed on December the 9th.
We have 35 more minutes of him, and then we go back to Cheryl Apple Schumacher.
Those stains were still there, even though something had run through those. Those are what I was there looking at.
And are you telling this jury that when you wrote your final conclusions in October and for the first time talked about runs, that you weren't referring to the runs in Exhibit 155?
No, I was not referring to those runs at all because they were not present on December the 9th. They had happened sometime subsequent to that by someone else.
No, I have no idea. I want her to hurry up and get her. I don't know why she's waiting.
His action.
And did you say that, when you wrote your report about what you saw, did you say re-examination revealed runs that have been added since I first examined the scene?
No, I just made an observation.
Well, why didn't, if you thought they were new, wouldn't it have been important to note that they weren't there in December?
Well, if the police had maintained control of the house and the scene since December, then it would have been very important because it would have been action of the police. But since people are living in that house, they have the perfect right to clean in there or do whatever they want to. It's just simply that I did not take those runs into consideration for making my opinion about the cleanup of the scene.
Okay, so just so we're clear, no runs mentioned in December, runs seen in June. Let's show that experiment for a second.
There's two sets of runs we're talking about that were seen in June now.
Can you show that experiment? Now, what you're doing here now is you've got a sponge full of water and you're going to squeeze it above the blood and let it drip through, right?
That's correct.
Go ahead. This is being done in September, right?
This is being done in September, correct.
And then after you did that experiment is when you concluded that there had been liquid applied to the wall that created the drips or runs?
Yes.
Let's talk about how one can go about, if one wants to, finding cleanup. First of all, if you want to see if there's cleanup, you can do what's called presumptive testing, right?
Cleanup of where?
Well, let's just take that void area for a second. On the wall, we'll start with that one. The void area on the wall. If you wanted to see if someone came in with some water or some cleaning solution or something, there are some tools that blood spatter people have to determine if blood has been cleaned up.
Yes, you could do that.
And some of those are presumptive tests, right?
That's correct.
Luminol, for example. Let me just finish my question before you jump to the answer.
Sure.
Luminol can be used to determine if there's been cleanup, right?
Yes.
But you wouldn't want to use luminol on a vertical surface, would you?
Oh, yes. You could use luminol on any surface.
All right. And luminol is extremely sensitive.
That's correct.
5 parts per million.
Yes,
It'll
that's
pick
correct.
up 5 parts of blood per million parts of whatever's there, right?
Right.
And it is used in scenes all over this country that appear to be completely clean of blood, right?
Yes.
To see if someone has come through with some sort of cleaning action, correct?
Well, yes, luminol is for the purpose of looking for invisible amounts of blood. And if people have been cleaning, you find it that way. If people have been tracking it, you find it that way. It's used for a lot of things, yes.
But you didn't do any luminol testing, is that what you're saying?
No, luminol being sprayed on that wall would have been unethical on my part completely.
Oh, why is that?
because that wall was to be preserved by the police for others to take a look at. We don't destroy bloodstained evidence in that type of situation. Spraying luminol on that wall, although it's a vertical surface, for one thing, we don't spray luminol on visible blood in any situation. It's for invisible blood, and so that just wouldn't have been done.
Okay, well, the void was no visible blood, right? There was no visible blood in the void, right?
That's correct, but there'd be no way to spray luminol on that little void there and not get it on the walls and have it run down and destroy bloodstain evidence on that wall.
As a matter of fact, what would happen is it would look pretty much like Exhibit 155 with the runs there and the luminol on the floor, right? That's pretty much what it would look like, correct? See that? That's luminol residue on the floor, isn't it?
I can't say that that's luminol residue on the floor.
Does it appear to be luminol residue? Is it a similar appearance to luminol residue?
It's similar to that. All I can say is there was no luminol on December the 9th and no luminol in that stairwell on June the 27th when I was in there, because that's something I had explicitly told the crime scene people that they were not to do. And I also made sure that it was not done. And I'm very familiar with how it looks, and it was not at either time had it been done there.
Yeah, what we're talking about is this. Can we put 150 up? We're talking about this void area right here, right? That's the area we're talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're saying to me that it would have been unethical for you. December 10th, the day after you were there, the police were getting ready to give the house back to the Petersons, correct?
That's correct.
And there were pictures taken of all the areas except that wall. Are you aware of that?
That's correct. Wait a minute now. What did you just say?
Do you realize
of all the areas except that wall?
Yes, sir. Do you realize that there's no picture of that wall dated December 10th?
No, I did not.
Do you find that a little suspicious?
Not particularly.
Do you realize that they videotaped the entire house and did no close-up of that wall on December 10th?
No, I did not know that.
Do you find that suspicious at all?
Not.
He said the word, guys. He said it.
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio? Come to take his son home! Come to Rabbi! To take his son home! To take his son home!
Particularly.
All right, sir. Now, are you telling this jury that if the house was given back at 8 p.m., that it would have been unethical for you if what you wanted to do was to figure out if there was cleanup there, after documenting what it looked like before, to come in the minute before you were going to give the house back to the Petersons and spray some luminol on there to see if there was luminescence? That would have been unethical?
It would have been based on my instructions to the crime scene individuals. I told them that I was quite sure that defense experts would like to come in and take a look at that bloodstain, the bloodstains in that area, and that they were not specifically, and I made sure that they understood, were not to spray luminol on that blood in there. Plus the fact that they were to understand that there would be no particular reason for having done that.
You were preserving that for defense experts?
That is what I told the crime scene people.
Who did you tell that to?
I told that to Eric Campen and Mr. Dan George.
How did you know there were going to be any defense experts?
I did not, but I did make sure that it was preserved for that.
I see. So that's why it would have been unethical.
That's correct.
Well, there are other presumptive tests you could have done, right?
That's correct.
For example, phenolphthalein.
That's correct.
What you could have done is rubbed a little cloth in that area, right?
That's correct.
and then put some liquid on it and see if there was a reaction.
That's correct.
Why didn't you do that?
I didn't do that. However, the negative of that would have not excluded the fact that blood had been present, either for luminol or phenolphthalein or any of the other presumptive tests that I know. Had Clorox or some ammonia solution been applied to that, then luminol would no longer have shown the presence of blood.
Eric Campen and Dan George are the two police that found the blowpoke and took pictures of it and put it back in the garage. Just saying.
Phenolphthalein would have no longer shown the presence of blood. And so a negative test did not preclude the fact that it was a cleanup. What I was basing my opinion on was the presence of stains that looked like to me and were, in my opinion, cleanup.
Well, hold on. You hadn't formed an opinion it was cleanup on December 9th, had you?
No, I did not.
That was still an open question then, correct?
But it was a question that I had because the scene looked cleaned up to me at that time. However, study of the stains themselves needed to be done in order to show caution and be conservative.
Okay, so my question is, why not rub a little cloth there and do a phenolphthalein test?
Well, the positive would have been good, but the negative would have been worthless again. And again, I was looking for stains. That's what I was doing. I was doing a blood stain pattern analysis there, and so that was my primary responsibility in my efforts in that scene, or to look at the stains and what did they tell me?
Sir, a positive wouldn't have just been good. A positive would have been a home run, right? It would have proven there was cleanup, right?
No, that would not have proven cleanup. It would have proven that there were microscopic quantities, or not microscopic, but there was invisible amounts of blood on that. Indeed, as I think about it, a positive probably wouldn't have proven anything because of the drying, as we talked about, the skeletonization of blood. There's probably blood flakes falling down through there and things like that, and blood dust in that area beginning to be there. And so I'm not sure that even a positive would have done anything. It would not have helped me a lot in my opinion. My opinion was based more on the stains that I saw, and my experience in having seen scenes many times that efforts were made to clean up, and this was very much like the other ones that I've seen.
So are you telling this jury that the reason you did a phenolphthalein test on the wine bottle, right?
Yes, I did.
And you're telling this jury that the reason you did a phenolphthalein test on the wine bottle, which didn't have any visible blood, but you didn't do it here, is because a phenolphthalein test wouldn't tell you anything?
Well, the phenolphthalein test, yes, basically the phenolphthalein test was for the purpose of determining if the wine bottle had been handled by someone with blood on their hands, not if it had been cleaned up. I was relying on bloodstain evidence.
Well, are you aware that there's blood enhancement reagents that are, luminol is aqueous-based, right? Or do you know?
Yes, it is.
It's water-based, right?
Yes, it is.
And that's why you're really not supposed to use it on a vertical surface, right?
No, you can use it on vertical surfaces all the time. I've done it many times.
The problem is it causes drips, right, and runs.
Well, it does. If you the purpose or the way you spray luminol is to create almost a fog with it, so that it's not it doesn't come in contact with your surface very heavily, and so a vertical surface you would be a lot more careful about spraying it with a fog. If you keep spraying it, it's eventually going to drip. The reason we didn't spray it on the north wall is because of the blood stains, not because it's a vertical surface.
All right. Well, there are blood enhancement reagents that are not water-based, right?
Blood enhancement reagents.
Yes, sir. Things that will show whether there was cleanup or not.
I'm not aware of I can't think of any at the moment.
Well, have you continued your training in any way in blood enhancement reagents?
No.
Since 1988?
Since trying to think of when I left the laboratory, 93 maybe.
So,
in there.
So you haven't kept up with new enhancement techniques since 93?
No, I don't perform as a serologist anymore. I'm still a bloodstain pattern analyst, and as I said before, I want to see the stains with my eye in natural light.
So are you telling us that bloodstain pattern analysts don't consider stains that are enhanced as part of their analysis?
I don't know. I don't know if others would be willing to do that and feel comfortable with that. I don't feel comfortable with that.
I see. Do you know anything about tetramethylbenzidine in a colloidal suspension?
Say that again.
Tetramethylbenzidine in a colloidal suspension.
Yes, I do. That was a reagent that was used some time ago, but I believe it was that the SBI quit using it because of its cancer-causing properties.
It's something you can spray on a wall, and it evaporates very quickly, and it shows you whether or not there was any blood there at some point, right? That's what that does?
I don't know specifically how it's used. I never used it because it was taken out of our inventory because of its cancer-causing properties.
Do you know if there's any others that have been developed?
I do not.
Did you ask anyone at when you thought that maybe there was cleanup there, did you ask anyone at serology what could you use that wouldn't disturb the blood spatter?
I didn't need to do that.
Well, wouldn't you have liked to have been able to tell the jury what a presumptive test showed or didn't show?
No, because it would not have figured into my opinion in this area. My opinion was based on blood stains that I observed at the crime scene, and then the overall aspects of the crime scene as a whole.
Okay, well, when we're talking about cleanup, we're talking about absence of blood stains, right?
Well, sometimes cleanup leaves blood stains.
Now, step 17, you also have an opinion was cleaned up, right?
That's correct.
And did you do any luminol on that step?
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
Because there were blood stains in the area, and everyone at the bottom of the stairs, everyone was told that at the bottom of the stairs they were not to spray luminol. Basically, from about step, 5 or 6 below, I made sure that nobody sprayed luminol in the area.
Yeah, and my question is, why would you not at least spray a little bit of luminol on that step 17? If you thought someone had come in and cleaned up step 17, and it was a pretty big area, right?
It was.
And you can take a little bit of luminol and spray it right in the middle, can't you?
Yes, I can.
And if there had been cleanup and you sprayed a little luminol, there'd be luminescence, right?
That's correct.
So why didn't you take a little bottle of luminol and spray it in the middle of that area where there wasn't any blood stains?
There's 2 reasons.
Okay.
The first is that the stains of themselves were very obvious that to me that cleanup had occurred. And the second is that had I sprayed luminol in that step, a picture would have been shown to me in this trial and asked of me of that, and then the scene itself would have been put into question.
Wait, so if you had come in and testified to the jury that you sprayed a little bit of luminol in this area right here, and it was documented, and it showed cleanup, somehow that would have been subject to attack? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think that's been demonstrated in this trial already.
I see. Explain to me how, explain to the jury how doing that and documenting it so that they would have known whether or not it showed blood or not, or cleanup, would have subjected you to attack.
everything that I have documented thus far in this case, as far as I can tell, has been attacked. And so documentation has been my experience, and especially in this trial, is not a safeguard from attack, as is obvious from the videotape, the notes that I took, the diagrams that I have drawn, all documentation, the photographs that were provided. A documentation of that would have provided just further opportunity for attack as far as I'm concerned.
I see. And any other basis on which you can think that having done that test would have been somehow opening you up to attack? Or is it just sort of the way the cross-examination is done?
No, it's not the way the cross-examination is gone. It's simply a matter of that spraying luminol in there would not have been, number one, the correct thing to do, and would have been attacked, obviously, as it has been some already here. But really, the real point of this is the fact that this was based on blood stains, and the blood stains are quite evident. It's quite clear to me, based on the risers that have been cleaned up several inches along the edge, and step 17 itself that has been cleaned, and other things that have been done in this case, that a cleanup was attempted, destroying stains, information, and altering the stains that were in the scene. It's not uncommon. It's very common. It was something that I observed in the beginning, but again, I was careful with, studied, took a look at, and did some testing to prove to myself and confirm those things.
Now, are there special light sources you can use to see if there's been cleanup?
Not that I'm aware of.
You know that there was a search done of the house, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no evidence of cleanup anywhere in the house. You know that.
I do not know that.
Well, you know a Windex bottle was taken from underneath the sink, correct?
I do know that.
It was tested for blood.
I don't know that.
You don't know that it was tested for the presence of blood and shown to be negative?
I don't. I don't know the specifics of the pieces of evidence that I was not specifically involved with. In general terms, I know some, but I have the reports, but not specifically.
You haven't read those reports?
I have. I do not remember them. It's about 2 inches thick, I think.
The paper towels under the sink were tested, right?
I don't know that.
Negative, you don't know?
I don't know that.
You know the mop was tested?
I remember something about a mop.
Negative?
I don't know that.
A rag in the laundry room was tested? You know that?
I don't.
You don't know that that was negative?
I do not.
Towel in the master bedroom was tested? You know that?
I do not.
You don't know that that was negative?
I do not.
Would you agree that the bottom of Kathleen Peterson's pants were soaked in blood?
Let me look at that. Do we have a picture of that?
Well, didn't you describe it as being soaked in blood in your report? Did you describe soaking stains in blood along the waist area of the back of the pants?
Yes, you asked me if the bottom of the pants were soaked. It is not. That's what you asked.
I see. How about there were soaking stains on the front, correct?
Yes, there were.
There were soaking stains on the legs, correct?
Yes, there were.
And do you know anything about wicking?
Yes.
A soaking stain indicates that
the fabric was in contact with a blood source for some significant period of time, correct?
Well, no, not necessarily. A source of blood could have gotten into for instance, blood could have poured onto it and it could have soaked into the fabric itself. It doesn't have to come in contact to produce that.
Well, you've testified before that basically soaking stains are an indication of a passage of a significant amount of time, have you not?
No. That would be what I've said is large amounts of blood would indicate a passage of time. And that's a general kind of thing also. For instance, what we look for as blood spatter experts is when you find a pool of blood and then you find a body somewhere else, then the body was in this position or in this area for a period of time and then it was moved. We assign general kinds of things to that.
You've never testified that a soaking stain indicates the passage of time?
No, I'm not saying that I haven't testified to that. A soaking stain in a carpet, would be the same thing as a pool on a floor. And so that would be consistent with what I just said. A soaking stain on a garment would just indicate that there's blood that's come in contact with it. It doesn't indicate any kind of time or anything that I would be willing to talk about.
You've never testified that a soaking stain in a garment indicates the passage of time?
Perhaps I have. I'm sorry. I was thinking of the small soaking stains on the legs of these pants. Obviously, if blood had soaked into a shirt and it was very heavily bloodied or into the pants, then yeah, that indicates a time because bleeding has occurred into those garments. I apologize if I was thinking about some of the smaller soaking stains we just described.
So just so we're clear, you have in fact testified in other cases that soaking stains on garments indicate the passage of a significant period of time, correct?
Yes, and that would be large soaking stains, yes, not small ones.
And that can be due to what's called a wicking action, correct?
Well, yes.
And in the experiments that you did you do any wicking experiments with fabric similar to the fabric of Kathleen Peterson's sweatpants?
No.
You did all these experiments to try to recreate things. Now, No,
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I did the experiments again to confirm what actions created patterns.
Okay, well, let's talk about this then. Did you do any experiments to try to clean a perfect void like you saw on that wall? Try to recreate that. Did you do any experiments to do that?
Well, I think we just saw an experiment to do the cleaning and look at the type of stain that it left to recreate the perfect void. No, because again, there would be enough variables in that situation. I could conceivably do that experiment forevermore.
And not succeed, right?
Yeah, if I never find what actually cleaned that wall, you're right, I'd not succeed.
Well, you're familiar with all kinds of cleaning agents that clean blood, right?
Yes.
And did you try at all to recreate that void pattern with any kind of cleaning agent or any kind of action at all?
Perfectly. Is that what you're asking? I mean, we just saw a tape of me trying to reproduce that in general ways. I don't understand the question.
Okay, so the tape we saw of you taking water and pouring it down was your attempt to try to recreate that stain?
No, sir. I don't know what you saw in that videotape.
Well,
I was scrubbing the wall there, and then at one time I did let it drip down some to see what that looked like, but I was scrubbing the wall.
Okay, let's go back. Was there any blood where you were scrubbing?
Yes, there were blood spatters that had been created previous
I
to
see.
that.
And were you able to create a straight line there?
What kind of a straight line?
Like, well, let's go to 155 first. Defendant's Exhibit 155. You see this void right here?
Yes, I do.
You see how that line is right there, right around there? Did you do anything to put a whole bunch of blood spatter up on a wall and then try to clean in the middle of it the way you say was done on 155?
No.
Why not?
Because I did it the way that I had spatters up there, and I took a sponge with liquid on it, and I cleaned in that area to see how much action it would take to clean the wall off and what kind of patterns it would make on that. It was in general terms. There's no way I could comprehend how to actually reproduce that cleaning action there. I just don't know what it is that did that. I could go to the Walmart or the Dollar Tree and buy stuff forever to try to do that.
Well, you knew what was in his house, didn't you? You knew the various cleaning agents that were in his house, didn't you?
Yes, but I could have used all those things, if I might explain.
Please do.
The cleaning agents themselves would have had no particular effect on making that void. What I wanted to see was how much action with just plain water would be required. Now, I know I did not assign a particular action to that or how much effort was made to do that. Cleaning it with Windex, Clorox, something else would have not changed my opinion about whether it was a cleanup site or not. I don't have an expertise in chemical abilities to clean blood, nor could I do testing to help me with that. And that's not something I was interested in.
The bottom line was you didn't think you could recreate that pattern with cleanup, did you?
There was no effort to do that. We are not recreating the crime scene. I am simply doing testing to make confirmation of the things that I believed or the actions that created that. And
Sir.
that was done to my satisfaction for the things that I have said to this court.
Okay, sir, my question was, you didn't think that you could recreate that void with cleaning, did you?
I made no thought to I made no thought to that process. There was no effort in my mind to do that, just as there was no effort to produce the same amount of blood in that stairwell. There was only an effort to go, as the jury has seen, to make to confirm stains and actions that I believe had created stains in the real scene. There was no effort to do that. I didn't even think about trying to redo that exact place. I was just looking at the stains that were produced around it. The runs, the dilution stains under the bottom. Those are the things that I wanted to look at.
I had nothing further on this topic, so that'd be a good place to end if the court wants to take a recess.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to send you on your overnight recess at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case even among yourselves. Stay clear of witnesses, the parties in the case. Don't watch TV about the case. Don't read about it. Don't do any independent research. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30 if we have power.
Oops, I was muted. If he's not trying to recreate the scene, then what's the point of all those experiments? What is he trying to do? What's the point of all the experiments if he's not trying to recreate the scene? That testimony was so confusing.
Examiner. She's already been seen. She's still a no. Yes.
And so did Rudolph. Rudolph is obnoxious. He has to ask the same question over and over and over again, which is not how you do that. And Judge Hudson is overruling when the prosecution is objecting to asked and answered. He keeps overruling it. I don't know why. Because he keeps asking the same question because he wants a different answer. And that's not how you do that. The first answer they give is the answer under oath that you take. Just because you don't like the answer, you don't get to ask the question again. And Hardin or Black, whichever, is objecting appropriately to asked and answered, and Hudson keeps overruling it. I don't know why. I have no idea why. Because the questions are getting answered. Just like earlier, when he was asking somebody something, he gave the answer. Oh, it was, could you spray luminol on this surface? And the answer was yes, you can spray luminol on any surface. And Rudolph said, that wasn't my question. He answered the question. The first word out of his mouth was yes. And he asked the question again, can you spray luminol on this surface? He said yes. He answered the question. But then there was an objection asked and answered, and Hudson overruled it. Yeah, he's annoying. But that is the kind of lawyer that you want if your life is on the line. You want a jerk. You want someone that'll go out there and get the job done. But yeah, we're all watching and laughing and calling him names.
Good afternoon, and thanks for your patience while we were back there. I can't exactly remember where I was when we broke, but I want to go back and ask you, you described arriving at the scene at Elizabeth Ratliff's house that day, and she obviously was there, had been covered up. I'm sorry, and you ended up seeing blood that you've described. Have you ever been in any kind of scene even closely resembling that before that day?
You want me to describe what I saw that day?
No, I'm
okay.
I'm asking.
I thought it was a two-part question.
I was talking about the scene, and then I was asking you, given what was going on there,
right,
had you ever experienced something like that before?
Rudolph, the dumbass lawyer, ask a lot of stupid questions.
In my teenage years, I was involved in a car accident, and there were several friends, including myself, that were injured with blood involved in that. That was pretty traumatic. My reaction at that time in high school, it was graduation night actually when the car accident took place. I think I had some of the similar reactions that night as I did have the day that I went to Liz's house.
They were both traumatic experiences.
Well, very traumatic experience.
And is it sometimes hard looking back to recollect the details of something that's that traumatic when you experience it?
I had kind of put this experience in a place, and
if you need a drink of water or something, let me know.
Okay. And I had put that experience in a place where we needed to clean up the apartment. I wanted to clean up the apartment because I wanted it clean for the baby girls. And I also felt like it was okay for me to clean up the apartment. Somehow I was given permission to clean up that apartment. And I want you to know, I didn't just start.
Is water a remedy for trauma now? Why do they keep asking her if she wants water when she gets upset?
Start to clean up the apartment. But when they didn't take Liz away right away, I was so afraid that that friends of Liz's and or the baby girls would see that. And I have very strong convictions about putting pictures in your head that are difficult to overcome or to have that memory. I didn't want it for myself, so I didn't look at Liz lying there directly too much. And I couldn't see her facial. I couldn't see her body, actually, just the feet. I knew her body was there, but I couldn't see features. She was covered up. And I was so concerned that friends and or babies would see that picture that I was glad to clean it up so that no one would have those
Yeah, but the prosecutor did it too when she cried.
Events reoccurring later. And so although it was traumatic, I could put it in a place that it needed to be done so it wasn't more trauma later for other people. And actually, last night I recalled another thing that I did that prevented people from coming into Liz's house. There were a couple other teachers who came to the door sometime. The time is really warped for me of that morning. It's, I know that I was there at a certain time, and I know that I was there all day, and that I left early evening or early afternoon, 4:35 time frame, something like that. But it's warped in exact time. But I do know that some friends of Liz's, also neighbors of the neighborhood, did come to the front door. I remember blocking them from the front door, telling them they could not come in, they could not see this place, Liz's place. And they went to the Petersons' home, and they stayed with the boys and the baby girls.
Do you remember who these other teachers were who ended up going to the Petersons?
I remember one was a colleague, a fourth grade teacher. You want her name?
Yeah, that's what I was
Oh, you do? It was Joan Olson.
Okay. And you said this came back to you last night. Was there something that you think triggered that memory?
No, I didn't sleep well last night. You triggered a lot of ugly pictures last night.
I mean, I can ask this in a different way. I noticed, I think during your direct, you talked about talking with your husband about the scene in terms of whether you remembered blood on the stairs. Right. Have you talked with your husband over the years about what he remembered and what you remembered?
You know, we came, not over the years.
Well, I was going to ask when after I found out whether you talked about it, but let me rephrase the question. Have you talked with your husband about his memories and your memories of the day we've been discussing, the day that Liz was found?
Yes, because the most puzzling thing, there's several puzzling things about our actual cleaning. Is that what you mean?
I was going to ask about anything, but then follow up on the cleaning.
Well, see, it is very puzzling and concerning to me that I can't remember who the third person is that helped clean if it's not Mike. And the reason is because that's all who was there after the crowd left, after the examiners left, the German examiners left, who they were, I'm not sure, the military, police or investigators, who they were when they left, and Liz was lying in the room next door. There was only a shell of people in Liz's house that day. It was Patty at the kitchen table. It was Mike in and out. There was that other mental health person I told you about, who's a friend. He was more in a...
Is that Captain Anderson?
Yes. He was more in a friendly role at that stage, although that is his background. And his purpose was to keep us cognitive and not to see how we were doing our well-being. And myself and Tom, there weren't other people in that house after the crowd of people left. Barbara was there initially, but once she left, she didn't return. And Bruce and Amy and Salvatore and the other people, once they left, there was only a shell of us in the house. That's why I'm confused about how the stairs were cleaned and how the wall behind Liz was cleaned. And I only have two reasonable explanations for that. One is it was so traumatic and horrible that I blocked that. Although I know cleaning under Liz when she was moved was the worst place to clean up because it was so thick. And it was a pool of blood there. It wasn't a pool of blood elsewhere, just under her body. And I know that was the worst place. And I don't know if there was so much blood on the wall behind me that I blocked that piece, or if somebody else did that. And the reason why I won't definitely say it was Michael helping to clean, because I can't picture that. If I pictured it, I would say that. But I picture Tom and I working together. I picture the movements we made in and out from the wall to the kitchen and the discussion. And I picture that because we were together. And I have a shadow of somebody else helping, but I can't place who it could be.
Okay. And I guess that's what I was trying to ask, whether some of this may have been blocked, so it's just very hard now to remember, for example, who the third person was, or even if there was a third person.
See, that's confusing for me, because my initial memory is there's somebody helping. But I know it wasn't Patty. She was frozen in a state of shock. It's worrisome to me that we didn't get her some kind of medical attention that day because she was in shock. I know it wasn't her. She didn't move from the kitchen table for hours. The people who of movement are myself, Tom, Mike, and the other person who did not clean.
Okay, and is it clear in your memory that Amy Beth Byrne, her husband Bruce, left before the cleaning took place?
It's not. It's not clear to me that exactly when Amy Beth left, but I think that she was there upon my arrival and that she left and did not return. So I know she wasn't there for clean. She didn't help us clean.
Nichelle, a lot of times blonde hair goes dark as you age, and she probably had blonde hair her whole life and just kept dyeing it blonde or bleaching it blonde, whichever. As she got older, and her roots probably just got darker, and she kept doing it blonde because she'd been blonde. Travis's hair, earlier pictures of him, blonde, like bleach blonde, blonde is blonde. He's got gorgeous blue eyes, but his hair's brown now, brown with gray. And I've since we've been married, because he's had brown hair since we've been married. I look at pictures of him when he was young. At first, I didn't recognize him. When we were dating, I knew he had a brother, and I look at old pictures of him and I go, that must be his brother. And it took me forever to realize that was him. I was like, dang, he was gorgeous. And I have tried to get him to let me color his hair. He won't let me. I'm like, please let me do your hair blonde again. He's like, nope.
Because she took Barbara away.
Okay. And did her husband go with her when she took Barbara away?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he had left before she left or left with her, but it was all at the same time period. People left.
So you have no memory of him staying, for example, Bruce Berner, to help after his wife left?
See, I'm not sure.
Okay. And if you're not sure of something, that's fine.
See, I'm not sure who. But see, I don't see who that third person was who helped me. But I know Bruce wasn't there the majority of the day. Now,
I didn't mean to cut you off.
He wasn't there during that whole time frame. There was just a few of us there.
Do you have a clear memory that Barbara was there when you arrived, or is it possible that she had already left?
Now, Barbara was absolutely there when I arrived because she was the focus of my attention from after seeing the yellow boots.
Was she basically hysterical?
She was hysterical. That's a good description. She was physically shaking.
Did anybody give her any kind of medication while you were there?
No, that's another concern of who should have had some medical attention. I probably need medical. But of the two people who could not function, Barbara on one hand was hysterical, loud, talking, shaking, physically just hysterical. And Patty, on the other hand, was quiet and staring into space.
Do you have a clear memory that Barbara left before any cleaning took place and did not participate in any way in cleaning up the blood that you've described?
Not at that time. I don't see it. What I see is Amy and Barbara leaving together.
And by the time you left...
And I think Bruce, all the people kind of exited at that same time.
By the time you left, I guess it would be late that afternoon, had most of the blood been cleaned up?
The obvious blood was cleaned up.
If there was blood left, was it small amounts that would be hard to find, or were there specific areas that had not been cleaned?
Maybe in hard to find places, there would be droplets of blood.
In other words, you didn't say, we'll come back and do this other area later. You did all the areas that appeared to have...
Oh, no, we cleaned the house. Tom and I slept in the house with the baby girls that night and the rest of the week.
During that following week, did Barbara come back and help clean up at all?
Barbara refused to go back into the house. It was more of a spooky... did not want to go back into that place where she had been.
Okay. And I don't mean to drag you back through things which may be painful, but do you remember at all, like the larger areas of blood you described, the condition of that blood?
Well, I made a mistake yesterday when I said wallpaper. Because the wall, I know what the wall is, cement.
On that point, I'll come back to my other question. Let me approach with Exhibit 193.
Right.
I wanted to ask you if this is, in essence, the type of wall.
Let me
just show you what's Exhibit 193. This is a recently taken picture, obviously, but whether that is the type of wall covering without regard to the,
okay.
I think it goes that way up.
See, the wall is cement, but it's not a flat cement. Mm-hmm. Something has been applied, a coating, a cement.
Because this is outside the presence of the jury and they didn't get finished. So they're finishing up with her outside the presence of the jury. So they didn't get done with her and then they had to go back to trial. So they went back to Deaver. They're still not done with Deaver. We've got more Deaver. But right now, we're outside the presence of the jury still with her. We're going to hear from her again in the presence of the jury. This is all Rudolph. All of this is Rudolph. Because he wants to hear what these people are going to say to the jury. So We've got her. Then we're going to go back to Deaver. Then we've got Margaret Blair outside the presence of the jury. Have no idea who she is. Then we have Deborah Radish outside the presence of the jury. She's the ME. Oh, I think I know why she's outside the presence of the jury. Because this is all about... The reason why this is outside the presence of the jury is because this is all about whether or not they're going to let in anything about Liz Ratliff. And Judge Hudson said if he had to do it over, he wouldn't have allowed it. And if the second trial had gone on, he wouldn't have allowed it. So that's what this is. This is a hearing to see if Judge Hudson is going to allow the Liz Ratliff stuff in. So Deborah Radish was the ME that did Kathleen's autopsy, but also did the second autopsy on Liz Ratliff. So that's outside the presence of the jury. And then the next thing is just outside the presence of the jury. I think that is probably the argument of the attorneys arguing to the judge that they need to have this in the trial. And then we're going to be in front of the jury again. And we've got this lady again, and then her husband, and Billy Allen, whoever that is, Dr. Larry Barnes, Margaret Blair. Oh, and then we're outside the presence of the jury again with Barbara Malagnino, which is the nanny, and Amy Beth Berner, who is the person that called the woman on the stand. Steve Lyons back in front of the jury. Barbara Malagnino back in front of the jury. And then Deaver again. And then Amy Beth Berner in front of the jury. Then we have, good Lord, why are these people not in order? Then we have Candace Zamperini, which is Kathleen's sister. And then another doctor, and then back to Candace Zamperini. Good God. And then Deborah Radish again. And then more Deborah Radish, and more Deborah Radish, and more Deborah Radish. Good Lord. I guess that's for Kathleen's autopsy? Good God. This is the most unorganized trial. And then I guess we're getting close to the defense because I see Dr. Henry Lee. And he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, he only has 5 parts. Yay.
Kind of treatment's been put on it, so it's solid. It isn't a paper.
Is it a rough surface, though?
But it is rough, and it is potted, and it is textured, and it's not a regular pattern at all.
Okay, and looking at Exhibit 193, is this the texture that was on the wall back in 1985?
Well, it's similar.
Okay, in what way would it be different?
Well, this looks newer.
Okay.
This looks...
is it smoother or rougher?
It's not as big as spaces between the dips of. Actually, it's rough. When you touch it, it's rough. Okay. You could scrape yourself on these walls.
And were there more distinctive kind of peaks and valleys back in 1985? Yeah. So this, while it shows a rough texture, is not as distinctively rough as it was back in 1985, to your memory?
To my memory.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, it's a similar treatment to the wall.
And it's not actually wallpaper, it's part of the wall.
I'm clear that it's not wallpaper. I didn't mean to use that word. Stucco is very similar, but it's not really stucco either.
Now, and I appreciate you volunteering that you've realized it wasn't wallpaper. I think I was asking you about the condition of the blood. For example,
Well, see, that makes a difference where I cleaned. When I was cleaning on the walls, I had little circular motions that I could rub hard enough to remove the blood.
okay, were there areas where that didn't happen?
Yes. Where Liz was laying on the tiled floor, when she was moved into the next room, blood had soaked through the rug that she was on, and so it was thicker. And when we cleaned there, it smeared. Now that was a very traumatic process, cleaning that area. And I don't think I cleaned very much of that area. I think I lost it and didn't do as much there as Tom did. But I started to help him there. Another place that was unusual, there are several places unusual, but one of the places that was unusual, across from the foyer on the wall, there was blood on the inside of the wall, like this little piece here. Like a little piece here.
I probably should show you the pictures you had back on Monday. Is that someplace maybe you could identify in a picture?
Right.
We'll do that, and then you can describe. Showing you the exhibit from Monday. I think it's a group exhibit 248. And see if you can, if that area you're talking about is depicted in any of the pictures, that might help.
This area was different. Cleaning. Where is this? I need to get it. Where's this?
I think this is the stairs going up.
Right. No. This had different areas of thickness going up the stairs.
Okay.
Okay, but no.
It's not.
Where's the picture? Okay, this one.
Okay, the picture you're pointing to, just for the record, is 249.
Okay. Liz was here. There were spots of blood on this wall, but the side of the refrigerator was there, and that spots of blood, when I wiped it off the refrigerator, that was different.
Okay, in what way was that different?
Well, because it's slicker on the refrigerator, and so that was a smoother way to clean. When I had to clean spots off the wall, I had to do a lot of rubbing motions to get down and clean it off. And so that was one. Off the refrigerator was one way that was different. Up above the light switch on this one, this was different because these were very tiny spray. And so that was different. That was almost like just using a finger.
Let me go back. You said just using a finger. Do you recall whether for any of these spots were they still damp? Could you tell whether they were still
damp? Now, the wall seemed dry.
Okay.
The wetness was on the floor.
Okay.
And it was smearing, and the refrigerator smeared because of the texture of the refrigerator.
Okay. Were there drops on the floor beneath the stairs? I think there may have been a cabinet or something beneath.
See, there was a foot locker that was underneath this area, and there was some blood on the top of that, and the foot locker is wood, and so it was grainy a little bit. There was another Chinese chest or a chest from Japan, somewhere in the east that Liz had, and there was some blood drops on that, which was wood.
Okay, was that also under the stairs?
It was right down from the steps. Right here, there's another wall, and the chest was up by this wall, and the foot locker was actually physically under. It's not a foot locker, but it's a long chest.
Okay. And with the drops of blood on those, do you remember how large they were, what condition they were in?
They seem more round to me there, but
okay.
Don't hold me to that.
and if you can't remember something, feel free to tell me that.
Well, I'm not. I can't describe dot by dot, spot by spot.
Could you tell with those whether they were still damp, or did you participate in the cleaning up of the Chinese vase or the Foot Locker at all?
Yeah, that was a Chinese chest.
Chinese chest, I'm sorry.
And I did clean that, but that was like noticing that it was there and going over and cleaning that up.
And could you tell one way or the other whether that blood was still damp or whether it had dried?
It seemed like most of the blood was dry. I mean, nothing was smearing as much as rubbing it in and taking water and rubbing it in, and then the water turning pink, and then the water turning pinker and red, and then
okay.
So it wasn't wet blood.
Now let me ask you, looking at,
because I think I would have smeared even though it was rough.
let me direct you to Exhibit 245. This shows the bottom of the stairs, and if you would just orient me, when you walk in the house, which way would you be facing in terms of this area?
You're at the front of the house here. The front door is here, looking down this way.
So you would this would be to your left as you came in?
Yes, this would be to the left. And this wall is not as long as Liz. Liz's body was
you arrived at the house?
I was told she was moved.
And who told you that? If you remember.
I think Michael.
I'm sorry to hear your answer.
But I don't know.
I shouldn't hear you. If you could repeat your answer.
I said I think Michael, but I don't know.
Did anybody else ever tell you that when they had gotten there, her body had been on the stairs or in a different position?
See, I think that Michael had said she had fallen down the stairs and that she was kind of backwards, but not when I saw her. I never saw her that way.
Okay. And did, for example, Amy Beth Berner or Bruce Berner or anybody else ever tell you that they had seen the body actually on the stairs?
Now, then?
At any time, and then I'll find out. I mean, any time up until now, had any other person who was there that day told you that the body had been in a different position when they arrived?
Yes, I was told the body was in a different position that day.
Okay. And who told you that?
Amy Beth told me that. Barbara told me that.
Okay. And when have you had these discussions with Amy Beth?
Within the last 6 months.
Okay. Has that been basically since about the time this case was about to begin? This case meaning what we're here for today?
Well, I say 6 months, but maybe it was late spring. It was after Mr. Jurek brought photographs to me that I called Amy Beth.
Okay. And I'm going to go back to that in a second, but with Barbara, when did you have discussions with her about the position the body had been in?
Yesterday.
Okay. Had you, up until yesterday, from the time this happened, had you spoken to Barbara about what she remembered?
No, I haven't seen Barbara for this whole time.
Okay. And you saw her because you were both here?
Yes.
Okay. And, let me talk to you a bit about with Amy Beth. Did she tell you that the body had actually been on the stairs when she arrived?
I think so.
Okay. And did the two of you discuss at all where she remembered blood being and where you remembered blood being?
She remembers a lot of blood, and she remembers some specific designs of the blood that I don't.
Okay. Does she remember blood being in places where you don't remember it being?
No, the same places, but she remembers drips of blood, and I don't know if I've blocked it, but I don't remember that.
Okay, and when you talk about drips of blood on the wall, kind of vertical drips, and you don't remember any drips in your mind?
I don't remember drips.
Okay, what about, for example, areas on the, there's a picture, for example, where the refrigerator was in that wall area? Did you talk with her about whether she recalled blood in the same locations?
She remembers blood in the same, up the wall by the staircase and on the walls on the other, on this other side.
Okay.
This side, the same.
But her memory of what that blood looked like was different from yours.
Well,
in some respects.
Well, it is because she remembers drips at the top of the wall next to the staircase, and I just have blocked that if there was a.
Okay. Now, you've talked, I think.
Because I would have been the one to clean it, but I don't remember that.
And let me ask you, you mentioned earlier that you had permission to clean it, and I wasn't suggesting by any questions that you didn't, but did somebody specifically say, okay, it's now okay to clean?
Well, I was pretty upset that the second group of people were leaving, and I do think that was the American military type people. And they were leaving, and they didn't act like they were going to take Liz with them. In fact, they weren't going to take Liz with them. And that was upsetting to me. I didn't want her to lay there. And by that time, I had been standing in the kitchen. I had been next to Patty. I had been in the lobby. Some people had left. It became more noticeable to me that there was blood everywhere that we needed to clean up. And I needed Liz to move. I wanted Liz moved. And they were going to leave this Liz there. And I got upset. I'm sure I was upset to Michael because Michael was handling all those people. And I wanted Liz moved. And I thought the American military people gave permission. I don't think Mike just said it was okay to move her. I think it was given permission that she could be moved, but they weren't going to take her anywhere. We had to wait for another group of people to come, which was the mortuary people. And so when that happened, once Liz was moved, and that to me, that my memory is that we're going to move Liz so I can clean, but I wasn't going to walk around Liz. Mm-hmm. I didn't want to see Liz.
Okay.
And so I think the last group of official people were finished with their process, that Liz was pronounced dead, and somebody would come and take the body later. And so my next mode of action was to clean up so that nobody else would see that.
Okay, so just in terms of timeline, the first, when you got there, were there already medical personnel there?
There were people there.
Okay, and do you remember a doctor doing something with Liz and taking some fluid?
See, I don't remember looking at that and seeing that, but I remember being told that was going to happen.
Okay, and do you recall being told that it had happened and that he had expressed an opinion about what had caused Liz to die?
I was always under the impression that Liz had a hemorrhage and had fallen down the steps and died. That was when I walked into the house. That was my impression, and that story never changed.
I guess my question is, do you have any memory of a doctor performing some test and then making some pronouncement?
Well, it was expressed again, that's what happened. It was also expressed later in the day, that somehow Liz didn't suffer.
Okay. When you say, and I'm going to come back to later in a second, did you actually hear the doctor himself say one way or the other what his findings were?
No. See, and I didn't, I was told that they were going to take spinal fluid for her, or that they did take spinal fluid for her, but I didn't observe them, but that's because I wasn't looking. Okay. I put myself more in the kitchen area when it was all the group of people. I was either in front of the group of people or over into the kitchen area. But there was a medical group when I arrived, and then another
Did they then
couple
leave?
People came.
Had they left before the next group came, or do you remember?
I'm not positive because it seemed like it was pretty quick.
Okay, and the next group that came, your memory, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, is that they were some type of investigators, maybe with the U.S. military?
See, I think they were the American police or military police or an investigating police, but American.
Okay, and no cleaning. Did you see anybody do anything that would have prevented the investigators from looking around the scene and seeing what was there?
Like what?
Like anything, telling them, it's time to go, you don't need to look, preventing them in any way or hindering in any way their ability to conduct an investigation.
No, when the investigators were there, when I came in, they were over top of Liz's body. They were over here.
Mm-hmm.
Like Liz is here, and they were in her area.
Okay, by the foot of the stairs.
Yes, or even next to her area. Okay. But they were in front of Liz.
Okay.
And when the next people came, they were also in this area with Liz.
And I think you mentioned that Mike Peterson did a fair amount of the talking with the officials. Were some of them German-speaking officials?
I think the first people were German because that's what triggers my memory is the comment to ask Amy Beth to listen in to the conversation because she understood and spoke German.
Okay. Did you at that point speak German?
My German is survival.
Okay. And
survival.
Do you know how well Mike Peterson spoke German?
About like me.
Okay. So he would not have been fluent in German.
Well, no.
Okay.
Well, I think we you can comprehend conversation much better than
speaking.
Than you can speak German. It's very difficult for me, and I thought it was for Mike too.
Okay.
We kind of relied on Liz. I relied on Liz. He relied, I think, on Patty. And
okay. So for when the German medical officials were there, probably, I take it then Mike would not have been conversing with them much.
I don't recall conversations with the investigators.
I guess I was just asking because you indicated that Amy Beth was kind of asked to listen in because she actually spoke.
Well, I did want her to listen because there was conversation going on.
Okay. And did she ever tell you what she heard?
I don't have exact words.
Okay. I mean, did she indicate, for example, that they had said it was some kind of hemorrhage or some kind of medical?
Well, she said they were going to do that spinal tap for Liz.
Okay, did she tell you what they'd said after they'd done it?
See, I don't know if it was Amy or Mike or who, but it was always confirmed it was a cerebral hemorrhage.
When the next group of investigators came, do you remember how many came?
I think just two.
Okay.
But
and I think you
maybe
indicated
one. I don't know, one or two.
You don't remember whether it was one or two? Do you remember how long they were there?
Their visit didn't seem. No, I don't know. Okay. My time frame is off.
And I understand with the passage of time and the events that it can be hard to remember how long.
It is hard. I think it would have been hard to ask me 2 weeks later.
Okay.
the next day, I think you could have said who was there, and I would have had trouble answering.
Is that because of how traumatic this whole thing was?
Yes.
I think you said when you were being asked by Ms. Black that Michael Peterson maybe didn't introduce you, but gave the names of various people to one of the groups that had come to the house. Was this the investigators?
See, I kind of recall Michael being the one to point us out.
Mm-hmm.
And what makes me think that there wasn't too much time between the German and the Americans coming, but it could have been some time between them. What makes me think there wasn't too much time between them is there were a lot of people there that he was kind of saying, this is Amy Beth and Bruce, that he's a pilot and she's his wife, and Barbara was the nanny. I mean, there was still a group of us there. He wasn't just introducing or explaining my presence or Tom or Patty or who we were. There was a group that, in my mind, Michael was explaining who we were.
Okay, so that was before Amy would have left?
Well, it seems like it. Yeah, it seems like it.
Okay. Did Michael do anything to prevent the investigators from talking to anybody there at the scene?
No, it wasn't a prevention type of situation. It was more of, Michael, you handle these people.
Somebody needed to handle
Yes.
them, and nobody objected to him kind of taking that role?
Well, I did not.
Okay. Did anybody voice concerns? Boy, we don't want...
Well, I don't. I mean, no. I mean,
No. None that you
that's
heard.
not my memory. That's not my memory.
And did you have any sense, either when the Germans were there or the later group of investigators, that Michael was trying to get them to leave or not do their job?
I can't recall any exact kind of conversation. That's a fuzzy thing. All I can recall is I think it was Michael explaining who the people were in the room.
Okay. And that was kind of his role to kind of deal with the people?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the mortuary service that came later, do you know how much later they finally came?
To me, it seemed like way too long. And to me, it seemed like hours. And it seemed the earliest they could have come is 1:30 to 2. Because there was a break in time when we actually were cleaning and had time to do some of that cleaning. So it seems like 1:30 would have been, or 1, I don't know, 1, but it was afternoon. The afternoon had begun before the mortuary people came because that was an issue that it was taking so long. But then it could have been an issue that it was taking so long. I arrived at 8 and they weren't there at 12 too, but
is it fair to say your experience was there was a delay, but it's hard for you now to say how long that was?
It's fair to say that it took some hours for the mortuary people to come from the last time that the investigators left.
And do you know how long after you arrived that the investigators left? In other words, if you arrived at 9:30 or whenever, how long it was before any cleaning would have begun?
I'm not sure if it's 10:30, but it seemed like there was some time before noon that some cleaning would have been done.
Okay, so it could have been as late as sometime before noon that you began actually cleaning because her body had been moved to the other room.
Whenever the investigators left, we started. So, and to me, it seems like it's 10:30 or 11 maybe, but that seems late to me.
Okay. Now, what I'd like to do is go through...
Because it seems to me they could have come in right when the German investigators were leaving and had stayed another 30 to 40 minutes and were gone, which would put it even as early as 10 that they left. The troublesome time to me is how long it took between the time they left and the mortuary people came.
And you mentioned 30 to 40 minutes. Is it possible that investigators were there for like 40 minutes? Or maybe even more if they overlapped with the medical people?
If they were overlapped with that group of people, then they could have been there a while.
Okay. Now, I think you indicated that there were you have memories of different types of blood stains at the various areas. Now, let me ask you, we've got this picture 247.
Yes.
Is this depicting the top of these stairs?
Yeah, that's the landing.
Okay, and you've marked some blood that's above a light switch.
Yeah.
And I don't see any other blood being marked on the wall.
It's just that I didn't do that. Yesterday I was explaining that this was a different type.
Okay.
No, there was blood up. There was blood up on the wall, but this was unique because they were little tiny spray. And I teach preschool. So I use that preschool paintbrush, but it's that similar to a spray versus this was bigger and different than this.
Okay, and
that's why it's so memorable.
Okay, and this pattern that you made here, was it in any kind of particular pattern or just
No, I
area?
was trying to make it a dot, and actually these are big dots. It was supposed to be just a dot at the top.
Okay, do you remember it being any particular pattern or just there was the spray you described in this general area?
I don't want to get into patterns.
Well, and if you don't...
I don't want to get into patterns. I don't know anything about patterns.
Well, I would just for example, circular, not circular. Did anything, as you sit here now, can you even remember?
What do you mean?
Well, for example, and you've explained that when you put these dots, you weren't trying to indicate that it was an oval or whatever it is.
No, I was not.
And
That's a mistake. I don't mean to do that.
And I wasn't criticizing. I'm just trying to find out whether you do, in fact, have a memory of if there was even a distinctive pattern.
The difference of cleaning at the top of the stairs is that it was fingertip cleaning, and that's different than cleaning in a circular motion down the wall and in between peaks and valleys of the wall. This was, I used the tip of my finger and some tiptoes from this landing up to clean some of those spots.
Okay.
But I don't want to get involved in its beehive shaped or spiral or anything like that.
Okay, that's because you don't have it.
I don't have that.
Have a memory of that. Okay,
No.
And
I don't have a memory of that.
was the blood that then started on the wall, and did it go all the way down to the bottom of the stairs?
Yes.
Okay, and was it basically consistent from the top to the bottom? By that I mean in appearance and general height above the stairs?
Well, there were, Amy Beth remembers drips, which I don't recall. And I remember circles, and I remember the oval teardrop type shape.
Teardrop what?
Teardrop type shape. I mean, it wasn't circular anymore. It had a little point to it.
And was that blood, in essence, was there any difference to the blood you saw, say at stair 10, if that's the top of the stairs, to the middle of the stairs, to the bottom of the stairs, or was it pretty much in your memory consistent down the stairs?
I can't do that detail.
Okay.
I can do thicker at the bottom.
Thicker on the wall at the bottom? Okay, and if you could tell me what you mean by thicker, was it?
Darker, bigger, thicker. I had to change my water.
Okay. Was it harder to clean off? Basically, there was more? And I don't mean to upset you by asking.
No, I mean, I had to change the water more at the bottom.
Was it less dry? Was it tacky at all, or do you even know?
See, to me, it seemed like it was all dry because I rubbed hard. So it seemed dry. I wasn't smearing on the wall.
Now, on the blood that you've depicted on, I'll call it the wall opposite the staircase, is that in essence what this is?
Right.
How?
It's on the other side of the foyer.
Right. Was that different in terms of its shape or how much there was than the blood you described on the wall that actually is part of the staircase?
Now, to me, we're still doing circles or teardrop over here.
Similar to what you just told me is on the stairs?
Right, not spray.
Okay, and is that true for example, this area on 249 where there's
Yes, it's more circular or teardrop, but not spray.
Okay. And was there any other area that had a distinctive pattern that we haven't talked about? You've told me about the spray and you've told me about the blood coming down the wall. Was there anything else that stood out as being different?
Well, you know, it's varied across the wall, if that's what your question is.
Can you tell me about what you remember?
I mean, there's some would be circular, some would be teardrop, some would be circular, some would be teardrop, but it seemed like there were larger, thicker spots at the bottom of the staircase than at the top.
And was there, other than getting thicker as it went down, was there any rhyme or reason to where a teardrop would be versus a round drop?
No, I mean, that's all just
something you wouldn't remember at this point?
No.
Okay.
And that's just too much to ask me to picture in my head.
Was there any blood above, once you get to the top of the landing, there's that light switch we've talked about, and you've told me about the blood there. As you went farther into the house, was there any blood in any other areas of the wall on the upstairs?
You know, I don't remember that. There's, I think in the picture, is there a window or something up at the top, or is it another wall? There's a window door. I don't remember cleaning spots of blood off that window.
Okay,
And I don't know if Tom did or not.
Okay, there's also like a door molding here. Do you remember any?
See, the uniqueness was the spray up to me. That is vivid and clear. And I don't really remember cleaning glass.
Okay, and I guess what about, for example, this exposed area of the wall, in the door? It's got kind of an opening with.
See, and I don't have that
No memory
memory.
of that.
I don't have it. I don't know if it was there, but I don't have it.
Okay.
Why is it here with the wall?
Now, let me ask you to check my notes for a moment, if I may. Just one moment. Do you recall when you arrived, did you learn where the two little girls were? I'm sorry, I'll try to keep my voice up. Martha and Margaret, did you see them there that morning?
No, I did not.
Did you learn where they had gone?
I thought they were at the Peterson's residence.
Okay, did anybody ever tell you how they got there, whether somebody had taken them?
I thought Barbara had taken the children there.
And then come back again?
I thought she took one child and then another child. I thought she had gone in and out of the house a couple of times before I saw her. Okay.
So she'd be back at the house having taken the girls to the Petersons?
I think so. That was my understanding. But I thought she took them out the back door.
And when was it, if you know, that did Barbara ever move back into that house or start staying in that house again?
She did.
And do you know how long after Elizabeth's death that was?
Well, if I could remember exactly when the Petersons returned from the funeral for Liz, and it was some weeks. I know that the week that Liz died, that Monday was the week beginning Thanksgiving. And I know that Tom and I stayed with the baby girls that entire week. Now, I'm not sure, maybe you can tell me, did the Petersons leave that very next week? Because in my memory, that's kind of what happened. That I was able to go back to work the Monday following the Thanksgiving break, and that the Petersons were gone with Liz, but I'm not positive. Because that would mean I stayed 2 weeks with the girls, and that's not clear in my memory. I thought it was 1 week, and I'm not. I want to say they all left, but I'm not sure about that.
Okay. So it's possible that Patty left and it's possible that Patty stayed.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's not possible that Barbara went back into the house, because Barbara didn't go back into the house until the girls were moving back into the house.
Okay. You mentioned a taxi driver. Did you know his name? Was that Salvatore?
Yes.
And had you known him before that day?
No.
Okay. Did at some point Barbara and he have a relationship, a romantic relationship?
Yes.
Do you know when that began?
Well, I don't think I'm not sure, but I don't think they knew each other before that event happened, before that day that Liz died. But I'm not sure. I mean, I thought that's how they actually met each other.
And where did you learn that from? In other words, if you thought that they hadn't known each other and they met then, how did you know that?
No, I mean, that's just, I don't recall, I don't know.
That's fine.
I don't know. I was under the impression she did not know the taxi cab driver. She didn't know Salvatore until that day. And then when they met with this traumatic experience, I mean, I think he came checking back in with Barbara, and that started a relationship.
Do you recall whether you ended up cleaning up any other parts of the house? For example, in the kitchen, were there dishes that needed to be cleaned or put away, or was the kitchen cleaned as far as you could recall?
I don't remember. I mean, I remember cleaning after the party.
That was
Saturday night. Yeah. I don't remember cleaning the house.
Okay, you don't have any memory of, for example, going into the kitchen and seeing that there were dinner dishes left over from the night before. And I think you mentioned. I'm sorry. You have to answer out loud. So
I would not remember that.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
I think you mentioned on Monday when I was talking with you that at the time that Mike was helping Liz out after the death of George, that you thought that his actions were honorable, or something along those lines.
At the time that George died, Liz could not function. And she could not manage any of the affairs that needed to be done. She couldn't manage any agencies or preparation. She couldn't manage probably her banking. She couldn't manage grocery shopping. She could not manage. And Michael did take over all of those affairs for her. And at the time, that was welcomed because Liz wasn't able to do those things.
Has your opinion about why or the sincerity of Michael's actions in helping Liz changed since her death?
Objection.
Overruled.
If I think back to that time, it was a good thing that Michael was helping Liz manage all the affairs because she wasn't able to do it. I don't think I would have been able to do it. And I wasn't as close to Liz in that respect as the Petersons. You know, my relationship with Liz was not independent of the Petersons because they all were such good friends. But my relationship with Liz had a lot to do with George in the first 2 years. And his friends and things like that. I did probably spend more time with Liz and George and some of his friends than with Liz and the Petersons. I mean, I did spend time in evenings with them, but probably not as much time. And because they're all married people and having children and such. So.
And I guess, and I appreciate that. I was asking, since Liz's death, have you changed your opinion about Michael's actions and kind of stepping in and helping her out after George's death? Or not? If you haven't, that's, in other words, you've described that you thought that was welcomed because somebody needed to help her.
Yes.
Have you, and you may not have changed your opinion about that. I'm just asking whether you have changed your opinion about that action.
Now?
Yes.
Objection to the relevance.
Overruled.
Well, from that experience, I wonder if anybody other than your own family should take care of those kind of affairs. For example, if that was if I was placed in that position, I think it would be a better thing that my cousins come and help.
And why is that?
I just feel that way.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. At the
time, I didn't see anything wrong. The Petersons and Liz are very close. She relied on him. They could sit down together. They could talk about things and what was going on. And Liz had addresses and phone numbers and things of George's family and accounts and things like that. And so they managed that way.
And was there anything in your mind suspicious or odd that Liz made this choice that if something happened to her, her children be with the Petersons?
Objection.
Overruled.
Liz and I did discuss her fears of being able to take care of the baby girls without George. It was on several levels. She hated the thought of the baby girls not having George himself as their father figure.
Well, actually, we kind of been over this before.
Well, I think you described your conversations.
I did describe that. And we did discuss where should the baby girls go. And she chose the Petersons. I did have other opinions. And it went back to the idea that the family of either George or herself should be the place that the baby girls go.
Because of your views of the role of family.
My views that children should be left with their families.
But did you ever get have any information that indicated that Michael Peterson had pushed Liz into making the decision to have the girls with the Petersons?
Objection.
Overruled.
They discussed it together, Patty, Mike, and Liz. And I was not included in those discussions.
And nothing Liz said suggested that she had been pushed by Michael Peterson to make that choice?
As I stated already, Liz was hoping, because it didn't happen, that the girls would live in Europe, grow up in Europe, speaking another language and learning other customs. I mean, that didn't happen, but I think at the time that was a good possibility. We all were living in Europe, and that was an exciting place to grow up for children, safe place to grow up for children, educational place for children to grow up. And that, I think that was her hope, that if Patty and Mike had the baby girls, they would possibly grow up in Europe or in another country. Not necessarily, it didn't have to be Europe, could be England, could be Japan. I mean, there are schools, DOD schools throughout the world.
She does realize that those baby girls are sitting right in front of her adult women now, right? She's driving me nuts with the baby girl stuff.
And I think that was her hope.
When Liz died, or in the days following Liz's death, did anybody who had been there express suspicion that Michael Peterson had anything to do with her death?
Objection.
Overruled.
You want hearsay? You want what?
Did anybody say in your presence, boy?
That's what it sounds like you want.
You want hearsay. You want to know if I heard somebody say they didn't trust Michael?
Whether he had something to do with Liz's death, either that day or the days following her death.
Do I have to say hearsay?
Well, I'll make that determination. You just need to answer his question.
Objection.
Overruled. Huh? This is a 404B hearing. Answer his question if he can answer.
I'm not sure. We're going on that. We're starting to go around again. I'm not sure. He wants me to go back to 1986 and try and recall a conversation from 1986 again. And that's where I have trouble.
Well, I think that's what he asked.
Yeah, I'm talking about back
in 1986. Then
actually, 1985.
I don't remember. Because that's hard for me to say that. 1985.
He's asking, did you hear anybody say they thought that Mr. Peterson had anything to do with her death?
Yeah, and I'm talking about the time it happened, or the days or weeks following when it happened.
My feeling at that time was that Liz died of a cerebral hemorrhage. That was my feeling at that time.
And did the other people you spoke with share that feeling? Did anybody that you recall express a different view back then?
Because if I say yes, then you want to know what I heard, and then I have to try and remember, and I can't remember direct conversations about.
Well, let me ask it this way.
Okay.
Well, he probably want to know if you say yes, he probably want to know that even
That's
if you
what I
didn't,
mean. He
even
wants,
if you didn't remember.
Now, did I already say? Did I already say a quote?
No, I'm just asking you. I'm not, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to trick you here. I'm just trying to see if you remember anybody in the time period following Liz Ratliff's death expressing the view that her death was not the result of a cerebral hemorrhage.
What I can say that I recall from that time is that some people were concerned about the locks on the doors being checked out and were there kind of footprints going down the back steps and what, was the house secure and things of that nature. So there was some kind of suspicion that things weren't exactly the way it was accepted. It was accepted by most of us that this was a terrible accident that happened.
And do you recall who expressed the view that maybe somebody should look at?
See, I think it was just a conversation at a table. So that could have been with a lot of people in that neighborhood at that time. And also, I remember things like, it snowed, and so was the back door secure, and could you tell if there were footprints back down the back steps? And then Barbara had taken the children down the back steps and gone around through the yard and things like that.
Okay, was this general conversation all about the possibility of some unknown intruder having come into the house?
Or any possibility that it wasn't exactly an accident.
Okay, and during these conversations, did anyone say anything to suggest they suspected Michael Peterson might have played a role in her death if it was not an accident?
And I don't know because I don't know.
Okay, but you don't remember any conversation where anybody expressed the view that Michael Peterson might have played a role?
I know that some people were discussing different scenarios, and but I don't think I accepted them, and so I don't think I know.
Okay, but do you have any memory of any of those scenarios that were discussed involving Michael Peterson as having a role in Elizabeth Ratliff's death?
That's difficult to answer that, because I mean, on one hand, that we were talking about things going on and the doors being locked and footprints in the snow and things like that. So I really didn't suspect foul play. I did not suspect foul play at that time at all.
I take it some people at least discussed the possibility of foul play.
Things were being discussed.
And I'm just asking you for your memory, and if you don't remember, that's fine. But do you remember any of those discussions about the possibility of foul play involved Mike Peterson?
I just answered that.
Well, I wasn't sure whether, maybe I didn't understand your answer. Let me just make a statement and you can tell me whether you agree. Is it fair to say that you have no memory of anyone specifically saying that they suspected that Michael Peterson might have been involved in the death of Elizabeth Ratliff?
It's fair to say I did not suspect Michael Peterson at that time of foul play. I did not.
And my question is, do you have any memory of anybody else voicing any suspicions of Michael Peterson, even though you didn't agree with them?
Well, because to me, I'm trying to be as honest as I can. There was discussion of suspicion of Liz's death. But I think there were a lot of ideas about Liz's death. And I did not accept or suspect foul play at that time. It was the overriding feeling for me was sadness and confusion and doubts.
Why did you fly all the way to America to be in this trial? We're almost done, Wiggles. We're almost done. Why? Why did you fly to America to be in this trial if you're not going to...
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio? Gone! Katikistan is home! Go, Rabbi! Katikistan is home! Katikistan is home!
What is wrong with her? Bye, Wiggles. See you tomorrow. I don't understand why she can't just answer the question. Yes, some people were suspicious that Michael Peterson had something to do with it. I didn't. I thought she had a brain aneurysm and fell down the stairs. Why is that hard? And then if he asks you who suspected him and what did they say, I don't remember. That is not hard to do.
And have you finished? I'll give you a moment.
And doubts about the reason for these two beautiful baby girls to have no parents.
Okay. And I don't mean to keep pushing the same question, but you said there were discussions of a lot of kind of theories or possibilities. Did any of those possibilities involve Michael Peterson being involved in the death of Elizabeth Ratliff?
I think you have to ask somebody else.
Well, I guess I'm trying to find out whether you have any memory.
I have answered you as clearly as I can about how I felt.
But he's not really asking you about how you felt. I think you made it clear how you felt.
All right, I did not suspect foul play at that time.
And you said that several times. I don't
and that's all I want to say about it.
Well, but it's not all about. The court here is not all about what you want to say.
Yeah, but we're trying to make me remember things from 1985.
I don't think he's trying to make you remember anything. He's asking you, do you remember?
No.
Thank you.
No, I don't.
One moment.
Sorry, Josh.
Hold on a second. No further questions, ma'am.
Oh, good.
Ms. Black.
No further questions.
All right, you can come down.
Good. Thank you.
Oh my God.
How far can you get, Miss?
Not far off. Unless you want me to try. Okay.
No, we have.
Do you want me to try?
No, we have parameters we have to work within. So, when are you gonna do it tomorrow?
It'll be fine.
All right. Did we decide how we're gonna pick up at 9:30? With you're gonna continue your cross?
Your Honor, I would ask that we not do that. Let us go ahead and finish this hearing and then go to cross. I mean, this took longer than we didn't get to that second witness today because this is taking so much time.
It would have taken longer than you thought. It didn't take as long as I thought. I thought it took about as much time as I thought it was going to take.
So I would ask that we continue with the next live witness out of this hearing and let us put the remainder of this evidence on as it relates to that and pick up Agent Deaver whenever we complete the Ratliff process.
All right, let's go talk. You want to help her get her stuff back in? Back to, yeah. All right, we're going to pick up with the cross-exam of Diva tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
9:30? 9:30.
Yes, here, we'll keep you 100% recess till 9:30 tomorrow morning. God said to save us on record.
As many times as I've gotten aggravated with a witness, she's one of the worst. He's trying to get me to say this, and I don't want to say that. Looking right at the judge. He wants me to remember stuff from 1989. You don't get to pick and choose the questions, woman. Don't you watch Law and Order? That's not how this works. I swear, I think I got as aggravated with her as I did with Jim McCabe. All you have to say is, I don't know, or I don't remember. Because it's an adversarial process. You always have to be pissed at someone. That was ridiculous. She just didn't want to answer the question. And then she answered her answer that was not the answer to the question, and then said, I answered it. No, you didn't answer it. You answered your own question. Yeah, that was another one. Yeah, that was another one that was bad. But this one seemed like little Miss Sweet Pollyanna until she wasn't. She wanted to make her own question. Like her own little question in her mind is what she answered. Oh my God. Okay, guys, I will see you again tomorrow. And I think we're going to be finished up with Deaver tomorrow. I don't know why we're not done with Deaver yet. I think we have one more video of Deaver. Yeah, she was. I don't understand why. Because she said, well, if I say yes, then he's going to want to know who it was and what they said, and I just don't remember. If he does ask those questions next, then say, I don't remember. It's that easy. I don't know what the problem was. I don't know if she was afraid of somebody that might have said that to her back then. I have no idea. What are we doing next? We next are doing, and if this trial doesn't get over soon, Letitia Stout. Because I put a question, I didn't do a poll because I had 2 questions. But I did a post yesterday, I had 2 questions. Have you guys seen the Letitia Stout trial? And do you want to watch it? So if I'd done a poll, I would have had to do 2 posts. So I just posed it as questions. And if this doesn't hurry up and finish, we might get to the retrial before we get to watch the first trial. I don't know. She came all the way from Germany for this. Letitia Stout killed her. I don't like to do trials with kids, but I watched this trial the first go around. It is worth it for how disgusting this defendant is. She changed her story so many times. In the courtroom, she flipped off witnesses. She flirted with the attorneys. She had an expert witness that this woman interviewed Ted Bundy, thought he was a wonderful man that was just mentally ill, and that's why he killed people. Swore up and down that she had dissociative identity disorder and her other identity was the one that did it. She claimed she was carjacked. Went on and on and on with all these different stories about what happened. Went on the news pleading for his safe return. Oh, we love you, Gannon. We can't wait for you to come home. She put his body in a suitcase. This was out in Colorado. Put his body in a suitcase, drove to Florida, and left his body under a bridge. This woman's a piece of work. Her conviction got overturned. Because one of the jurors had a son-in-law that worked in the DA's office. And they didn't strike him. So her appeal was granted. I guess because they think that that man voted guilty because his son-in-law worked for the DA that tried the case. That was right after. Her trial was right after this one. Oh, she would be a nightmare on a jury. Absolutely. She thinks too much. Because that's exactly what she was doing about that question. Well, then he's going to ask me this, and then he's going to want to know this, and I don't remember. And yeah, don't overthink it. Just answer the question. So I wanted to do Letitia Stout in case she decides to plead guilty. Or who knows what happens. Because she's been in prison now for a couple years. I don't know when the next trial is going to be. I don't know what's going to happen. And I thought that it would be, what's the word I want? Interesting, informative. I don't know. To watch her first trial before her second trial. And hopefully there will be another smart jury. The judge for her trial, I hope she gets the same judge, is wonderful. And in Colorado, the jury gets to ask questions. So after each witness, they let the jury pass up questions, and then the judge and the attorneys look at it, and then they decide which questions get to be answered. Everybody was great in that trial, except her. She's evil. Absolutely evil. They played a lot of phone calls between her and her husband. He was in the service. So he was deployed. But he was, he wasn't overseas. He was in the States, but he was still not in Colorado with her when it happened. And the lies, the fake stuff on the phone calls. And then the FBI, towards the end, she kept saying, I'll tell you what happened, but you have to give me immunity. Why? You did it, stupid. She kept saying Eduardo did it. Eduardo. Not even Eduardo. Eduardo. Oh, and then in the interrogation room, and it was a nice it wasn't like an interrogation. It was like a victim's where they talk to victims. It wasn't like the table with the chair on one side and the two chairs for the detectives on the other side. It was a couch with chairs in the room, so they weren't like right on top of her. It was like the victim advocate room. And she peed on herself on the couch in the victim advocate room. This woman is nasty. Nasty. She's awful. Awful. I did do the Sarah Boone trial. That's one of the first trials I did. That's a nasty one too. Yeah. I don't remember when you started with me. And I don't remember when it was in October, right? I don't know. But yeah, I did Sarah Boone. So I'm going to do Letitia Stelk. You guys think about it if you want to do. So that's a possibility, as is Bradley Yawn. He's the guy that carjacked and home invasion on that elderly woman in Chicago, I think. Yeah. He represented himself. I don't think he was a sob sit. He just represented himself. So that one's kind of funny. And then there was another one Judy told me about where the guy represented himself. And he faked a seizure. So there's that one's a possibility. I've not seen that one. And there's another one where the guy represented himself. It was in the Keys. So it's a Florida one. And he actually did a good job. And he got a hung jury. So I don't know if you guys want to watch that one or not. And I don't know what happened with the retrial on that one. I forgot what happened. I think they dismissed the case and didn't try him again. I don't remember. That it was the Treehouse murder trial or something like that. Let's see what other ones. I think those are the ones I'm looking at for doing next. A whole year. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel. I can't believe that I've had members for 12 months now. Yay. Yeah, but you were around before that, weren't you? You were around before I had members. How long have I had memberships? I don't even know. I have no idea. Because I'm a bad historian. I don't keep track of that kind of stuff. I don't even know how long I've been doing this. I keep saying 3 years. I think it's 3 years. I don't even know. I have no idea. Okay, guys, I gotta go get dinner out of the oven. I will see you guys in the morning. Be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Have a great evening. I will see you tomorrow.